the Versus Series Debate League. Welcome to the ring where the minds go clash, truth gets tested and ego smash. No ducking, no running, just facts and flame. This is the Versus League, respect the name. Neo One Love, Bible believer, wild and precise. Breaks down the word like he's throwing dice. Most dangerous. Facts say it's true. He'll hit you with the text, then hit you with a 1-2, LP, the pastor, that's Southern Heat. Preaching Christ with a rhythm and a militant beat. Peru conscious with history and math. He'll burn down a lie with a scientific path. Hemi, a beast with a biblical blade. Swings on the set like his judgment day made. Michael Everett, man of every domain. Come with logic, he'll counter your brain. Courtney T, got a scholar's mind, critiques the text line by line. Fit Barber, a one the Bible breaker, twisting the text, flipping them verses like spiritual texts. Bosco, the Freemason, an Israelite bold, got codes on codes from stories untold. Brother Koo, the Kemetic king, drops Seba gems that make temples sing. Quinn, the sister, got scripture and soul, wisdom and layers, digging deep in your soul. Issa, a Moor with that Islamic stance, moves in silence but strikes by chance. Brother Gabriel, teacher, high-level flame, he'll preach, teach, and still bring the game. Doc Too Sweet, the content queen, going viral when she say just one thing. Pan, the champ, belt on his waist, the undisputed king of this debate race. Craig and Craig, the lawyers of war, built this league for intellectual war. They laid the bricks, they mapped the frame. This versus thing, it bears their name. This not for the weak, so coward best take flight. This is where we come to have a fact fight. Salute to HOK respect where it's due. They sparked this fire we're bringing to you. So grab your books, your faith, your step in this ring if you're ready to dance. Cause this ain't just talk, it's my poetic flame. Where only the truth will remember your name. It's Paradigm Shift TV 314. We got some powerful shows in store. To the so-called competition, best steer clear, cause the truth stays here.
Man, that was soothing. That was soothing. This is our debate profile pictures for our debaters, man. And DG did a nice job on it, giving everybody a profile. But man, I got Super Wavy in the house. And my little homie, Classic Craig, in this job. My nephew's in the house, man. My nephew's in the house. Classic. We kind of talked to Super Wavy a little bit on the end of the debate. What did you think about it, brother?
Classic. He changing jerseys. He changing jerseys.
Yeah, he had a malfunction.
He changing jerseys. Hey, drop the link, Uncle Ratchet. They want the link.
Yeah, let me see if I got that motherfucker. He's going back out, come back in.
I called him. He was changing jerseys. I called him. Hey, man. Peace. Come on in. Hit the like button, man. It is the paradigm shift.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, man. So what you outside the debacle, kind of at the end, what you think about that debate, though?
Oh man, it was pretty good. A lot of information got out, man. I think the people learn. You know what I'm saying? People got that information. This is not an L, man. The people won.
Facts. All right. Let me see. Is it, I think. Yeah, this is it. So yeah, the people won, man. I think it was a good debate, man. It was high tense. I was just looking back I'm just scoping out everybody, how everybody move, how they was, they were fighting. They was fighting. So I kind of enjoyed the fighting. So yeah, DLG, what's up with you, man? I'm gonna let you kick this off, man. Let you go to kick this off at the soup. Go ahead.
Hey, look, like I said, at the end of the day, people gonna have technical difficulties. I ain't telling she couldn't come back up. She could have came back up whenever she wanted to. What I'm saying is check your attitude. Like all that talking shit to me under your breath, breathing hard and all that stuff, I'm not with it. Period. Especially when I'm doing what you asking me to do. So, and look, this ain't a Dr. Too Sweet thing. This is anybody that want to come up here and talk crazy to me thing. So she ain't got to take it personal. But don't come up here getting no attitude with me. And I'm doing what you asking me to do. Because I'm not going for it from nobody. So like it, love it, being different to it, that's what it is. And that's all I got to say.
All right. We got all the stars in the building, man. Who clicked the link first, Hemi or Hey Root?
I believe Hemi was in before me.
Rock out, Hemi.
Oh, nah. I just wanted to say good debate to both of the debaters. Y'all stop trying to give Said a technical win. I see the pseudo killer trying to get him a technical win. We know she was having technical issues or whatever, man. But that brother agreed. And even in my debate, once bro agreed with my premise, I stopped my question and answer around because he agreed with my premise. I'm like, ain't no need for me to go further because he said exactly what the debate was. He became the affirmative. So once Said agreed with her, the shit was over then. You know what I'm saying? They can deny it all they want to, but he agreed with her premise that they were once together. And he said that it was separated in modern times. That's what the debate is over, where they once the same practice. You know
Wrong.
Well, hold on real quick, but you don't do that, Hemi. In my debate, I agreed with the individual because he said something that went with my premise, right? Even though he didn't understand what he was saying, right? I was able to come in and finish and show that he did not understand anything according to the subject. And he was just cherry picking, like Sid was saying. I'm just putting it right there. You never quit your Q&A.
What's the cherry pick? What's the cherry pick about whether astronomy and astrology were once the same? That's a yes or no question. Ain't nothing to cherry pick about that.
Yeah, divination.
That wasn't. But my point is, if you want to make the debate about divination,
Hold on. We got to know what Said premise was, though. It wasn't the title. They wasn't debating the title. You got to know each one on premises.
Yeah, his premise was that one predated the other. He was debating a whole different title.
He said it really supposed to be their premise was the origins, right?
Exactly.
Right.
If it was no origins, then why is that not said at all anywhere ever?
Because
he was debating that, but that wasn't the topic, right? Nor was it in any of the it was were they once together?
No,
she said that they started off together.
That's not what she said at all in her debate, and it's not what the title said. Listen, that's not what she said at all in her debate, and that's not what the title is.
No, we not going. You don't debate the title.
So how are you going to? So how are you going to tell her? Hold on. Her premise is if she didn't debate that. How are you saying this is her premise when that wasn't her premise? We know what her premise is from what she debated. We know what her premise is from what she presented in her debate.
So hold on real quick. Then explain.
I know what her statement has always been about it, that astronomy and astrology were the same. That's always been her argument.
We're judging the debate.
What was the title of the debate? What was the title of the debate?
Were they ever the same?
Thank you.
Well, no, it wasn't. Was they ever the same?
Yeah,
what was it?
That wasn't the premise.
No.
That
He
was
didn't
the
ask the
Why
premise.
was
premise.
that the
He
title?
asked the title. What was
No,
the
the
title?
title and the premise is two different things.
Why
What
That
was
was the
that
wasn't
the
her.
title?
title?
He
Is what
asked
I
what was
said.
the title.
The title,
I,
yeah, the title is, if you debate the title, I'm just gonna put it like that. The title is
What's the title?
what astrology is astronomy once the sign question
yeah,
mark,
that
right?
was a question
Right.
mark
And
It's
she
a
right
used
there.
question
That
the
was
mark.
that
affirmative,
was
right?
the thing.
It's a
And she
Were
question mark.
astrology and astronomy once the
It's a
same
question
question mark.
mark.
That was
and she was
the
the
title,
affirmative
Paul.
to that question, right?
Right.
Huh?
And it,
Right.
Yes.
and,
She was the
and she
affirmative
Yeah,
to
was
Did
he
he
that
said,
agree with
wrong.
her that they were once the same?
right.
Right.
Hey,
And
He
she
was
was
may
he
wrong
I weigh
about
in on
that.
this one? May
question.
I weigh
Hold
in on
on.
this one?
She was wait. He was negative to the question, but he agreed with her on the question.
Right.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
So when
He
you
No, he
said
say
it.
did
that
not.
modern science has now separated them, what does that mean?
No. What he said when he gave y'all the origin of astronomy, why he brought up astronomy before astrology, is to prove that before you had an astrology, you had astronomy.
But
Therefore,
you
you have an hold on. Then you get into the origin of astrology.
There wasn't no
That's the one
astrology.
thing
but
y'all
that's
didn't
the
want him to
origin. But
That
touch
was
that's
a
on.
the
lie.
thing.
That was a lie anyway.
She
Hey,
never.
No,
can I
Yeah.
go
Well.
ahead and speak? I
no,
was
Go
no,
at
ahead,
work at the
Harold.
bullshit,
beginning.
Yeah,
bullshit.
Okay.
let Heru get it out. Go ahead, Heru.
Look, because I'm on my way to work, so I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be long-winded. First of all, I really shout out to DMG, shout out to the whole platform, both Craigs, shout out to the whole chat. Let me just say this, man. Listening to the debate itself, both of the opening arguments, the first and second rounds, they were fire. Okay. When we got to the question and answer round, that's when things got a little weird. And so all I'm gonna say is this, man. This is just my opinion on it, being unbiased. But if you can argue, you can hear. You can't use the excuse you can't hear if you can argue. If you're asking DMG to stop your time, then you can obviously hear. And then my second point I'm gonna make, because I'm sick of this stuff, man. And this has been going on far too long. If no scientist and no psychologist behaves this way, she should have rolled this whole thing out, and at least at the end of the day, if she didn't feel like she won, conceded, or at least left it to the judges. But at the end of the day, I don't think no champion should ever leave the platform. Period. So there's no question if said won or not. She left. She completely left the venue. All right. So at the end of the day, that's all I want to put in there. But it was a good debate up until that question and answer round.
She did the same shit she accused him of doing. When he would ask a question, she start, what? Huh? All that. So then when he did it, she wanted to cry about this shit. Man, I get so sick of her and her bullshit, and all you motherfuckers be fucking patting her on the back for that bullshit. Fuck that shit.
I'm talking about the
Give a
Man,
fuck.
information.
man, man.
I
We
ain't
talking
here
about
to.
the debate.
I'll
I
give
ain't
a
here to
fuck.
talk.
She's crying about shit.
Crying
Either
and
one of
shit.
their feelings, I
Crying
don't really care about.
and
It
Give
ain't
a
no
cancer
fuck.
type
feelings with
shit.
me.
Since we
I'm
talk
talking about
about
the
I
astrology.
information.
don't give a fuck. I
I'm
said what I
talking
said. Fuck her.
about. That's your personal grief for her. I'm talking about the information. I'm talking about the information. You know
No,
what
Her
I'm
because
saying?
you
information is
got people out
fucking
here
wrong.
flexing
No,
credentials and
no,
things like that, man. They putting all kind of muscle behind credentials, and they behave this way on the platform.
bro,
I'm
I'm
sick
not
of
got
it.
nothing to do with
I'm
none of
sick
that.
of
I'm
it.
talking about the information that was
I'm talking
presented
about
in
the
the
Right, the
debate.
information too.
information,
She
but
completely
no, because when
bailed.
you're in the
She
debate, that is
completely
when
bailed.
he's saying is something that you have to look at though. The decorum in the debate, the decorum afterwards. You know what I'm saying? How you do
They
shit
did
like
exactly the
that
same
is
tactic
something.
to each
Yeah.
other. She just
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
handle
yeah,
it.
I agree with that. I agree
She
with they did the
crumbled under
same
the
stuff.
pressure.
Right.
She
She couldn't
crumbled
take
under
it.
the pressure. They both came with the
Crash
same
out
tactics.
queen.
She crumbled under the pressure.
She a
We have to
crash out.
accept that for what it is. Come on, family. We can't make excuses.
No, I ain't making no excuses. I was only talking about the information. I don't care about none of their feelings or how they feel.
I
Look,
mean, a
I'm
lot of
talking
a
about
lot of a lot of people. This is the thing. I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just be 100 with you. Some people who have their beliefs, they will masquerade and put science or history within their beliefs, and they'll try to justify and take the spooky out of it when they try to put the spooky in it. Um, if you really look into just what the individual was trying to portray as you went to the same and factual, you would see a lot of spooky things that had nothing to do with what Sid was trying to talk about. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, if you caught it, a lot of people caught it. A
I
lot of
caught
people
it.
caught it. You know, because I'm
I
just
caught
saying, because like, listen, that Dogon shit was prevalent. It was prevalent all through that debate. Man.
Hey,
What
hey,
is
hey,
But
who
happening?
was
listen,
it?
I
Who
think we all
was
caught the spookism. I think we all caught the spookism, Craig.
Yeah.
And also, you know, when we dealing with spookism, man, now you diving into the realm of pseudo. And
See,
this
I
is
don't
Let me
check
say
this.
this real quick. One thing we got to understand is it was two belts on the line. It was two belts on the line. So I had two belts on the line. You feel me? And my computer just shut off for some point. Man, I'm gonna call DMG or Craig and at least finish that and my closing out. What happened
that's
to
right.
your closing out?
So look, real quick,
That's right, Super Wavy. You a man with integrity.
In the sister defense, and this ain't got nothing to do with smart comments because that still pissed me off. But I'm saying this in her defense. She did text and say she couldn't connect her audio, she couldn't hear us, and her daughter was crying because she was yelling. So if she felt she couldn't come back, and that was the case because you could hear her baby in the background. If that was the case, that's certainly understandable. What I'm talking about in terms of me being in my bag is all the smart shit after I did what I was asked to do. So I still ain't excusing that. But I am saying if the reason she couldn't come back on is because she had a hard time getting connected and then she had to tend to a child, then I can understand that.
Hey, DMG, let me ask this quick question. I can understand the technical difficulties, but she knew about this debate in advance. Why not get a sitter for your baby or someone that can tend to your child so that you can actually conduct your debate? You see what I'm saying?
Not even
Hey,
that,
hey, Ru, we
man.
ain't
That
gonna get
whole
into we ain't gonna get into all that. Hey, Ru, we
No,
ain't
yeah,
gonna get
yeah, yeah.
into it.
no.
Why?
That's
I come
something.
out of
Yeah, that's
pocket,
something
man. I'm
totally
just saying.
different. But I think it
We
was.
ain't gonna.
I
I have
think
my hand up.
that whole goddamn "I can't hear you" was a ploy bullshit because she was crashing the fuck out, losing her fucking cool, doing that same. Said a question, said attempts to answer. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Whoa! Why can't we hear what he got to say? Oh, he answered it. Then next question. All right, that's enough. Why are you only allowing the man 3 seconds to fucking answer a question? Is it because you really know that he's gonna answer it or he's gonna cry? What? I don't get that. That
Well,
makes no sense to me when people do that.
she controls the
Hey,
question
but that was
answering.
if that was her strategy, that's a strategy though.
Right. She
Everybody has a
controls.
Hey,
strategy. They do
let's go
check
to
around.
Yeah, but check it out. That strategy is senseless. It's a waste of our time.
I want to go to Honey Clark and then I want to go to Jose Francis.
Hi, people. So I understand that y'all got a lot of personal feelings and stuff, but forget that because I like the information and I saw a lot of information that was wrong. And so, like I said to everybody in the chat, maybe I should turn my mic up a little bit. If you want to debate me on this, you can. Don't tag my name in the chat and just want to yap, yap, yap. I'm a debater. We can debate it right here on this channel. So if you want to debate me on this, go ahead. We can set that up. You ain't got to keep yapping to me. All right, that's all. But do a good job.
If I take that debate, I'm using Ced's information.
And you gonna die with it.
She gonna get
Okay.
washed.
Jose
You
Francis,
gonna
man,
die with it.
you want to tap in?
Jose.
Yeah, good night. What's up?
What's up, Doc?
I think that astronomy and astrology were one and the same at one point in the minds of ancient people. Science and religion were once what they didn't make any separation.
Any responses?
I
I'm
agree.
waiting. I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me how they were because She didn't even explain how they were the same in her debate.
She
Well,
absolutely did. She did multiple times. She told
I
how they were the
didn't.
same discipline. She told how they were done by the same person, and she explained about all the different types of astrology. She
Mm,
explained that astrology is not just the zodiac. She did.
astrology is not. What else is it then? Since I missed that part, what
she
else is
explained,
astrology?
but what she explained was a lot of those sites that they showed have other meanings other than just physical meanings. They are quote unquote religious or spiritual sites. That's a fact.
So then are we? So then So is it safe to assume or presume that astrology is a religious idea or related to a religious? No, it is a religious idea. I'm not going to say related because y'all don't like words like relate and
Yeah, but
similar or close to. So it's safe to say astrology is a religious idea, right?
we could probably use that word for the sake of the conversation, but it
I
It's
wouldn't
a
mean,
have
philosophy. It's
been.
a philosophy. Well, they had it as philosophy in Greek, the same Greek he was using. They had
uh-huh.
astronomy as a philosophy because it was together with astrology. They
Okay,
had it
so
like that. So when it's like that, yeah, astrology itself, of course, the reason why it's considered a pseudoscience now is because it once was married with the science.
it's a pseudoscience
All
because
of their science back
it
then was
cannot
super.
be.
Whereas
It
Christianity is not a pseudoscience because it was always a religion.
All the
but
science back then
astrology.
was super spooky back then. So
But
I mean, it's
astrology
up in
is
the air really.
But that's the
astrology is
point,
a
Craig.
pseudoscience because
That's the point.
it is not a definitive science. There is no
It's
definitive
not a science at all. Not at
Hold
practice
all.
on.
to it.
Well, to us,
We
right? To
got
us now, it
we
wouldn't be
got
a science.
Sage the Savage in the building. Sage the
What's good,
Savage.
Sage?
Tap
Craig,
in.
Good evening, everyone. How's it going?
what's up, Sage?
Hey, little Hemi.
Stop playing with my name, sorry.
Never that, never.
Nah, but that is the point, Craig, because those people, like we differentiate it now because of how we understand stuff. We have more information, more technology,
Nah,
and we understand,
it's
hold on, let me finish. And we understand how astronomy became a science, right? That's astronomy became a science over time. When they were studying astronomy and astrology, it was not a science.
but
They was just going based off what they knew.
but check this out. I mean, you got to look at what Sid said. He had a different origin and point, and that's what people are ignoring.
But
I
he
don't
was
know.
just
Maybe
making
it's a
that up.
bias. Maybe it's a
Who cares
bias
about the
for
origin?
Sid. No, no, no. We have to care about the origin because that was Sid's point too.
You
He
have
showed
to,
a different point. I don't know. Maybe it's
right?
a
If the point
bias,
is
but
they were
well,
once
well, hold on, hold on.
together, they could have
I'm
started
not done. I'm
different,
not
couldn't
done.
it?
Hold up, right quick. Hold up.
Sorry,
The point is,
baby Craig.
at the end of the day, right? We have to look at Sid's point too. I can't just come up here and say I'm gonna rule out what Sid said in favor of Dr. Two Sweet and vice versa. We just got to be honest. Both of them bought a different point. You see what I'm saying? And they both had the research to back it up. Whether it's authentic or not, that's up to them to prove. But at the end of the day, man, it was a great debate. I wish it would have continued. I wish it
So
did.
So,
again,
so Craig,
I
when did
think
astronomy become a science?
You said, when did astronomy become a science?
Yeah, was it always a science, or did it evolve as a science over time?
I mean, to be real with you, bro, when from what I believe, don't quote me, I could be wrong, right? But from what I'm looking into it, right, it was always like the way it was. You just had different cultures who kind of put their blend of stuff because they had their beliefs with the stars and all these spirits and all this stuff, and they put the spooky in it, right? And I think
When you
that's why
say
people
that
get
blend, what
confused.
would have been that blend?
Religion,
Because we, so that
because
was
religion,
astrology, right?
because if you look at the actual study, it has nothing to do with religion.
So,
You see what I'm
bro,
saying?
but
That's
I'm
why I said
saying that.
divination earlier, because a lot of people don't understand. Just like the Dogon, they had their own form of astronomy, right? They had that, and that right there, that stuff was so spooky, so religious, so ritualistic. A lot of people feel like the Dogon knew about Sirius B, and no, they didn't.
But
Yeah,
You know what I'm
there is
saying?
a lot of influence
you
in
So
it.
just
hold on.
said
So
that they mixed it. You just said
let
that
me
they
ask you.
mixed the practices. Oh,
Let
go
me
When I
ask you.
ahead.
say
My bad.
mixed it, D, this is what I'm talking about, right? To us, it's a mixture, but to them, they feel as if it's
It was
legit.
the same,
So
right?
check this
That's
out.
the
No, you're not.
point.
No, 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 no. You're not getting me. You're not getting me, bro. I need you to really, really understand this. If I come from an environment full of science, I understand the stars and everything like that, and I see these primitives. They have their own form of astrology or astronomy, but it is rooted in their ritualistic practices, right? It's not the same as my advanced science that I practice. You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? And
That's
so
what,
what I'm trying to let you know is this, right? It is not even on the same level, and it's not the same. One
Let me
is
say
rooted
this right quick, because said
One's
something.
rooted in religion, and the other is rooted in mysticism. And science has no mysticism at all, so it can't be one and the same.
So
but
let
Well,
me
you
well, well
just,
Right.
said
but
something.
astronomy wasn't always a science. That's what I'm trying to get you to
I
understand.
didn't say that. I did
Check
not
this
say
out. Check
that.
this out.
Someone
Said
else said
something
that.
that was
How
actually
not
dynamic
Himmy?
during the debate. Said something during the debate that was actually dynamic. See, what they did is they did have early astronomy, and they used it for agriculture and things like that, right?
Right.
But they wasn't using it for fortune telling at first.
I
That
Right.
said
came
divination.
later.
so,
Right.
That's
Mm-hmm.
the whole key thing.
Right.
Astrology,
Actually, they
astrology
were. He said
came
that they were
after
using it for
astronomy.
rituals and things like that.
But
Yeah, but I'm saying
rituals
it was
and
never.
divination are not one and the same necessarily, though.
Right.
There could be
That's
a
what he said.
ritual of doing something habitually and it has nothing to do with divining or future telling or none of that.
But
Right.
it's not.
Exactly.
But it's not.
Exactly.
But is
Like
that?
she mentioned like where your sun and the moon signs is at
Yeah,
and things
but
like
that
that. So
astrology,
that came later.
astrology has that as well, though.
I know, but that came later. That's my whole point. That came later. What you had at first was basic, primitive astronomy, and
Right.
It
astrology
doesn't
was
matter if it
birthed
came
out of
later.
that.
It wasn't one and the same.
No, it wasn't one and the same.
No, it wasn't.
So y'all
That's
just
right.
said so when they was looking at the stars and they were applying these rituals to it, right? That's astrology. That's what we know as astrology, not
No,
astronomy.
No.
No,
That's
no.
not that's
there was
astronomy.
later things added to the celestial bodies
He said
and their
at the site in
alignments.
Naphtaliah, they were doing rituals and they were doing divination. And he said that wasn't astronomy.
He
That's
said
He said
astrology.
it wasn't
Did he
astrology,
say
and that is astrology. He
rituals
kept saying
and
astrology was only
divination or just
zodiac.
rituals?
What you say, Sage?
Did he say rituals and divination or just ritual?
He said it was rituals and divination, and he kept trying to say that. Yes, and he said
Well, let
rituals
me
and
say this:
divination were not astrology. He kept trying to say
I'm
rituals
gonna have
and
to go back
divination
and
were
see it
not
because
as a
I know
astrology,
that
student,
and
later
it is.
on
Both
in
of
the
them are.
debate,
I'm no
he
pastor.
pointed out the
I'm
fact
not
that
gonna claim to be
divination
an expert.
is what, is
right. I'm
what
gonna have to watch it
encompasses
again.
Look, I'm sorry,
astrology. I'm gonna have
I'm
to go
not
back
no
and look
expert,
at
but he
that.
did bring up ancient Egypt.
Hey, hold on. So are we saying rituals, having rituals, divination, astrology now?
I guess that's what they're
I
I'm
believe
saying.
asking
that's what
you.
they're saying.
That's
I
what they're
believe that's what
saying.
they're saying.
It was
Rituals,
back then.
yes,
Astrology
rituals
is
that
a
incorporate.
No,
divinatory
I keep talking
Yes,
about.
practice.
rituals that incorporate celestial bodies like the stars and planets are a common practice within many astrological traditions.
Y'all
Traditions.
keep thinking
But
about modern science.
astrology is a divinatory practice. If those rituals did not have
Astrology
the
has
divination component of it, then it wasn't like astrology. There was something separate. It might have been just a religious practice or a belief system, but not necessarily astrology.
Y'all doing everything to avoid
no
saying that they
examples
were
of
the same
astrological rituals like
You just
thing.
rituals often like astrological rituals is when you're doing things because of like a full moon or because of this that and the other because of the placement, right? You clean your house because of this that and the other. All of these things are in astrology, but had somebody researched actual astrology and not just thought astrology was zodiacs, then they would know that that is part of astrology.
Right.
Astrology is, oh my God, is about rituals.
I don't know. I feel like we need to have like examples of what like these certain rituals entail. Because if it didn't
Yeah,
have,
yeah.
none of that in it, then like we can't say that that's astrology.
She just gave
We
you
have
an
to
So,
know
example.
so,
exactly what
so
we're
what?
dealing with.
So what do the consensus say about not to apply? Is that astrology? Astronomy.
Astrology. You didn't say that.
it would have been both.
Would be both.
It would have been both.
Right. That's when they were the same.
Right.
That's the point.
I ain't never read that. I ain't never read that a day in my life. When I read the encyclopedia, it's
It's a,
astrology.
It's
I
astronomy.
never read that.
It's not the
Yeah, I
prior
never read
deals with
that.
astronomy. Astronomy. And then
Yeah,
you can look it up. It's
yeah
gonna say
But he
astronomy.
I
said
don't think
no.
it's
But we're looking at the
astrology.
debate.
I thought it was
What Cedrick
astronomy.
said, and Cedric said that it was astronomy, even though they did rituals and had divination. It wouldn't be called astrology because it wasn't
I
zodiacs.
still don't know about the
He kept
divination
thinking that
aspect, but I
astrology
know he
only
said
had to do with
rituals.
systematic astrology in Greek.
Right.
Let me, let
So,
me, let me. I could ask a
so
question.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me shut
Brother
up.
just mentioned serious.
Hey, yeah, let Jose take the flow right quick. Let Jose take the
Why don't
flow,
you
man.
start
Go
I
talking
ahead.
don't
over
know.
me?
I don't know if people are aware that they call serious doggone star for a reason, because those are the people who let them know where it was and showed modern scientists where it was. So they knew something clearly about astronomy. That is how they found the star. They call it the doggone star for a reason.
Oh,
Okay, so
You just make
let
it up.
me just add this. Apparently, some of these things can be attributed to like uh, star reading and calendar. You know, keeping track of a calendar some kind of way. I don't know. I don't. I'm just used
Agriculture,
to
agriculture, farming and
right, right.
agriculture. Yeah.
So if you're in a ritualistic, maybe they could have used it in a ritualistic way that way. Did that still make it astrology?
Nah,
I'm just
If it's
everybody
I'm
dealing with
trying to
stars,
I'm
if
trying
he's
to
dealing
wrap
with
my
stars and the
I'm trying
celestial bodies, then yes.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole
Well,
concept
it's, you
of
know,
rituals and divination that you guys are talking about because what I
well,
heard say is not what you guys are saying. So I
in
don't get it.
ancient in ancient Kemet, they used to use these particular seasons to deal with different festivals. One
Right.
factored
Okay.
into it. And they still do it today. The astronomical body deals with Easter.
But
You know, the moon has
but
something to do with tides.
but
Okay, but I've read that not to apply was used as like a burial site. Cause so would the rituals be like burial rituals? I don't
yeah,
think that would have nothing to do with
divination
astrology
talking to the
though.
dead. Talking to
Why?
the dead. They was talking to the dead.
modern
Why y'all keep saying it's not
scientific.
astrology? What makes it? What? So what do y'all
A burial
understand?
ritual is not astrology,
Hold on,
honey.
hold on. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about. I'm saying what do y'all define astrology as? Let's start there.
They think it's
Because
just zodiacs.
It's
Astrology,
a
as-
no. It's a divination practice.
divination is not astrology.
The specific position of whatever celestial object you're looking at determines some event in human life. That's what the
That's not
fuck I look at it as.
I can
so,
read the
so
not
definition.
divination.
The definition says the study of the movements and relative positions of celestial bodies interpreted as having an influence on human affairs in the natural world.
Right. Right. Things that affect human beings. Right. So yeah,
right.
we can
Well,
go right back to zodiac signs.
that's
No,
it's not
No,
just
because it
it's
don't have
zodiac.
to be a
Not
zodiac sign. If
It
necessarily.
doesn't
like
have to.
Timothy just
I
said,
get it.
wishing
It
on
could
a
be the
star,
sun. I get
wishing
it.
on
It
a
could be the
star
moon.
is astrology.
I know the moon being closer and all that. Yeah. I get it. I know
A
the moon
full moon
affects the
makes people go
tides. Yeah,
crazy.
I get it. I get it. However, most times it's
So
generally dealing with human behavior as opposed to those heavenly bodies and how they're positioned and how
that's
close they
now.
are to the earth and all that shit, right?
That's now, Paul. That's now.
No,
Once so
okay,
once
but
when
you
the
just
start, it was
I'm
like
just
this.
gonna say there's a difference between looking at heavenly bodies to determine when it's the best time to like plant your crop versus I don't know, it's a lucky time or whatever to elect a new
right,
ruler. I think that, there's a difference.
right,
I think one is astronomy, the other one is astrology. And I think
right,
we are getting some concept muddled
but there
here.
is a
right.
there
I
is
would
some
Okay,
agree.
and the question is where they once were together.
legitimacy to saying that the moon and these things do affect physical things. They say the moon affects the tide, so there is some science that other than just I'm being spooky and I'm throwing something on the ground and doing a ritual. There's something to it as well. There's
Right.
Mm,
definitely something to that.
all right.
They didn't just make it up.
Okay. So that would be astrology, not astronomy, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
Sage, you were saying something, honey?
I don't
Somebody,
know.
or was that honey? I think that was honey about to say something. Somebody was saying something. But I don't know.
But we
I
need to
just
be
thought
aware that etymologically science and philosophy mean the same thing. You do know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you look them up, they mean the same
Yep.
thing. So there's no difference between science and philosophy according to the actual meaning of the word. No
Right.
difference. It means the same
Right.
thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Philosophy.
yeah.
Right.
That
Philosophy.
part of
Philosophy is a
yeah, that
science.
part of, yeah, they all start out the science. So I could agree on that one, but I think astronomy and astrology, me personally, for my research, they was different.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they wouldn't be named two different things if they was once and the same, right?
Right. But
Because
what
a
they're
lot of
I
people
just
don't
think that
get.
back in the day, they
Nah,
also
but
had different
but
applications
Dr. T
too.
said in the 1700s is with the white man, I guess,
Oh, the
split it,
infamous
right?
white
Yeah.
man. The infamous
Yeah, the
white
white
man.
man split it in 1700. It was all the same to me.
Oh,
You
the
know,
infamous white man.
I don't know. I
So,
wonder about
But
the Chinese
why is astrology considered a pseudoscience?
because you
because
cannot use the scientific method with it. It's
right.
just
Well,
you
why is
You
it
can't
considered a pseudoscience and not a belief if it was never a science?
because,
because
like, check
no
it out. Hold on, real quick, Paul. You can't use any of the scientific method with astrology. You just can't. There's a lack of evidence. There's various things you
Okay.
cannot
Astronomy
prove.
became a science. Listen,
That's
they
cool, but
found
listen to what I'm asking you because you're not answering
I
what I'm
heard. I
asking
heard
you.
what. I heard what you
Why is
said.
it
they
considered a
keep making it.
pseudoscience if it was never considered a science? Because if it was going to be just a belief, it would have came out as a religion the way Christianity is, the way the Islam is, the way everything else is.
well
It's not considered a belief. It's
the
considered a
reason is
pseudoscience because it was
the,
once
the
considered a science.
Okay.
it's considered a pseudoscience because it is based on the planets and the moon, the heavenly bodies. Once you start doing that, that's about the closest to astronomy it's going to get. Looking at
What?
heavenly bodies, I'm gonna say it again.
Listen,
Astrology, the
what you just
closest it
said was
gets to.
pseudo.
Hold on, sweetie. I know. So I'm gonna try to clear it up. All right, because it deals with the heavenly bodies. Most times that's where you get the astronomy connection, but that's only because you're using heavenly bodies to tell something. Astrology, that's where you get your zodiac sign shit from, the fucking goddamn Big Dipper, Little Dipper, and all that bullshit. That's where you
The
get that
zodiac stuff
bullshit
is
from.
new, Paul.
Okay,
Like,
so
why y'all
Paul,
keep
why don't
saying
you look up was astrology ever under
I
astronomy?
did,
Like was
I
it ever
did,
a
and
science?
I looked up if it was ever
Can
astronomy,
I
and it said no, it was
can I
related, not
can,
the same.
can I say this right quick? Check this out. Like, we got to understand, when you cannot practice a scientific method with something like astrology, right? Like, for example, a lot of people don't understand with astrology, they do things like astral projecting the star, or you get stronger under the moonlight under August of the first week. That type of stuff. You can't replicate that with science. You see me? It's not it see if they were really once one and the same, right? Just check this out. They wouldn't be named two different things. They wouldn't. It's point blank easy to
Yeah.
understand. One people were advanced and they used the stars to map out where to travel. They were nomadic. The other people felt like they're appeasing the star gods, or it was a form of heaven. You
But
know,
but
it's
that's not but that's not entirely true.
it's
The
a
ancient
caveman practice. I'm sorry,
no, ancient
hunter
cult
gatherer practices.
the ancient cultures did not see them as different. There was no difference between what we call science and spirituality in the African culture. They didn't see them as different. They merged them together. And that's why when you look at deities like Ra, Ra could mean sun, Ra could mean day. It doesn't just have an esoteric meaning. Heru could mean the deity, and Heru could mean day. And they're connected to other signs as well. You have to look at that and understand that. They wasn't just talking crazy. They knew what they were saying.
Hey, hey,
They
but
definitely
wasn't that during the Greco-Roman years of Egypt that they started coming up with astrology that we keep on talking about?
there was, I will say it again, they had both of them in working in conjunction with each other because if you look at Ra, Ra represented the sun, and the other deities represented other aspects of nature. because they told you
So
rock.
so so so
Okay, but
so
would
so
that not
if you
be
deify
okay?
if you deify the sun, if you deify the sun, that's
That's
uh
astrology, yes.
I don't think that's
if you
astrology
deify
because it's
the
still missing
The
sun,
that
definition
divination
of
component.
I
astrology,
was
the
denying.
definition of
I thought
astrology
that was strawberry
is
tipping. I thought
We
we
you're
can
talking
go back
about
to the
interpreting that
shit.
celestial
definition.
bodies, the celestial bodies have an influence on the natural world. So
That's
yes, if you're
astrology.
praying to the sun and you're doing anything to the sun, yes, because that's a celestial body, and you think
You
it's
think
going
it
to have
has
an
an
effect
effect on your
on the
life?
natural world.
But you're missing the part of the definition where astrology is a divination practice.
That's not
So
part of the
what?
definition.
I didn't
What
see
you're
that
saying is not
definition
part
as
of the
well.
definition.
We can go back and revisit that too. That's fine.
Just look it
I'm
up
like, I
right
just
now.
read it. The study of
Hey,
the
hey,
ancient
hey,
and relative
hey, hey,
conditions of celestial bodies interpreted as having an influence on human affairs in the natural world. I mean, I'm reading. I didn't make it up.
But where does that say divination in there though?
It don't.
Like that was a definition I read. We could find
Yeah,
another one.
but
But
does
that's why I said was lying in a debate, and y'all thought I was just saying it because he was saying stuff that didn't really apply.
What
divination is
source?
not
We can find one that does have it. That's what I'm saying. We can find another one.
We can't say he was lying, Henry. You can't do that.
If
That's
it's
kind of
not
that's extreme, bro. That's extreme.
okay, I won't. Okay, he was giving misinformation then.
Hold up, he
Okay,
didn't
this is
lie. I just
from
found it.
Britannica.
I just
It says
found it.
astrology, the type of divination that involves the forecasting of earthly and human events through the observation and interpretation of the fixed stars, the sun, the moon, and the planets. This is from Britannica. So if anybody wants a link or whatever, I can
Right,
drop that.
right. And I just asked Google. I just, you know me, I had to ask Google because I don't have books like that. Yes, astrology is generally considered a form of divination.
Okay, now ask Google this. Since you like Google,
Y'all
ask
having a
type
Google
it.
That's
battle?
what
Well,
you like,
Y'all
Google.
having a Google
nah,
battle?
because I want him to use Google. I want you to ask Google
I mean, he
exactly
said
this.
that Google was an authority, so
Right. So
I
ask
mean, why
Google.
not?
No. Stop. Ask Google where astronomy and astrology once the same. And
I've
see what
already asked it, and I'm going to tell you what it said.
it
They
says.
were closely related. Does
Now you
not say
lying on
the
Google.
same.
Now you lying on
It
Google.
says
And type it in
closely
right now.
related, not the same, brother. There's a big difference in that.
okay, yeah, now you're lying because when you ask it, it says in ancient times before the scientific revolution, astronomy and astrology were essentially the same discipline, or at least intertwined. Both fields were focused on understanding and predicting events by studying the movements
I'm
of
lying.
celestial bodies.
Okay.
As scientific
Okay.
methodologies developed, astronomy evolved into a science, while astrology became a pseudoscience.
So it's
Okay.
I'm
predicting
just saying
events,
that's what
not
Google just said
Okay.
when I put
divination.
that
Okay.
in
So
there.
hold on,
I
honey.
have a
Since she
question.
said
Is
I'm lying,
predicting
right?
events not
Hold on.
divination?
She no,
Hold on.
hold on. She said I was
Okay.
lying. So let me screenshot this and then I'm gonna send it to her. Now you tell me if I'm lying.
So
Because
Google.
maybe your Google telling you something my Google ain't telling me.
no.
hey, hey.
Asked a different
Okay,
question.
Paul. Sit there, Paul. Let's say talk, and then we're gonna swing it over to nobody. Nobody still on here.
You gotta let Sage was saying something.
Um,
Then you let nobody.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I
We're
was
gonna let
saying
Sage talk.
is predicting events not divination by like practice.
Okay. Reformed.
You said is it?
Yeah. We gonna get down to this shit, y'all. We gonna get
Because the
down to it.
definition that was just read said predicting events. Would that not be divination?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
mystical.
divination is a part of astrology. That's my interpretation of it or understanding of what was just read. I'm just
Is divination a part of astronomy?
No,
astrology.
I asked a question. I said, is it a part of astronomy?
Nah,
no,
Because
bro.
he was
No.
saying when they was predicting it, right? When they was using it to predict when they could sow their crops and do all that stuff. What was that? That was astronomy or
That's
astronomy?
it. That's
that was
science.
burying rituals.
Huh?
Yeah, they were doing burying rituals too,
I'm
bro.
not talking.
Like
I'm not talking about.
uh,
I asked specifically
with that
about
with that
crops.
divination.
Yo. So
Bro,
when
that's okay. Hear me, hold up. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, bro.
I know what you're trying to say, Hemi, but no, it's not the same. It's not divination.
that's what I'm
If
trying
you
to tell
look
you.
in the
You wouldn't
sky
call
or
that
whatever, you like
astronomy,
this time of year, it's the best time of
right?
year to
Right.
plant crops. That is not
Right.
divination.
Right.
But you just said it was when you applied it to astrology.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
But
did. You said does if it's predicting something, if predicting the outcome, divination. That's what you said, right? And that's how you
So,
apply
but
it to
do
astrology.
astrology?
But when it comes to
Do they
astronomy, you
use
don't want to say
astrology
it's
for
divination.
farming?
What
Do
you
they
say?
use astrology for farming?
You said do they use astrology for farming?
Yeah, for farming. Yeah.
Yeah, back then. Well, if we talk about in ancient times when they considered it the same thing, yes.
I said,
Right
did
now,
they use
today,
yes,
yes.
but now we realize that there's
farming? Astrology farming?
Yeah, I just told
Oh,
you.
what about a
Y'all got
calendar?
to stop thinking.
No.
We have way more information today, right? And I think that's how y'all are thinking. Is
No,
that
no,
I
no,
was
no. What about ancient calendars? What about ancient calendars?
Yeah, like the Mayan
Did they use
and
astrology? Did they use astrology to come up with ancient calendars?
yeah.
let's even look at
Oh no,
navigation, right?
I
Let's
ain't never heard
hold on
that.
right quick.
I
Let's
ain't
let's
never heard
even
that.
let's even look at navigation, right? When you had a lot of nomadic people traveling, did they
Mhm.
use astrology for that?
they could have used both.
They use astronomy.
They could have used both.
Oh,
Cause I mean, cause like man, this is why I keep bringing up the Dogon, right? They used astrology with their beliefs, thinking they were star spirits and stuff like that, right? And
No,
then you had other
no,
mhm.
people
no.
on the other side of the world. They were
That's
just
not what they
looking up
said.
the stars, looking at the seasons, and say, "Oh, I can see the North Star this time of year. It must be close to winter." You know, they didn't do
They
no
they was they
spooky.
was a religion though, Craig. That was part of their creation story. I ain't giving them astrology. I ain't giving
So,
them astrology.
I
But they
know, I
but
knew
look,
know.
astronomy too.
Man, that's a religion, bro. That was a religion.
It is religious,
But
you
they
know,
look,
but
knew
you know,
astronomy.
a lot of people
look.
mix it.
Look, but y'all keep talking about the 2025 definitions that we have for these two terms. Y'all got to think back to ancient times when they didn't have as much information as we have today. They
Well,
were the same thing. So that's why the astronomer and the astrologer were the same exact person.
they weren't.
Says who?
That's cap.
Says who? Says who?
That's
Hold
not
on.
cap.
They didn't have as much information back then as we got now.
Well,
That's
Says
why
who?
that's why astronomy evolved as a science over
Bro,
time.
they
It
Because if
wasn't
you talk,
always.
I'm just using an example. If you talk to Dr. Tusley, she'll say they knew more back then than
yep.
we know today.
They
hear
had
me.
So,
the
so,
Hear me.
so,
ancients were
so
wiser.
What you
I'm
You
say?
know that's
yeah.
crying.
not true, right? Hear me.
Huh?
You know that's
I'm
not
just
true,
using
right?
it for example. I'm
I
just using
can't
it
hear you
for
because every
example.
time you
So,
go talk, Craig starts screaming. What you say?
Hear me. What you just said is not true because it's
What?
proved to the dog on that they knew something modern science didn't know. They knew where the
What?
stars were and they showed.
I'm just talking about as far as definitions and stuff. I'm not. I clearly they knew something because they were able to predict these things. That's not
We
what
can't.
I'm. I'm not talking about they was completely ignorant. I'm just talking about with technology, how we define these things and stuff like. They didn't know that back then. They seen this stuff as the same exact thing
Of
when they
course.
were doing. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So, right.
I want to say this though. Like we
That's
I hear
that's
everybody
exactly
talk
right.
about definitions, but we gotta be careful in the context of what the definition is being used because you got some people
You,
just because the definition for scientist is research and understanding data, people run around calling themselves a damn scientists. You know what I'm saying? But we know it's a requirement to be a scientist. You know, you have to have certain things done. So what I'm
By
saying is this, right?
definition, no, it's not.
But hold on, I'm just saying this is some of the definitions I've seen people been misusing. There we go. I can't say using. But
you
my
do know.
thing is this though. Check this out right quick. We have to look at the fact like this. In the ancient times, right? You had people that were doing weird star worship like the Dogon, and you had people that were nomadic with just looking up the stars just to travel and stuff like that. There's a difference between divination and navigation. A huge difference. One is religious, one's not.
But we have to understand there's a difference between a meaning and a definition. A meaning is the linguistic origin of the word. The definition is the way we use the word now in the English language. And they're usually two different things.
'Cause
You
I
have to
want to
understand.
Because I do want to say this though, 'cause we are talking about ancient times, period, right? But we got to understand this. It's funny that one people would just use astronomy, early forms of astronomy, right, And they're not doing no formal worship, no rituals, no anything. They're just using it for means of travel and to understand the seasons. When you have another side of people being highly religious, making star offerings and astral projecting to the heavens, totally different.
Yeah, but it was
Hey, hey,
deeper than
hey,
that. Though. It was
hey, but another thing that I like
I'm sorry,
that was
Felicia.
brought up.
How you doing?
Another thing I like that was brought out in the debate was proto astrology and proto astronomy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, because we do have both of them terms. Did meet up at one point, right? Where astrology came first, right? The study of I guess the astros, right? Uh, so it did come, but that was during the Greek philosophy days when they was
yep,
together. Because we look at etymology, that one was together. They combined it with their practices.
yep,
So can
exactly.
I read something right quick, Craig? Both of the Craigs.
Go ahead.
This is from Pablo Rosado. He has a PhD in astrophysics. All right.
It don't mean shit.
This,
He got a PhD. He might be a pseudo with a PhD. Go ahead,
I
read
mean,
it, read it.
all right. He says it turns out that for hundreds of years there was actually no difference between astrology and astronomy. In fact, important figures like Ptolemy, Galileo, Kepler, or Brahe, some of whom we consider the fathers of astronomy today, believed in astrology. After all, they had no better scientific alternatives. But around the 17th century, the two began to diverge, and today they mean very different things. That's his opinion
all
on this
right.
topic.
But
Okay,
So
that
so
he
check it
said,
out. But you
but
heard
that
what
doesn't
Ratchet said
disagree.
though, and that goes with what Ratchet said.
what?
How they put it with their belief. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
But that's what makes them. That's why so is that goes into what Honey said. The reason why astrology today is considered a pseudoscience is because it was intertwined with something that is actually a science, which is astronomy, and astronomy broke off and went its own way, and astrology broke off and
Okay.
went its
All right.
own way.
This is what y'all both are not understanding. They were
What?
always separate, right? So people with the belief of astrology put the science of astronomy into their belief. You have a lot of religions that do that all the time. They'll take things from science and put it into their belief to redefine it. And then he said during that time, you was mentioning Greek individuals, right? During that time, they were doing that. You feel me?
So
So
I think belief comes first, and then
what?
science follows. I think you starts with the belief that something exists, something is happening, and then you can apply science
yeah,
later
I mean,
on.
with philosophy,
The human brain. Hey, hold on, the human brain make predictions, bro,
Right. You
automatically,
investigate
right?
the belief.
Right, but I'm
Yeah,
saying I
yeah,
think everything
yeah, yeah,
starts with
yeah.
the belief first. Like that's what
So,
I'm saying.
so we don't believe anyway. That's given. Homo sapiens believe, bro. That's how we hear. But and we able to survive. But my point is, so belief is natural, right? That's natural. But we talking about something that obviously is a study today. It's rituals. I'm talking about not ritual like brushing your teeth every day ritual, but actually it's a divination in it. And we just try to get down to the bottom of it. And me, I could clearly see the distinction between the two. Me personally,
yep,
uh, do I think they once to decide? Yeah, it merged sooner or later, but I do think I think it was that's the only science I think that came first, the astronomy. That's the only
yep,
science I think.
yep,
Like yeah, the rest of them, it was all a part of the ritual practice, like medicines, the different medicines we get. All them started at the same time based off belief. Like
yeah,
these, take these herbs and they go heal you, but it might be maybe deed.
yeah.
So
It just the proof's in the pudding. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna take just one simple Google, answer. You got to go and dig for that. Cause a lot of people do get it, confused.
Yeah, but you have but when you look at ancient Kemet and you start to hear the creation stories, you understand that they definitely knew something about astronomy. They wasn't just making up something in their own head. They didn't make it up. They talk about Ra coming from the noon, and the noon is the universe. and he created everything from
But
himself.
that's a creation story, though. That's a creation story.
Say it again.
That's a religion, brother. That's a religion.
But listen to what I'm saying to you. They knew about the universe because they called the universe the noon. It was the watery womb that he came out of. They didn't just make that up. If you read the stories, you'll understand that. They tell you he came from the cosmos and he created everything from himself. He created himself and created everything else from himself. They didn't just make it up. It wasn't all, yeah, I'm spooked out now. I didn't know nothing. We know that. We can see that. Because if it was all spooky, they wouldn't have built an observatory to observe the stars. They would have just built temples and started praying and throwing things on the ground. We know that they knew something was out there.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Wade.
Just to be clear, a lot of people saying, was it about the start? Did they start together? What was the debate about? This is the face-off.
The good doctor state her position first.
Yeah. Why don't you go first out too, sweet? Yeah.
That's fine. So hey everybody. So how we got here, how the conversation even came up, is because we were having a conversation about astrology and astronomy. They came in the conversation. Someone asked him a question, and me and Tiffany had to school him on astrology and astronomy, starting off as one thing and then being separated later.
All right, so she said starting off as one thing and then being separated later.
Thank you very much.
Right there, she claiming that they started off at the same age.
Right there.
That clearly demonstrated a timeline of over 4,000 years difference between astronomy and astrology.
No, she said they started off as one thing and separated later.
And I clearly demonstrated with the chronology in both Egypt and in Mesopotamia. All right. In Egypt, we see no astrology until the 4th millennium BCE, brought in by the Greeks. The Greeks who got their astrology, their proto-astrology from the Babylonians. The Babylonians established their astrology around the 5th millennium BCE. It was complete. The earliest science is in the 18th century BCE, but their astronomy begins 2900 BCE. So in both cultures, you have a distinction between the two development. If we look at the region, you see between Doctah, the first science of astronomy versus the first science of astrology in Mesopotamia with the Immanuelish, you have 3,700 years difference. There's clearly a distinction between development, and the consistency with the argument conflating deification with divination is simply a flawed point of reasoning. Even Francesca Rochberg points this out. No, they are not equivalent. They're distinct. Without omens, deification, without omens, without predicting personal development, you're not talking about astrology. And you cannot confuse a ritual astronomy with anything that has to do with astrology. Do some research. Don't argue.
So when did astronomy become a science?
Go watch the slides.
No, I'm asking you a question now. I watched the whole debate. You came to have a discussion. If you don't want to answer it, just say you don't want to answer it. But you're not going to. Okay.
So next.
All right, then. Be quiet. That don't make sense. Don't tell me go watch the slides. You came because you act like you want to be a part of the discussion. That ain't no stupid question.
Scared as fuck.
That ain't no stupid question. That ain't no stupid question. Was it always a science? Yes or no?
You're scary. You just researched all of this. This should be at the top of your head.
Like, what are you talking about? The first science of
when did astronomy become a,
that's like saying the first human. When did we see the first human? It gradually developed. When we quantify it, when we use these terms,
that's the answer I was looking for.
Did you look at the debate? So let me answer your question.
Yes, I watched the debate.
I'm about to answer
you. You dumb. You dumb. You dumb.
Science has always been here. Have we put a title on it, way back then? then it's being science. Maybe not, but science has always been
No, it
around
hasn't. No, it hasn't. That's
per
why
se.
it
Hold
built
on,
up.
y'all getting rowdy. Y'all need to calm down.
That's
Hold
why
on,
it started
hold
built
on.
up.
Y'all getting a bit
No, it
rowdy.
hasn't
Hold
always been
on.
around.
Let's chill.
Is
Real
No,
quick.
science has
Let's
always been around until we were able to categorize it as actually being science.
Said doesn't believe
No,
it.
no, I was getting rowdy after he done called him dumb and said all this other shit and told him
let's chill. I heard what he
it was
said.
getting rowdy. It was
Y'all
getting
didn't get
rowdy
out.
when
Everybody
he
mute
got
the
around.
fuck up.
I didn't start
Everybody
the
mute
debate.
up.
That's the
You.
responsibility of him.
Everybody mute up. Everybody talking at the same fucking time. I can't hear shit. Said was a featured debater in the debate that this is supposed to be the aftermath of. I want to hear from him right quick if I can, without anybody else fucking talking.
Astrology as a science, when you codify it, has nothing to do with the debate. We are talking about the origins. Again, all during the debate, I talk about the earliest science of astronomy, which is in 1600 Mesopotamia with the beginning of omens. You do not see full development of astrology until the 5th millennium BCE. At that time, at that point in time, you have mathematical calculations, you have real observations, you have quote unquote astronomy as an established science. It continued to evolve over time. And as we got more and more technology, we start to codify it more and more so. However, when do we know astronomy began? The first evidence of astronomy is 5500 BCE with Nabta. To quote the scientists again, the first evidence of structural and with intent development of tracking the stars for agricultural purposes, we see in Nabta. Argue with the scholars, don't argue with me.
You can't confuse astrological belief.
Hold on. Hemi was up next, and then whoever this was that was talking can go after him.
I showing ChatGPT. I'm sitting right here answering you at just the debate. So I don't need ChatGPT. I don't have my shirt on. That's why my screen's not open. But I just did the debate. I can repeat word for word what I just said in the debate. But maybe it went over your heads. That's not on me. And if you insist on confusing deification with divination, that's on y'all. But again, Francesca Rochberg, go to her book, page 23. You can't equate the two. Once you do not have omens, which you only see in Mesopotamia in the 1600s, right? You're not talking about astrology. Again, you try to confuse it, but that was my opening slide. Why? Because that is the standard mistake that amateurs and pseudos make. So the rebuttal was my first slide up. I knew what y'all was going to come with, conflating these principles. Simple.
Go ahead, hear me. Everybody else mute up.
So said in the debate, you said that modern sciences separated the two practices later on, right? Based on what?
I never said that. I never said that. I even illustrated that in the second century CE, the astronomer Herempitus declared astrology to be a baseless art. That's in the 2nd century. That distinction was always known. So again, where's this claim coming from? What we saw in the debate is the misuse of terminology. When we look back at the ancients, when they didn't have these terminologies, what we are going to do is a scientific endeavor. We are going to investigate and look at the distinction. And what did the scholars say? We can see the distinction in the text. These are mathematical and computational, and these are purely spiritual. A distinction in the text themselves. So I don't know how you can notice the distinction.
Listen, Sid, but I think that's the mistake that we make a lot of times we apply modern thought to ancient times, right? That's unfair to us and to those people back then. You can't apply modern thought to ancient times. It don't work like that. We have way more information, way more technology, all that different stuff. So you can't apply modern
You're
thought to
applying
ancient times.
anachronism incorrectly because, again,
No, I'm not. That's what you're
their
doing.
texts themselves, right? If you look at the first text, the Anisikwa text, that is all astronomical, right? There is no divination in those texts. We see when the divination aspect begin within their writing. So what you're doing right now is speculation, where the scholars can actually see how the two develop distinctly. So given your emotional rhetoric and misapplying the concept of anachronism is again misappropriation, because the scholars themselves indicate the distinction between
we full, so I'm a dip. Hey, we full, so I'm a dip. I'm gonna let Aunt Juju come up here. Appreciate y'all.
All right, wait. All right, Juju, beat you to it. So I'm gonna drop off. Craig, nobody, hold it down. Shout out to everybody that jumped up. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the God Killer. Gullah, after Hemi respond, I want to go to Gullah and then the boy Reloaded.
Hey, good job in that debate though, DMG.
That's what's up. I appreciate it, Doc.
Said stop you being emotional. I ain't attacked you. I ain't said nothing about your character. I ain't did nothing. Stop with the ad homs, bro. We discussing information. You feel me? You ain't gotta keep talking about I'm dumb. I'm emotional. I'm all that shit unnecessary, bro. We just discussing this information. I disagree with your information, and that's that. You feel what I'm saying? Don't attack me because I ain't attacking. What do you mean? How? We had this discussion. Unc, we had this. You and I had this discussion in the back.
You got beat up. You gonna act like you ain't
you lying. Why you lying? Why you trying to act like now you lying? Huh?
Whoa, let me say this. No, everybody, hold on.
Hold on. Let me just.
It's Gullah's turn.
Let Gullah go, but I think you reading that Bible go. You can't eat the Bible, bro, and survive.
This ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Hey, keep the Bible out your mouth. It ain't got nothing to do with the Bible.
Finish up. Hemi, finish your point, and then we're gonna go to Gullah.
Nah, I'm done. Go ahead, Gullah, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is, man, that divination is not. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we hear you.
I make sure. Hey, divination is not
reification.
Yeah. Divination is not astrology proper. It'd be considered proto-astrology because it's a broader sense. It's older and it's not actually astrology. Astrology is a specialized system that was created by the Babylonians. It's not astrology proper. It'd be a sense of proto-astrology, which is way broader. And it is a thing. And it is a thing called proto-astrology. I don't know who said it ain't. You need to look that up. You know what I'm saying? It's a thing that does. It is an actual thing that scholars use.
Hey, Hemi.
Why it's called proto-astrology? Why?
It was an early form of astrology. It wasn't perfected.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Everybody
I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping.
That's the stuff that was dealt with in Mesopotamia.
I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping.
So when you look at the astrology proper developed, that
Gullah just got done. Brother Unc is up next. Go ahead, Unc.
Hey, Hemi, I said you can't eat the Bible though. And you say what that got to do with the conversation? Listen, you can't even make up a Bible until you got your food right, yo. You can't even make a Bible until you get right and all that. So early hunter-gatherers, yo, if you was spooked out, your ass was dead. They had to find water, clothing, and shelter, bro. And you had to get enough of that before you could start spooking the hell out. It's just that simple. When I'm saying applying your spookism to your survivability, that's not to later on when people get spooked out. I guess it's going to do that. Man, that's when you got enough food to play that game. So early on in the Nile Valley, you had to track the rainy seasons. right? So you figured out what the summer solstice was. Rainy season, the monsoon rains was coming. I mean, then the grass gonna grow and we're gonna move the cattle, right? And man, we're gonna eat. They're gonna eat grain. We good. So you're not trying to worry about the heavenly bodies and how it affect you. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna say you're dead, bro, because we'd half our tribe done died. Listen to your crazy ass. Because we know nothing in the sky affect the biology. We know that. So we understand that right now. We understand that.
So you remember we had this conversation
let me finish, bro. You got beat the hell up.
You lying. Don't lie because we on live in front of all these people. Why you lying? But you lying right now. You wasn't saying I got beat up in the back.
I didn't have to say it in the back. I clearly showed you.
You didn't show me. Finish when you next,
Hemi, hold on. When I ever get on somebody live and say I beat you up if I didn't? Hemi, there's no hey, Hemi, where's your verifiable evidence that people was applying something to the heavenly stars that could affect their biology? No, you ain't no writing for you to even know that. You're speculating, but we do not have to speculate on those daggone stones. Those stones are speculative. And then when you look at the stones and see how the alignment is, which ain't even that good, right? It's proto-astronomy. When you look at that, you see, they kind of was trying to track the rainy season. Why is rainy season so important? It's about water, dude. You guessworking ain't gonna get you no water. You doing too much. That's why I said you can't eat the Bible. If they threw our black asses outside right now, you got a whole stack full of Bibles. We're gonna burn them motherfucker up for heat. We don't use it for heat, bro. We're not gonna sit in there.
Guessworking.
No, we not. The Bible's gonna be more valuable for fire. I'm not finished.
Guessworking
is the I got you. I'm not finished, Hemi. I'm not finished, Hemi. Right now, Hemi, I'm not finished. We're gonna use the Bible for fire.
We're not talking about the Bible right now.
Yes, I ain't talking about the Bible right now, Hemi.
I'll beat you up on the Bible.
Hemi, I'm talking about the Bible right now. If we was outside, you got to literally the Bibles.
Guesswork is the start of the guesswork is the start of the scientific method. That's how the scientific. So how does the scientific method start? Go.
You find it in Egypt.
But how does
just ask the question and answer.
Okay, so how does the scientific method
find it in Egypt?
It starts with so what's trial and error? What's trial and error,
It's not guessing.
Yes, the fuck. What?
You said
if there would be no error. If it's not guessing, there would be no fucking error.
No, bro. No, you made that up.
How am I making it up?
Because you're not guessing.
It's called trial and error.
No, trial and error is you think you got something right and it ain't, and it's not right. Trial and error is not guessing, yo.
It's not a stupid guess. It's an intellectual guess.
No, it's not, man. You said the scientific method, now you're moving it, bro. You don't even know where the early forms of scientific method come from.
Are you listening?
I'm telling you, don't know where the early form of the scientific method comes from. No, I'm talking about the scientific method. Stay there, Hemi.
The scientific method.
Where's the first rudimentary form of the scientific method at, Hemi?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hemi, where is the rudimentary form of the scientific method?
Listen to what I'm saying. If I'm trying to discover, if I'm coming up with what gravity is, because I seen a fucking apple fall off the tree. I'm guessing at this point. Listen to what I'm saying. I see something fall. My first thought, I seen it with my eyes, but now I'm guessing at why this happened. Right? Then I start doing research. Then I start listening to what I'm saying.
It's an educated guess.
It's still guess. I said it's educated, but it's still a guess.
It's not just a guess.
An educated guess is still a guess.
Nah, man, that's different, man. What is wrong?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
He's trying to make it different.
A hypothesis is not just a guess; it's an educated guess. It's not just a guess.
I didn't say it. What I said it was intellectual. I didn't say it's just any random guess. But to say it's not guessing is dishonest as hell. You are guessing. That's why it's called trial and fucking error.
I don't know what that got to do with the scientific method, though. You slipping out of that.
That's how it starts.
No, it's not.
Bro. This
made that up. I'm gonna pull
y'all call yourselves the pseudo
I'm
killers.
showing you that, man.
Get out of here with that, man. Stop
hating me. I'm sharing my screen. I'm sharing my screen.
He called himself a
Don't
pseudo
talk
killer.
Me down. I ain't call myself nothing. I'm saying
this is when
Hey, can somebody share my screen?
This
I
shit
don't know
don't
what
make
he's
no
talking
sense.
about. You talking to me? You don't make no
He
sense.
just said you don't guess.
This is when the
Man, get out of here with that. Man, share my
No,
screen.
the beat down
Somebody share
starts
my
now.
screen.
How you not guessing? I don't
Man,
care if
somebody
you're
share my
educated or
screen,
not.
man. Come on,
An
man. What you
educated
talking?
guess is a guess.
Man, go read
Put
your
it
Bible,
educated
yo. I
in-
hope you get some hope
Put
in
it
that, man.
educated in front of it. Don't
Go
change
read
the
the
fact that it's
crazy
a guess.
Bible. Share the screen.
Putting educated in front of it don't change the fact that it's a guess.
Yeah, the
It's
first
still a
step is
guess.
actually observation, bro.
Did you hear this man
I know.
talking
I
about
just
guessing
said
the whole
that. I just said that. I said you see something. I said you see. If I see apple fall from a tree.
Hold up. Hear me, hold up. Pull your screen up, I'll share it for you.
I already got it up. I'm waiting for y'all to share it.
He want to share screen and shit.
Yeah, I'm just showing. You said something about the scientific method then ran.
I
100
ain't
miles an
run
hour.
I ain't run nothing.
You
You
did.
just
You
said ain't
asked
no
me
guessing.
a question. You asked me a question,
No,
then
you
dove
made a
into the
dumbass
guessing.
statement. You said ain't no guessing.
Nah, man, you made that up. We talking about the scientific method, though. You said
There's guessing.
So they guess with the scientific method.
Yes, they do.
All right, okay. Well, we're about to find out why you talking that bull crap. Here you go, right
There
here.
you go.
Here you go, right there. Early methodology. This right here is the history of the scientific method, right? And some of the earliest forms. It comes right here on the Edwin Smith Mathematical Papyrus, bro. Okay, and it tells you that right here. Hold on, right here. You asked the question. There are few explicit discussions of the scientific methodologies in the surviving record from early cultures. So they don't got it. How about that? Okay, it say the most that can be inferred. The word is called inferred about the approaches to undertaking science in this period stems from descriptions of early investigations into nature. Okay, they're trying to do what? They're trying to dove into nature. Okay, in surviving record, the Egyptian medical text, the Edwin Smith Papyrus, 1600 BCE, applies the following components: examination, diagnosis, treatment, right, and prognosis to the treatment of disease, which displays strong parallels to the basic imperial method of science, and according to G.E.R. Lloyd, played a significant role in the development of this methodology. The Ebel Papyrus in 1550 BCE also contains evidence of traditional imperialism. So what they're doing is, bro, right here, is they coming up with ideas that ain't got nothing to do with spookism right here. This is the early form, the early methodology, yo. Prognosis, trying to figure out diseases, bro. From this later on, over time period, different cultures add to what would later on become the daggone scientific method. So they didn't just guess and figure it out. It took time to get there. You got to separate the spookism. You got to get out of that.
It didn't take time.
They not guessing though, bro, because now you can actually see it. It's in this book too. It's right here, bro.
Y'all love to try to change definitions in order to prove a point.
Bro, they're not guessing. Bro, listen.
They are guessing.
No, man, listen. All right, yo, you just want to yell at me, yo?
No, I'm not yelling.
Stop yelling at me then.
I'm not yelling.
Listen, they not just guessing, yo. When you read
I
the
didn't say
Bible,
they're
you
just
guessing. The reading the Bible is guessing.
Stop bringing up the Bible. We talk about
bring
science.
it up. I'm trying.
No, focus on. The Bible ain't got nothing to do with this debate tonight.
I'm saying when you read the Bible, you're guessing about the natural world, bro.
Bro, listen.
You know this, right? You're guessing about where humans started. That's guesswork,
bro.
When you're dealing with science, it's based off of evidence. Hear me, it's based off of evidence.
You still
but it's based off of evidence.
I didn't say that it wasn't just like Gullah said. It's an educated guess. You're still guessing. You're guessing based
on a hypothesis.
How is it different?
Because guessing is the Bible.
Big bro, let him answer you, big bro. Go ahead, Henry.
No, I'm just saying he keep trying to change the definition of guessing because he's applying it to the scientific method. Guessing is fucking guessing. Whether it's an educated listen, whether it's an informed guess or not, it's still guessing.
No, it's too
guessing is it's not.
It's like saying a theory, a scientific theory is a theory. It ain't. It's
You just said that it was guessing. You said it was scientific guessing.
Yes,
hypothesis is a you said it was a guess. I don't care what you put before or after it. You use guessing. So it's educated guessing. Did you say guessing?
Educated guess is a guess.
To me. I can't believe y'all would yell like that.
No, an educated guess is a guess. I don't care what you just because I said. Listen, whether if I'm uninformed.
So you saying a theory and a scientific theory is the same thing?
They're both theories.
That's
It's
stupid.
not facts.
Yo, you
Same
stupid.
thing,
Now
though.
you stupid.
No.
You stupid. And whoever said that,
You
both y'all
stupid.
stupid. I'm gonna say
So
it.
what?
Y'all
What?
just
So
stupid
what?
now.
A scientific theory is just
No,
a
the thing
you
the
theory.
thing that
stupid.
make you
So is your
stupid.
A
team. Well,
scientific
Make you
Juju,
theory.
stupid.
you
Hold
or
on.
motherfucking
Nah,
Cedrick,
you got.
you
Hey, honey,
debate
you got.
me.
Hey, honey, you stupid, honey. Shut
You
up.
debate
You
me.
stupid,
I
honey.
want you to
You
debate
want to
me
front?
or have
Everybody
us
trying to get
debate.
a
Can't
Kodak
debate
moment.
nobody
Get
that
out of
don't
here
show
with
they
that.
Honey.
That's
face.
just
And you
stupid.
gonna come back around me? You
Hold
was
Man,
on,
talking
honey.
man,
mad,
so
mad,
He
hold
want
mad.
to
on,
front.
Juju. Let
So
me
when I
handle
said
this.
He want to
have a
front.
Hey,
debate,
honey.
He
Hey,
you
want to
honey.
front.
ran.
Hey,
You
honey.
ran.
He
Hold
want
on,
to
hold on.
front.
Hey,
And
honey,
then
your
you
crash
ran.
out right.
He wants to front
Uh-uh.
because we
You
on
can be
live.
quiet.
Look,
Juju
hold
ran.
on.
She was
Hold
talking
on.
shit. She was tagging me. And then
Everybody,
when I
please
said debate it, you ran.
The
Please
scientific.
Girl,
pause.
I ran
Everybody, please
because
pause.
you
Listen,
cussing me out like I'm a
Addressing,
child.
You
I
addressing
don't
ran.
want to
information.
drag
watch
your
this.
dumb ass across the
Watch
stage
this.
in your
Watch how I'm finna
platform.
kill him.
You ran.
A
Not fine
scientific
left.
theory
I didn't
is a
ran.
theory that is created based on
Man, I ain't
evidence.
listening to you.
It's
Hear me,
still
hear
a,
me. Hey,
it's
hear me.
still a
No,
theory.
Hear
Listen,
me. The reason
listen.
I'm
The
saying you
fact.
stupid
Listen.
because
A
you
fossil
yelling.
record. Listen. I'm not
No, the
stupid,
reason I'm
Dojo.
calling you stupid because you yelling like you know what you're talking about and you don't. And Honey's so damn stupid now. She know damn well a theory and a scientific theory ain't the same damn
Debate
thing. She's
me,
just being
Juju.
stupid.
I don't care what you saying, because I didn't say nothing about what you just said.
Well, you
No,
said a guess is a
Goofy.
guess. Is it, you know
God
damn well a
damn.
Just
scientific
listen. I'm
guess
not.
is different from a
No,
regular
he
guess.
said that it was guessing. He said
Debate
that it's an
Hemi.
educated
Shit.
guess,
Man.
right?
Okay, there
Whoever
you go.
Gullah is said it's an educated guess. So he still agreed it was a guess.
No, it's a difference though.
No, it's
It's
Did it
not.
different
say,
though.
was
It
it
The
a
ain't the
only
guess?
same.
difference is that
No, it's
this is
different.
the only
Y'all
difference.
slow.
Y'all
No,
crazy.
no, I'm not. Listen, I
Can't
said
even
it
argue
before.
with
I
you.
said before he
Jesus
even
Christ.
said it. I said it's not just a random guess. It's an informed guess, an
I
intellectual
need to go to
guess,
school, yo.
right?
I need to go to
Yeah,
school.
you out. Yeah, you
So
gotta go to
listen, that
school.
don't
Yeah, you
change the
tripping
fact
now.
that it's a guess. Y'all keep trying to make the fact that I have evidence of something, right? What I have evidence of some is a
Nobody said it
fossil,
like that.
right?
Nobody said
That's the fossil is the fact, right? My
no.
theory on my theory on what
I
comes
ain't
of
doing
this,
this, bro.
what came after this, that's still a guess.
Man, you gotta stop, bro. You
You
just
see,
gotta
this is
stop.
my phone.
You
This
have
is
to
my phone.
stop.
This is the evidence.
Stop that, yo.
This is empirical evidence. My phone, right? What's in it, right?
All that
How I
2
use it.
gave y'all
How was it made?
still
This
ain't
is
work.
crazy, yo.
No, you
Man, I ain't
niggas are
listening to
stupid,
you, man.
Crazy how my fifth
bro.
grader get
I
them
don't mind
jobs.
you calling me
So,
stupid, yo.
This,
real quick,
yo,
I just want to
to-
add something because you didn't have 15 minutes. So tep hesed means correct method, and that comes from ancient Egypt, and that is not an educated guess.
Yeah.
It's a
what's up?
form of methodology. You,
So
So
what's
what
an
you're saying is
educated
Gullah's
guess?
wrong.
you know, I'm gonna finish. God damn it! Shut the
What's
fuck
an
up.
educated guess?
So,
You shut the fuck up.
you
What y'all
don't
think
need
y'all be talking to,
your
man?
mother.
Hey,
Fuck you and your
What
come on,
y'all
mother.
be
Keith.
thinking y'all be talking to, man?
Let's not start kicking. Hey, everybody, pause. I don't want to have to start kicking everybody out. Y'all keep it professional like y'all been doing, man.
I
Y'all
have
got it.
It
nobody.
should have
You
been
be
Juju,
said
seeing me
hold
when
up.
disrespect me. I don't want to
Kenny
hear
Clark
nobody.
was going off the
Everybody pause.
handles, though.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause.
Nobody. You
Everybody
ain't
pause.
seeing me
I'm not gonna
disrespect
throw
neither
you
Everybody,
out
one
there
of
wait,
and
them.
get
I
shot
got you.
back.
Hear me. Everybody pause.
I don't
Juju.
think. I don't think.
Hold on, wait. Everybody pause. Everybody pause without Juju. Juju is
I'm
making
glad
a
I
statement.
heard all of it. I see where everybody hear that. I see
Wait.
motherfuckers is super retarded, and I'm saying it right now. Now
Come
we
on,
know
man.
what
Can
a
everybody,
guess is.
come
Now
on,
we know what a
everybody.
You
scientific
said
guess
trial
is.
and error ain't guessing, bro. That's crazy.
So
Everybody,
Whatever.
No error.
much love. I don't want to have to
Yeah, go
start
ahead, bro.
new
You
people.
right. It's your show. I
Much
apologize,
love.
bro. Go ahead.
Juju is making a statement, and she has a question for him. Juju,
I don't
make
got
a
no question
statement.
for him. I don't got no question for him. This is Cedrick shit.
Hello,
Not Big Hemi.
Juju,
What we doing?
Juju,
So anyway,
Juju,
tep hesed
Juju,
means correct
please,
method.
ma'am, make your statement. Let Hemi respond, and then anybody who want to respond after Hemi, then y'all go after that. Go ahead, Juju. The floor is yours.
I don't need Hemi to respond. There ain't nothing to respond to. I'm talking about the debate, not what Hemi talking about.
I was talking about the debate.
After show. So tep hesed means correct method. And that's not an educated guess. And that comes from the ancient Egyptians. That's one of the first examples that we've seen of methodology. Methodology and scientific rigor and empirical evidence has nothing to do with an educated guess. Secondly, no, that's not referencing information, but I'm going to continue. Secondly, when we talk about evolutionary processes of the brain, what people didn't understand or didn't get right is the reason why astronomy came first, and it is not the same as astrology. astrology, because astrology co-opted astronomy, is because early human beings were doing astronomy. And then once they had some more evolutionary processes of the brain, and they can add symbolism to whatever, that's when you got astronomy. So not only did Cedrick answer 2 premises in the debate, not one, but he killed it, and he killed her with his own source. That source she used, she claims she talked to the lady. That's only in the premise of the book, which is clickbait. You got to read all the chapters to really get what it's talking about. And for the idiots who don't understand what proto-astrology and proto-astronomy is, all I can say is that you have to go with, what do we call them? We call them evolutionary anthropologists. You have to go with evolutionary archaeologists. There are people that deal with that, because there wouldn't be a lot of evidence. Like, I forgot what the dude name who did the inner fish, you know his name? Well, y'all check that dude out, because he does a lot of good work. So when you follow it down from the beginning all the way, you can really see how human beings created and formed these different things. And we know that astronomy and astrology, those words didn't exist, but by the archaeology and by our empirical methods and data, we know that's what it was. So just
what's empirical? What's empirical? What makes something empirical? What makes
something that can be that's something that's testable. That's what makes it empirical, that you can actually take the evidence.
So if you have to test it, why do you have to test it?
Not because you was guessing. That's for damn sure.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Crazy as shit.
What?
Hey,
wrong with you, man. I ain't sitting there. I can't. You just keep reading your Bible. You do better.
So how would you, if you're not guessing?
I'm answering the question. You have to mute. In science, the thing that makes it so great is this thing called falsifiability. So you cannot duplicate the data, okay? Then there's—
if you're not guessing, you can't falsify.
There's something faulty about that.
If you're not guessing, you can't falsify.
Instance, a lot of the items—
somebody stop this man, please.
Right, we gotta behave, but this nigga can go off.
I mean, we gonna wait 30 minutes for her dissertation.
I've been talking.
In the Bible, there are lots of things in the Bible that cannot be verified.
They love want to bring— stop bringing up the Bible. Y'all want a Bible?
Stop reading the Bible.
Y'all want a Bible?
Evolution. You can
falsify
that. And you can falsify it by many different ways and methods. And we're still finding evidence. We're still finding evidence, hard evidence for the process. So because it's incontrovertible, meaning there is no debate.
Let Juju speak. I'm trying to hear what the lady got to say. Shit.
You're talking that fucking whole
She been speaking for 20 minutes. They asked for Hemi to talk. She done took 15 more minutes off his shit.
But she asked her a question and she trying to answer it. So
she answered my question. This is how my
the brother that was asking to speak. Everybody, who's the brother that was asking?
I think that
Go ahead, bro.
I was
Go ahead, bro.
A guess is just a guess without prior knowledge and evidence. In a educated guess in science is a hypothesis, and it's based off of prior knowledge, logic, and patterns to make the informed prediction.
Right, it's still a guess.
No, man, stop.
All right,
No,
man.
it's not.
Hold on, Gullah. Hey, Gullah. Hey, Gullah. Hey, Gullah. Hold on. Hey, Gullah. No. Hey, Gullah, guess what? Guess what the prior knowledge was? The prior knowledge would have been, if you stay around for generations, you can see these seasons change. So they're not actually guessing that. They're just around long enough to see it. If you're around long enough to see the monsoon rains come and go, right? And all you got to do is track it. And over time, right? Over time. So you're not actually guessing, because it's an educated guess now.
It's the educated
guess. Saying the word guess.
I'm done. I'm done. Hey, honey, and I'm ashamed of you right now. I'm
I don't care about what that is.
You drinking Thunderbird right now.
Everybody, can y'all please pause?
Hey, you 2020. You done learn from JJ.
I'm calm.
Everybody, can y'all please pause? Gully, can you respond to what was said?
You did what on the panel?
I said I
You
rock with
definitely
everybody on the panel.
How the fuck you did it? You getting rocked for real,
Come on,
really.
Juju.
I said I rock with everybody. That means I fuck
You
with
ain't
everybody.
rocking
I'm
nothing.
cool.
You rocking a chair.
I didn't say I rock.
He said
He's
he said I'm
emotional.
cool with everybody on the
He's
panel. You're not
emotional.
listening.
Chair.
He said he
He's
cool with
emotional.
everybody.
Sister
I
He
said I
Juju,
said
rock
he
with
cool with
everybody on the
everybody on the
panel.
panel.
What's going
I got
on?
you, Tay.
We don't
didn't
believe
mean it
you,
Hold on,
like
no,
Hemi.
wait,
that,
We
y'all.
don't
sis.
believe you, Hemi.
Everybody, please.
He didn't mean it
We don't
like that,
believe you.
Sister Juju. He meant
Everybody,
like y'all cool with him. He's
listen,
cool with y'all.
y'all.
That's what he meant.
I
He
don't want
didn't
to
We
have
mean
to
don't
no
go
believe
with
that. We
nobody.
don't believe he meant
I'm
that.
not cool like
I don't
that,
want to
for
have to
real.
go with
You feel
nobody.
me?
Gully,
Disrespect that shit out
can
there,
you
though,
respond?
for
But
real.
Can
who
you respond
disrespected
to
I
who
got
though?
friends and family.
Well, who disrespected who though?
They was
I
disrespecting.
never disrespected y'all.
Social
Ah,
media.
I
everybody?
just argued the
Hold up,
information.
man. Gully,
shut up.
it's Gully,
And
it's Gully's
Hemi.
turn to go. It's Gully's turn to go. Everybody, it's Gully's turn to go. Gully,
I'm
can you
done.
respond to what you
I'm
said?
done. I had to ask a question. I'm done. I just define what
All right,
difference between a
Hemi,
guess
it's
and
on you, bro.
All right, look, man. Y'all can go around all
When
these
is it
little
gonna get
circles,
to
start all
Cedric?
these turns. Say
It
don't
says
want to
not
talk.
too
We
sweet.
passed.
Come on, everybody, it's Hemi
We in,
go. It's Hemi
we
go.
in,
Come
we
on
in the
now,
after
Hemi,
show,
go ahead.
man.
This
Relax,
is set up.
Juju.
Yeah, this
What's
shit
the
crazy.
setup?
Say
Juju,
Cedric on the title.
Juju, let him go. Let him go, Juju. Come
Yeah,
on
he
now.
can go, but he been going for 30 minutes. When y'all gonna let Cedric
Come
go?
on, Juju. Come on.
Crazy.
Really, he has
The
to.
show.
Just like when my name was in the title on y'all show, and I
This
couldn't
shit,
talk.
Don't
You
even
forgot
address
about
that,
that,
bro. Don't
Juju?
even Hemi, don't even address that, bro. Just keep going forward with what was said tonight. That's it, Hemi.
But
Go
look,
ahead, Hemi.
I'm just saying, bro. Look, this all I'm saying, fam. No matter what you saying about educated guests, I'm not saying that they were stupid and they didn't have no information. They had empirical evidence, but they were still get. That's what trial and error is, right? The trial, right? They tested. If they got it wrong, they went in the lab, tried it again, changed some stuff, tried it again because they were guessing. It was educated guesses for sure, but they were guessing, fam. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to be doing repeated tests.
Bible people was guessing, yo. Seriously. You
They
know
was
that though,
all
right? You get that though, right? They
They
was
was all
guessing.
guessing.
No, they was actually guessing, yo.
The Bible
They
people
was
guess
just
right.
wild hair guessing.
They
That's
guess right
different
about a
though,
lot of
Hemi.
stuff, bro.
So
They had
hold on,
divine
hey Hemi.
information. So
Hold on, Hemi. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna help you out right here on this one. Check this out. So I seen you mess up what a theory was. You thinking the theory is just a theory, yo.
no, I didn't. A scientific theory is based on empirical evidence.
And what's the
It's not
theory
just
though? Okay, what's the
a
non-scientific?
theory can be based on a regular theory can be based on evidence or not. But
Right.
in
And see,
order
that's
for it to
not
be something, right? But that's what I'm saying. I'm not
see, there's
disagreeing
different.
with.
See, no, I'm saying, but the same way you mixing that up, you mixing up a guess.
I'm not
And a guess
missing.
is
I'm saying
science.
that it don't change the definition of what's a
And
science.
it actually does. So I just want to know, science has a different language. That's what I'm saying, yo. So one thing to mean one thing in science means
Yeah,
something
but
different.
y'all try
So
to.
a guess in science don't mean a guess like you thinking. It's
I didn't
fundamentally
say it.
different.
I said it's an educated guess.
No, okay. Well, once you say an educated guess, then it's a hypothesis, and fundamentally, it's different from an ordinary casual guess. It's different. That's all I said. I said it's different. You arguing it's not. It is different. All you gotta do is look it up, though. It's different. We don't gotta fight that, yo. That's been around for the last couple 100 years, man, and we should understand that. So fundamentally speaking, right, when science takes a guess, it's fundamentally different from a casual guess. Okay, in earlier times, as they was building up to get to science. They in the proto era, right? They wasn't just guessing. They wasn't guessing about when it was going to rain. They could figure it out over time. They was around long enough, not the plier, right? Okay, they intelligent people amongst them who wasn't guessing say, man, I'm noticing something. I'm noticing whenever these heavy rains come, these stars ahead. I'm gonna line it up that way we'll know. And they had a ritual around the damn thing. So come on, bro, you can't do that, Hemi. Yeah, like I said, if we was out in the woods right now, it was cold, and you had 1,000 Bibles, yo, we're not gonna read it. We're gonna fire. It's gonna be fire for us. Simple as that, bro. We're gonna jump right to it. You're gonna forget about Jesus Christ and the Lord, right? And you're gonna like that fire. And we're gonna cook some animals and we're gonna boil some water and have some fun. And after we get all that established and find the trees, the proper wood, then we're gonna read some scriptures and we're gonna be fighting back and forth over it. But before that, that Bible is firewood. That's my point. Maybe y'all can put them two together. I'm done. Appreciate the moment.
Go ahead, Hemi. Or whoever next. It's Wavy. You just came in. Go ahead, big bro.
And he died on that one.
Hey man, I appreciate everybody for coming out, man. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button, man. I know we after Uncle DMG bedtime. I know we after Uncle bedtime too, man. But he putting on. Hey, Uncle said, man, you did a great job. Dr. Too Sweet. I think you did a good job also. Just that question and answering round. They called it a chin check round or something like that. That's what I heard. But we need to be clear. We need to be clear that the debate did they both start off the same? And Uncle said clearly showed that astronomy.
That wasn't a debate.
1 second. Yes, it was. I just showed you. You want me to play
it? He ain't die on shit.
You want me to play that? Hold on. I'll play it again. I'll play the audio.
She ran.
Maybe she wasn't here.
She ran out because she was right here. She ran out because she was right here.
I play it right now. All right, here we go right here.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
What?
About astrology and astronomy. They came in the conversation. Someone asked him a question, and me and Tiffany had to school him on astrology and astronomy starting off as one thing. And
all right, she just said starting off as one thing. If Uncle said proved that astronomy is thousands of years older, the debate is over.
It is.
Yeah, y'all ready to crash out for a doctor who don't even have a doctorate degree.
Right. She said she had been saying it started out as the same thing, and that's a damn lie.
Who kicked me out?
BS, yo.
Why y'all tried to?
The Lord got you out of there, man. No use in trouble, man.
Why y'all tried to?
The Lord did it.
Why y'all trying to get rid of me, man? I'm just up here trying to have some fun.
The Lord say, leave them devils alone. They devils with the sun. So you know it's going to usurp, man.
Let's just not put out propaganda like Uncle said was off topic. Nah, that was the topic of the debate, guys.
It was.
What was it, Hemi? What was it, Hemi? Was he? Hey, Hemi. So you think they started at the same time? Yo, you really thinking that?
I said they was once the same practice.
Yeah, it did. It did become that. You're right. It did.
That's my argument. I wasn't arguing.
Why would you say that? No, hold on, Hemi. You know,
I've been saying that they was once the same practice. Anybody on this panel?
Okay, okay. So you wasn't saying. Hold on. So they never was actually the same practice, though, bro. But the Babylonians kind of they mixed it together a little bit, right? And they bring that into Egypt. You can look at the Dendera temple, right? The things they use in Dendera temple, you use in the day.
So
and all that stuff.
What's the title of the debate? I'm gonna tell you what's the title of the debate.
All right, good. What's the title of the debate? Go ahead.
Let me find it. Damn,
that's gonna mean something.
Yeah, but y'all can't confuse astrological belief with astrology.
Yeah, that's true. You know that. That's clear.
Yeah, divination.
Cedrick, did you show that? You showed the stars, didn't you?
Look, the title of the debate.
Yo, that's proto-astrology, which is broader. It's a broader sense.
The title of the debate is were astrology and astronomy once the same, right? So and Doc said she was the affirmative, which I agree with, that they were once the same. I didn't say that they started.
You're doing the same thing what you just did with guessing. It ain't.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it ain't the same thing. It couldn't have been the same thing, though, yo.
You just admitted it. Come on, bro.
No, I thought you said no. I thought you said mix it in.
Hear me. You debate the title right now. They had a premise. And they had to show their part of it. Based off their premise. And said it did start off. He said it mixed with the Greek philosophy. That's what he always stated in the face-off. That's why we had a face-off so what about do ambush scholarship switch up their arguments?
Nah, that's cool. But I said the whole time I was arguing against what the title says. I told y'all that. I said where they once the brother Joel Hunt, we all was saying based off what the title says, right? At a debate. I don't know. Whatever they did in their face off, and I don't know why they didn't make the title. What they agreed on was did it start at the same time. That
makes it the same. It's a question ball. They agreed on it.
I demonstrated during the debate that they were neither. They need to start it at the same time, like Wavy just heard us say. And I double down that they were never conceptually the same.
That's false. Right.
Co-opting, co-origin is not being the same. You can claim false, but the debate and my sources prove different. So you can blah 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 all you want.
Your sources prove.
We're trying to get what Hemi saying. Hold on, Hemi. So you trying to? Are you saying? And this words do matter. Okay, what y'all think? So are you saying that the Babylonians, who clearly had separate from the Egyptians astronomy, and then later on, right, mixed their astronomy with their astrology? But for you to mix something, they gotta be two separate things, bro. Are you saying they was one and the same? No. So when you say the same, you mean the same. So not mixed. So they didn't mix it. You saying they didn't mix it? It was the same. You get that, right?
They were
That's
using it as the same. They were using them interchangeable.
No, they were using them and they mixed together.
They were. So they were using interchangeably.
How can you apply astrology to determining when?
I just told you.
Let me ask my question. You're gonna get to the question. So you say they're interchangeable. How can you use astrology to determine any movement of the celestial bodies? There's a one-way relationship, and you can't prove that. But go ahead. Let me see how you put
That's why. Listen.
You said interchangeable. Explain how astrology.
Be quiet, so I can answer. How you going to answer a question?
Heavenly bodies movements. Go ahead.
Be quiet, bro. Be quiet.
Go ahead. Explain.
Be quiet. You be quiet, so I can.
Go ahead.
Hemi, tell him you can't hear. It's a delay. Tell him to be quiet.
I can't hear you.
You talking about go ahead.
I can't hear you, Hemi. Shut up, Hemi. I can't hear you.
Tell him it's a delay, Hemi.
This is what
I'm saying. Can't hear with that delay going on.
There's evidence.
Hey, that's a delay. That's a delay.
I can name these guys off. Galileo, Kepler, Brahe, all these. They were both they were astronomers and astrologers, right?
Okay. And if they ain't got two different things.
Listen to what I'm saying.
What does that imply? What does the word imply? Just tell me what kind implies.
Just listen, damn.
What does
you keep asking me? You keep
what does
What does
and imply?
Yeah, come on.
What does the word "and" mean, Hemi? You just said it. What does it mean?
What does "and" mean, Hemi?
What do you mean, Hemi?
Which definition you want from Webster?
Any definition you got. You supposed to know what "and"
used to connect words of the same part of speech. Clauses or sentences that are to be taken jointly. You wanted the definition.
You're connecting two different things, right?
You wanted the definition.
Connecting two different things.
You don't even understand that. I get it.
Look at his name. Look at his name. His name is Biblical Barbarian. He don't even understand his
You beat me down to you beat me down to your level of ignorance show and destroyed me. You got it. So now and they mean the same thing. And
he asked me what "and" mean. I told him what "and" mean.
"And" mean the same thing, but just like
I didn't say "and"
just like Eretz, the word for
hey, watch this, Cedrick. Hemi, who wanted to debate? Hemi, who wanted to debate? Hemi, and your approximation, who wanted to debate?
Who wanted to debate, Hemi?
Yeah, based off all you heard, who you say?
See, y'all changed it now because
no, I'm asking your question, Hemi. I just asked you a question.
We're talking right now. After show,
hold on, just listen.
After show, who wanted to debate?
I want to debate based on the title, but y'all saying that the
who wanted to debate? Who wanted to debate?
I just told you.
You said Doctah.
Oh, that's what you doing? Yeah. I just wanted to hear you say it. I knew it.
No, based on the title. I just told you.
Everybody, let's do a reset. Okay, Hemi said Doc wanted to debate. Who you think wanted to debate?
Man, come on, man. Cedrick, clearly archaeology, the whole 9 yards, showed the Egyptian papyrus showing you what they was doing. Like, come on, man.
How come when I use archaeology in my debate, y'all said I lost it when I beat A1 with archaeology?
I didn't say
said, oh, that's not true, but I'm saying
that.
people said.
Oh, I don't remember that. Yo.
I use archaeology in my debate.
Hey, Hemi, look at your name, yo. Your name, Hemi the Bible Barbarian. You don't even understand your own book.
You got me. Debate me on it.
Right.
Debate me on it.
Barbarians were people that can't even read.
Debate me on it. Debate me on it. Stop saying what I can't understand and debate me on it.
All right, we got one for Cedrick, one for
y'all. That's
Doc,
crazy. Y'all
fake Doctah.
I like kamikaze people.
I like kamikaze, yo.
The biblical
barbarian. Hey, Gullah Geech, who you think? Hold on there, daddy. Gullah Geech, who you think won the debate, bro? Who you think won the debate?
Man, Sam hit him with a Glock switch, bro. He caught a hat tonight, bro.
Okay. Who hurt you? Who you think won the debate?
Said hands down, man.
Super Wavy, who you got?
Man, I can't. This is what I can't believe. I still can't believe y'all let Craig be on here for over 10 minutes with this fake.
Come on, Super Wavy.
This fake voice.
Who you think won, bro?
I'm gonna give it to Uncle Said because the title was clear. I guess people didn't tune into the face off.
Man, hey, it's a lot of votes for Said in here, man. Okay. Ratchet, do you want to vote or not?
No, I ain't voting, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna vote either. Okay.
Yeah, you can't vote either.
Yeah, I can't vote. Well, based off what we heard tonight, based off who on the panel right now, we're not talking about everybody. Based off the panel, Said is the majority winner, man. Hey, that's what's
yeah. It still got to go to the judges.
Right.
Yeah. They the ones who got the degrees.
Definitions of words.
So running off in the debate.
I mean, do they got degrees? Y'all got misjudgment of who got degrees.
Hey, this why went off on y'all. Went off on y'all. She clearly tapped out, and y'all talking
about. I guarantee you they got degrees. All 5 of our judges.
Hey, but why you gotta vote? Let me ask you a question, yo. Why you gotta vote when the person tapped out, though, yo?
And it's
that's still up to vote.
Did she tap out or did she have audio issues?
We don't know.
She ain't had no damn audio issues, bro.
It came off as, bro.
Oh no, she ain't had no audio issues.
It came off as
everybody. One mic. Unc said she didn't have no audio issues.
Of course,
she tapped out. Okay.
She kept saying she can't hear.
Got frustrated, yo.
I was driving at that point. She kept saying, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you."
No, how can you say? Hold on. Hey, Hemi. Let me do you like this, Hemi. Hold on, Hemi. I'm gonna ask you a question, Hemi.
What's up?
Hey, Hemi. Have you ever read the King James Bible?
Of course.
No. Give me a understanding of the King James Bible and why and when you first read it. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask the question again. Hemi, have you ever read the King James Bible? And could you explain to me exactly what the King James Bible is and what's the difference between the King James and everybody else? Go ahead.
Yes, I read the King James Bible.
Okay, stop.
What you asking me to stop for?
Come on, hold on. Let him answer fully real quick.
Nah, he's trying to
stop. See, you gotta hear me. No. Listen, I was showing him what the lady did.
It's a delay.
He said it was a delay.
She did that. No, bro. You get it?
He said it was a delay.
Hey, hear me. So when you was giving me the answer, I didn't want to hear it. Stop. So that means I heard you. How can I tell you to stop if I didn't hear you, bro? See?
But let him explain though. Yeah. He said she did her thing.
Do we have any empirical evidence that she ran, or are we guessing?
Man, she kept
guessing.
Hey yo, she kept telling the man stop talking, and then she said she can't hear him. That don't make sense.
Right. Okay.
And then she came in the chat later. How you gonna come in the chat?
Nah, but I wanted her to come back up on the panel.
No, how she gonna show up, yo?
Doing good.
Let me ask y'all this. Hold on. Let me ask y'all this.
Yeah. That was the first thing we got her to come back on the panel, though.
I want to ask y'all this real quick. I want to ask you this real quick. I watch a lot of football, basketball, and I also watch a lot of wrestling, right? In football, basketball, the game must go on no matter who, do what. In wrestling, inside wrestling, a champion can't lose the belt, based off disqualification or default and all that. When it comes to this debate world, which rule do y'all think we should use? Should we use that a champion can't lose based off default, or should we use something like the NFL? If you suck, you suck.
This is why Uncle said went off on your big brother, because y'all over here talking crazy. Y'all can't say this stuff while Uncle said on the panel. Y'all gotta wait till Uncle said leave. You know he gonna crash.
Hold on. Answer this question.
A champion can't take a knee.
We can get back to that. But I want y'all to answer that question. I just
the truth is in boxing, if you take a knee, that's it. Especially if you're a champion, yo. Yeah, you tapped out.
Okay.
The towel. See through the towel in.
Yeah.
Let me read this to you. This is important. So I want to talk about astrology and Babylonia. All right. And that's kind of important right there. All right. So there's a clear separation between the two. Okay. So the Babylonian police, especially from the cities of Uruk and Babylonia, engaged in careful observation of celestial bodies, as early as the old Babylonian period, 1900 BCE. I know Cedrick brought this in there, right? Then by the Neo-Babylonian period, 1500 BCE, listen to the time period, they maintained detailed records of the movements of the sun, moon, Venus, and Jupiter, etc. It say these records were part of the Enigma Elite series, 70 plus tablets of celestial omens. It say observational astronomy was used for, calendars, agriculture cycles, timing, religious rituals, eclipses, and planetary phenomenon. Now watch this. It goes on to say astrology in Babylon developed later, but earlier than in Egypt development. Astrology merged from astronomical records, transitioning from omens to horoscope predictions. By 500 BCE, the Babylonians developed personal horoscopes using the positions of celestial bodies at birth, to fully develop natal astrology systems. This includes the use of the zodiac signs, dividing the ecliptical into 12 parts, planetary positions and signs and houses. Y'all know what them houses is. Birth charts written in cuneiform, right? Example, the early known personal horoscopes is from 410 BCE, found in Babylonia, written in Akkadian. It's a comparison with Egypt. So Egypt, early astronomy, it goes all the way back to what? Naphtali. Okay. All right. So the point here, we got to understand that, yes, Babylonia also developed astronomy before astrology, but they were the first known civilization to systemize both. Systemize both. It's their astronomical system became the foundation for Western astrology, influencing the Greeks and the Egyptian interpretation. In case we all forgot, most of us on this panel are African Americans. African Americans come from Africa, so we would be paying attention to that proto-astronomy that occurred in Naphtali in Africa proper, not worrying about the Asiatics in Babylonia. So in our worldview, we practice astronomy first, proto-astronomy, earliest form, Naphtali, 7000 BCE. I rest my case. So I just think Cedrick stayed close to that more. Simple as that.
Who next? What's up?
So we had this conversation before. So you disagree that at one point in time, astrology and astronomy were the same, were one and the same.
No, they wasn't the same. I just explained how they actually did it, though. Remember the Babylonians? They show you how they did it, how they took both disciplines, right, and how they merged it together, and how they
didn't. But we separate. What I'm saying is that we understand them as different. I'm saying when they were doing it, there was no separation. When their divination. No, that's
you got no. You got to be able to one. First of all, you got to be able to track. You got to be able to track the celestial bodies.
Right.
That's astronomy. Right. And then if you're going to make some statements off of it and all that, that's astrology.
That's what I'm saying. They were doing both, but they didn't separate. I'm saying the Babylonians. You're saying that they separated. They didn't separate.
They brought it together. They brought it together.
They didn't bring it. That's how they practice.
I just read it.
That's what
I just read it.
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read this. It says this, right? It says, in antiquity, the expertise of the Babylonians in matters of the heavens was legendary, and the roots of both Western astronomy and astrology are traceable in cuneiform tablets going back to the 2nd and 1st millennia BC. The heavenly writing discusses the place of Babylonian celestial divination, horoscopy, and astronomy in Mesopotamian and intellectual culture, focusing chiefly on celestial divination and horoscopes. So when they were doing it, they weren't separating it. We just understand the difference now because of everything that we know now. When they were practicing it, though, it was one and the same. That's what I'm saying.
No, one. I read what the things was, yo. I said calendars, yo.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. The calendar wasn't based off of astrology, yo. The agricultural cycles wasn't based off of astrology, yo. The timing and religious rituals wasn't based off of astrology.
Hey, get your baby sister Juju, man, because she keep talking about motherfuckers can't read. Like this, that's what I'm talking about with who can't read.
Because you calling yourself a barbarian, bro. You giving yourself a title.
Don't read the comments.
Don't even worry about the ad
Don't listen to the comments.
Hey, Hemi. When she say you can't read, most people think when a person say you can't read, that means that you mess up words. We talking about comprehending. So
I comprehend very well.
So what role would astrology play in a calendar, yo? None. Not at all, bro.
Hold up, everybody. Hold up. Before you answer that, I got a question for everybody on the panel right now. When it comes to reading the stars and the moon and all that, I don't know this answer, so I want to answer from everybody who on the panel. Who was the first civilization to start documenting that stuff? Was it Mesopotamia? Was it Babylonian? Was it Egypt? Who was the first?
Yeah, he was the first to start read the stars like that. That's Babylonian.
Babylonian.
Babylonian. Okay.
Right.
Y'all
They didn't separate. That's my point.
You made that up. It's two separate disciplines, though. Yo.
We know that they are two. Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Do you agree? Hold on. Do you agree they're two separate disciplines?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So if they're two separate disciplines, can you then combine them? Can you combine the two?
I'm trying to. Just let me answer it.
Thank you. You said yes real quick, but the other one, now you're slowing down on this one.
No, because I keep telling y'all are imposing modern thought on their understanding.
No, we understand. Yo, we understand what a calendar is.
That's not my point. It's not my point about if they had a calendar or not. I'm saying they didn't call it. Listen to what I'm saying. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm doing astrology. Oh, I'm doing astronomy." They took one thing. I see the stars, right? I see the stars, the sun, the moon. And then they got divination from it, and they got calendars, horoscopes, whatever they did. That's what I'm saying. It was all the same thing to them. It was one thing.
Not the same. They knew.
Yes, you capping.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, yo. If they smart enough, bro, yo, if they're smart enough to make a calendar, yo, think about that, yo. Then we smart enough to know we're gonna add some other shit to it.
Okay.
Wait. You trying to tell me?
I'll put it like this because you like to bring up the Bible.
Bro.
Watch this.
I'm not finished my point. I'm not finished my point.
The people who wrote the
Bible, let me finish my point.
Go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is they are smart enough to track a calendar. Then they're also smart enough to say, all right, I'm going to add this to that, but I still got to get the days right with the calendar, but we're going to add some flavor shit onto it. And the reason they can add the flavor shit onto it, because they got their farming down pat, they got all that shit in place, so then you can come with that, bro. But I'm telling you now, the people that was astronomers always knew that's what that was. They knew that's what it was. Then hit you with the va-va-voom shit on the side, yo. But they know it's a distinct difference between the two. It's a
they didn't do
shit.
It on the side. You saying that they did it on the side?
When I'm saying on the side, I mean they didn't. It didn't change the data on a calendar, bro. That's what I'm saying. They didn't all of a sudden say,
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
Okay, so if it didn't change the data on the calendar, then it's two separate things.
They use one. Listen, they use one idea, right? So it started with I'm gonna look at the stars, right? When I look at these
Says
stars,
who?
what am I gonna
Says who?
listen? Says the history, the evidence that we have.
Let him
What
go.
evidence we got?
Listen.
Let him go. Let him go. Let
The
him go. Hold on,
Babylon.
wait.
This is what the Babylonians did when they tracked the stars. They wrote down everything so they tracked, right? They tracked the divination and they also tracked the shit that you're talking about. They made calendars and stuff like that. So they did both from the same perspective. It wasn't different for them.
Can't do stuff from the same perspective because one you have to actually chart the deck. So you trying to say the Babylonians didn't know the difference, yo? They forgot. So now you saying they forgot? You saying they forgot they was two separate things? Is that what you saying?
They know that a calendar is different from forming. They know that forming is different from horoscoping. They know that, but I'm saying that it's in their mind. All they're doing is observing the stars.
Nah, man, they know they doing two different things.
No, they're just observing the stars. So it was one man. Practice. Obviously not. I observe the stars, and then this is what I get from the stars, whether it be divination or forming, horoscoping, whatever. All they're doing is observe. That's why I said it was one practice for the Babylonians. We understand that it's two different things today. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give you an example like this. Do you think that the people who would have been writing about when they're saying that they getting this divine inspiration from God were practicing science?
Man, that's two separate things. That's two separate things again.
Oh, so do you don't think that they were practicing, but they got some stuff right?
When? What? God, what do you mean, yo?
What do you mean? Day, night.
Right. God, what things right? They ain't getting nothing right.
The earth is suspended.
No, they didn't get that right. Hear me? Stop that. Hear me?
That says that the earth is suspended.
Hear me? I'm gonna throw this baseball.
This says that the earth is suspended. Hold on.
Where the Cedrick when you need Cedrick? You come get this man. Can I get some help? I'm about to explode. This man said they got it right. They expended it.
No, I'm saying it talks about day and night.
I mean, we're not talking about the Bible. Why are you bringing the Bible?
See, because I'm trying to get you to understand that even though they're because to them it's all religion, right? We may understand that there's we separate.
And he can't understand the information in front of him. He's all over the place. This is pure conjecture, speculation. We have these documents are separate. So we see that one was co-opted. Without astronomy, astrology couldn't be developed. They were not the same. Even if practiced next to each other doesn't make them the same. They were distinguished by the ancients. The Greek Ptolemy, who developed a Greek astrology, had two distinct names for astronomy and astrology. I mean, you can continue.
The first people who tracked
it. Exactly, and their text,
when they tracked it, they didn't make a distinction.
And their text, stop. You're making a claim which you have no support for. We have clear evidence that the text of astronomy, their calculation and their mathematical equations developed long before. And when they started to make up stuff, that system of astronomy was already long developed. They knew that they were never the same. They were distinct disciplines, and one couldn't exist without the other. Yet astronomy needed no astrological interpretation.
So you said the Babylonians started doing.
I'm saying you need to listen, slow down, because I listened to you speculating and making claims for the last 15 minutes. I had enough, so I'm gonna make this down, and then I'm out of here. Again, you're trying
to all the mothers.
Deification with divination, wrong. You can't do that. The scholars clearly say that you cannot equate astrology to with ritual astronomy. So that's what you're trying to do. Subsequently, the data is clear. There are thousands of years that separate these two disciplines. You hear? two disciplines separated by thousands of years. What does the number 2 indicate? Difference, not the same. One is this, the next is that. One
nobody ask your question again. Ask your question again
and without astronomy, you get no astrology. So again, you're going all over the place, and you're making absolutely no sense by interjection.
If I'm not making sense, I'm not making
speculation,
sense. Nobody
and you have
ask
no
your
data
question
to
again.
support. With that, ladies and gentlemen, my patience for this bullshit is up. Good night.
About your patience.
Good night, Cedrick.
Hey,
Hemi, what you saying is, Hemi, you saying it's not a sharp. I would say it wasn't a sharp contrast like it is today, right? I understand that, and I'm saying they did the both, yo. They did the
right.
They did the the not deviation, but making the heavenly bodies affect human events.
Can I say one thing?
And
real
then
quick,
they did the actual observation. That's what I'm saying, yo. But that's still everything.
I did ask y'all who came up with it first, and it was unanimously that Babylonians were the one who came up with it first, based off the question that I asked.
With astrology.
Him,
Right.
Go ahead.
So based off that, if the Babylonians were the first ones to do it, how did they track it? Right? They did exactly how me and Uncle saying. They looked at the stars. What they got from these stars was divination, horoscoping, forming.
Yeah, later on. Later on.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Later on.
They
didn't know that, right?
No, that's not true. You adding that. Stop trying to
No,
add
I'm
that.
not. No, wait, hey, no, hold on, yo. I thought it's clearly that the archaeological records show that astronomy predate that. Like, come on,
That is what he read.
You trying to help Sam?
I'm not trying to. I gotta help Cedrick, yo. Come on,
that's what he read, bro.
Unc did agree. Okay, wait. Unc agreed, just like everybody else on the panel. He agreed that this type of information did come from the Babylonians. What Hemi is saying is that this information did come from the Babylonians, and the other side of it would be a research of what they built at first. So what he's saying is they both are the same because the understanding of what they got later comes from the foundation.
Right.
You saying that they both were different, and the floor is yours. Explain that.
Yeah, I'm saying they was different because one requires you to actually have the ability to track something. That's a skill. You can't guess that. You can't guess, oh, comet is coming today. That's not a guess. After a while, you start to figure out when these comets and stuff are coming. So they can actually figure it out, just like Christopher Columbus. You know what I'm saying? He knew when certain phenomenon would occur, and he used that shit against the Native American. The moon gonna turn orange. Because he understood what was occurring at this particular junction in time. He wasn't guessing. He could fake out the natives with the shit. So the same with the Babylonian pre-show. It first started out with them tracking the celestial bodies because they need to eat, man. And this is fundamental, yo. So you can deviate and all that. That's not going to help you eat. That's what I was trying to get him to understand. So it first started out as necessity, man. And then once you get the necessities down pat, right, then you can start the guesswork. Because then you're guessing. You're actually guessing when you're saying, oh, it was this, did that, and the start. No, you're guessing, bro. And it's cool and it's dope. And the priests take your money and they rob you. So, but they can do both. They can track the stars because they need to do their count, make sure their calendar is right. Need to make sure their farming is right. And they can make some shit up and take your money. That's all
right. I'm saying that we have the understanding in 2025 that these are two completely different practices. They didn't consider it two different.
And I'm saying you over. And I'm saying it wasn't as sharp as we do it today. Meaning it was a little more intertwined. I already said that.
If I may,
go ahead.
If I may, it sounds like astronomy was first. Yes. Astrology came later. And now if you want to say when it came later that they were once the same, I'll give you that a little bit. But it never started out with both of them at the same time. Right. You guys are not proving they started out together. You're just saying that they joined. Cedrick pointed out that astronomy and Anka pointed out astronomy came first. People saying, well, why are you talking about the origin? Well, we have to, in order to find out if they're the same, well, where did it begin? So you have to start at the origin. The origin would be astronomy. Astrology comes later. Are they the same? Are seen as the same? That's what you guys are saying.
I think I'm still off, bro.
Okay, but I think that's what I guess that's what guys.
Finish your point, bro. Hit the link, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I guess the astrologers are saying that at that point, yeah, they were one and the same. Sure, we'll go with that, but it never started that way because astrology did not exist when astronomy started. That's just what I'm hearing from Cedrick's information, from what I just read, what you are all agreeing to, Hemi. Astrology came later, therefore, it's still not necessarily the same.
No,
He's saying the ancient people thought it was. You saying the ancient people thought it was the same?
Yeah,
but how could they thought it was the same, yo? When they started the other shit out first, who forgot?
Because what I'm saying is, so let's say they called it stargazing. Let's say they didn't call it astronomy or astrology; they just called it stargazing. So if I start off stargazing to track the seasons, then that's what I started it off for, to track the seasons. So I'm gonna say, okay, I'm a stargaze again. Maybe now I can figure out this divination stuff, right? I'm still stargazing. So they think it's the same thing. Now they're just doing it using it for something else, right? Okay, now I got this divination now. Okay, now I want to create a calendar. You see what I'm saying? So they doing the same thing. They repeating it. Now they're like, oh, these stars really giving us information, right? So they repeating the same.
No, they know it's not, yo. They scamming, yo.
Practice over and over again to gain information. They think it's the same thing. We understand.
No, Hemi, they scamming Hemi. Okay. You know that though, right?
Everybody, hold on, wait. Now, I'm unbiased in this debate, and I know less than all of y'all on the panel based off the subject that we're talking about. My 14-year-old son, he's sitting right here. He didn't hear the debate. He listened to the whole Aftermath show. I've been watching you since 2012. I can't lie, bro. When it comes to what y'all talking about tonight, my son agree with him, man. And he's just 14, bro. So come on.
But I expect him to agree with him. Is he scientifically literate?
Right.
No,
He's 14. I mean, come on, man.
He's 14. It's on TikTok. Yo, your son beat me up on TikTok. Yo, he's proficient in TikTok, yo.
That's messed up, man. No, but you understand what
I'm not mad. I'm glad the young brother's listening, though.
No, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying we today obviously know that they're distinct because astronomy is a science and astrology isn't, right? But I'm saying for the Babylonians, all they were doing was
no, they wasn't guessing with that, bro.
No, I'm not talking about guess. I said they was
by the time you get to the Babylonians, they had a whole system, yo. They wrote down numerals.
They wrote down the numbers and they had it together, yo. They wasn't the first one. No, they was the first. No, hold on. So which side of where you want to be at? You want to be in Africa? Because if you're in Africa, you don't get that until the Greeks come in. So they got a whole 4,000 or 5,000 year period of straight astronomy, bro. They don't even mix it. So I want to stay with we come from Africa. I want to stay with that. So I don't know why you keep picking the side you don't even come from. I know your son can hear that. We come from Africa.
Let me say this. My son do agree with You know, we got like Pisces and Cancers and Sagittarians and Scorpios.
Yeah, that comes from Greek.
He agreed that that's based off of, the setting of the sun, the moon, the stars, the seasons that we know. So he 100% agree with Unc on that. What he's saying is, though,
that's the white boy shit.
If we all agree that the study of this stuff firstly comes from Babylonian, he don't see how Unc can disagree with the barbarian on all of it is the same when they are the ones who originated for us to come up with Pisces, Cancer, and all that.
Nah. Let me tell you something this. Let me tell you something this. Astrology is pseudoscience. I want him to go to the store, gas station somewhere, right? buy the thing with your birth charts and stuff. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Look at the back of it. It's safe for entertainment only.
Now, thank
Listen,
you.
let me
Hold
finish
on,
my point.
say it again. Hold on. Oh, wait. Say it again. Son, say hello. Now, say
What's
what you
going on,
just
little
said
man?
again. It's for
I
what?
said I
It's
want
for
you to
what?
go. I want you to go to the gas station somewhere in your local neighborhood. Get one of them birth chart things they be selling in there, right? Look at the back. It's gonna say for entertainment purposes only.
Now, watch this. Now, son, haven't I always told you that Cancer, Pisces, all that? I'm not saying they don't play a role, but haven't I told you all that
They
stuff?
don't play a role.
Now, you just agree with me and what I've been telling my son for 14
No,
years.
but let's tell them why it don't play a role.
Why?
Because if you was born in February and you're a Pisces, right?
Right.
The universe and everything is moving, so it wouldn't be that no more. Anyway, you would never be that no more again because everything is always moving.
Well,
it's not set.
But
you get it?
No.
Listen,
you
bro,
cheating.
I'm not cheating. I'm trying to make a
Because
point.
if you really study,
hold on. I'm saying astrology is a non-African thing. Let's get right into what it is. We are African people. Our ancestors come from Africa, right? And the first thing we did was get that water, that food, track that rain. And we did that from Nataplius 7000 BCE, right? All the way to the Greek period where you find what they call opt, the Dendura, and they bring that stuff in. The Greeks bring it in, they bring the Babylonian tradition, the Greek Babylonian tradition in. So that's not an African thing. So if I just looked at it from an African standpoint, bro, the Africans didn't mix that. Them Greeks did. I would say that.
Yeah.
But that's an appeal to emotion. Y'all are slick, but
that's not an opinion. I can share the screen.
No, I said that's an appeal to emotion. I didn't say you was.
How's that appeal to emotion?
That's
the Western system. Yo, we arguing over the West. More into the motion.
But that's what we talking. But we talk. That's what we talking about. That's the topic. You can't check. What'd you say, Gil? What'd you say?
I said in the Babylonians and the Greeks formed the Western idea of astrology. You can't forget about the Indians and the people Chinese.
That's true. That's true.
No, I got y'all.
Yeah, the Chinese had it too, didn't they? Sure did.
Yeah, Chinese too.
So okay, so what form what astrology and astronomy were they discussing today? Were they discussing of it broadly, or were they talking about what these Babylonians gave us as far as
no? She's doing the Babylonians. She did the
Babylonians. They're talking about broadly today. Broadly, yeah.
Okay.
So you familiar with the
because I know
clocks and the deacons?
I think I'm well studied. I didn't even know that they came from Babylonians, so I couldn't even. I mean, I wouldn't even be able to answer your question on that. But I do know everybody that I know, and I don't care if it's in real life or online. A lot of people do go off of like Pisces, Cancer, all that stuff. So whether brother, well, let me say it this way. Him is saying that we wouldn't even have none of that Pisces, Cancer, none of that stuff if it wasn't for the
white people
reading of stars and all that the Babylonians did, which we all agreed that they did it first. So he's saying that all of it is BS, but it's the same.
It's
so
do
we agree or disagree?
It ain't the same because one is a scam and one actually produced something for real.
No, but see that. But I know.
Hey, hear me. This is why I got. Hey, hear me. Listen, bro.
And I'm a Christian. So, yeah.
I want you to know the preacher. Hey, yo, the preacher. He know he's selling you something invisible, yo, and he know he can get money off of you.
Fake preacher.
That's the truth, yo. Hey, hear me. This way. Hey, hear me. I want to be real. Hey, hear me. Guess what? The Babylonians know that they can chart the stars, and based off of that, they can make their calendar, yo. They just need to control the people with the religious part of it, yo. And they take advantage of you with that, bro. They not stupid, yo. Listen, watch this. I'm gonna give y'all something slick. Watch this. And now, hear me. Hey, hear me. Guess what? I would ask you a question, hear me. How come the Christians don't listen to their theologians, yo?
I'm a Christian, man.
What you mean?
But y'all don't listen to their theologians.
I do, though.
Not okay. So then you know the theologians can't actually tell you whether Jesus died or not on the cross.
Who? What
I don't want to go down that subject, but I disagree.
No, I'm trying to give you all a point here.
What theologians?
The study of theology, theologians.
I disagree.
No. Listen, hey, hear me. You listen. That's a religious belief.
Theologians, though.
I'm not. No. Serious.
Stay on theologians.
Harvard and Yale theologians, serious ones, right? To do the textual critiques, know that the Bible wasn't made by God. They know humans wrote that.
I don't.
And they'll say that it was inspired by God.
I can't agree with that. No. Wait.
But it's
They
God.
don't say that. No, wait. Before we get to any theologian,
yeah, the real theologian.
Everybody pause. Let me talk. Let me talk real quick. Before we get to any theologians, the Bible says that everything written is inspired by God. That's before we get to any interpretation. Just the text itself. So I can say that
say
any
it again.
theologian
Say that again. Say that again for me. The Bible says what?
Inside the Bible, it says that men who were inspired by God. This is the text. The text.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Who wrote that though? I know who wrote that though.
So,
who wrote it?
Now, I don't even know.
No. Did a cockroach write it or did a human write it?
Humans wrote everything.
So hold on, wait, stop. So hear me. Hold on, let me make my point. Hold on, hear me. So when humans write things, right, it's based off of processes, right, that occur in the brain. Am I correct?
Right. Well, just like science. Yeah.
Right. So we can agree to that. God didn't make science. Right. Okay. We can. Humans made science.
Yes, he did.
Right.
Hold on, watch this. And to prove my point, humans made God. All over the world. No. Let me finish. No, hear me. I just want to say this. Listen, I'm not. Watch this. Let me. Hold on.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. The flow is on. I agree with everything you said up until your last statement, but the flow is still on. Go ahead.
All right, but watch this. So then we're African people. We're African Americans, right? And by default, we can't learn our history based off of the religion we got. Do you get my point?
Well, we was always a spiritual people.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. And hear me. Watch this. In the biblical text, where is man created? In the Garden of Eden.
Right.
Where's the Garden of Eden at? They don't necessarily know, but we know the Garden of Eden ain't in Africa because it say the rivers went up out the garden into Ethiopia. So we know the garden wasn't in Africa.
Can we pause? Wait. I want you to keep going. I want you to keep going. But based off what they say Ethiopia is, based off what they say the Garden of Eden is, based off of the 4 rivers that we can trace on the map now.
Name them.
Based off Euphrates, Tigris, and whatever the other.
And Euphrates. Where's that at?
Where's that at? I will say. Wait. I want you to keep going. I will say that those 4 rivers do have an ending point, and it is in between that plate between Africa and like Jerusalem. That is an actual land. So I will say that does have a mark on the map. No,
they don't know the Guion and Peon is. They never found it.
Okay, that's true.
The Tigris Euphrates.
One of the rivers have dried up thousands of years ago. So you're right. It's not a river right now. And
they ain't
never
found it. You can't put out. They ain't never found that. They wait.
Hey,
so let me hold on, wave. I got a point. Watch this. I made a serious statement right now, and I'm not knocking nobody's religion. Y'all would think I am, but I'm actually not.
No, you're not.
What I'm doing is I'm taking
real quick. I've been following you since 2012. I've heard a lot of people knock the Bible. I will say this about you, bro. You're the first person that I came across in my early 20s. I'm 40 right now, bro. You're the first person I came across in my early 20s in the conscious community who told other conscious niggas that I can go to the Bible to disprove y'all niggas. And since that time, I've been having a love for you, right? So no, you're not lying, bro. It is one river based off of the 4 rivers mentioned in the Bible.
It's 2.
That we don't have no evidence.
You know where they at. So watch this. Well, hold on. Let's use our damn common sense. Why would the people mention the Tigris Euphrates? That's where the hell they from. Of course, they're gonna name the shit around them. Common sense. Now watch this though. I say that African Americans can't learn their history, right? Because of their religion shuts them off. Because our history actually starts at 350,000 years ago in Africa. The biblical text is the history of the Hebrew people, not the world. They did not have an understanding of the world. You can read the biblical text It's their world. It's called the biblical world. So African Americans are actually older than the thoughts and the ideas in the biblical text because we're not Hebrew people. Now watch this. The people we come from, the hunter-gatherers, the ancient people, we designed and constructed our own deities, our own gods, our own deification systems. So African Americans, by default, by us being so religious, the download from slavery, we can't even see our story. And when we see our story, the first thing we say is, I don't come for no monkeys. Wait a minute, bro. And if I say voodoo,
but wasn't
making a point.
Wasn't Christianity in first century?
If you want to keep talking, yeah, keep talking. But hold up, I want to cut you off.
We don't come from Ethiopia. We come from
what if the Bible? What if the Bible, and let's just say the Israelites, as we know them today or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What if it makes a claim that, based off of the text that's written, it's not claiming to be the oldest religion, bro? It's telling you that there were things that happened before this stuff was written down, but now that this stuff is written down, we can look back and see that, well, dang, even though they didn't write it first, this kind of did happen. I ain't saying everything. I'm just saying certain stuff. What would you say about that?
I would say that I'm not making a claim over the religion of the Bible being older. I'm not disputing that. What I'm trying to say is that we have a rich tapestry of different forms of understanding the natural world, right, wrong, or indifferent. If I say voodoo, we get a little scared and think it's a little evil, think we're gonna cast a spell or something. If I say Jesus Christ, yo, we on trip. But it was under the banner of Jesus Christ, yo. Did they say if you do not have a Christian monarch, we can enslave him and bring it to Christ? We should be more afraid of Christianity than the voodoo, than the traditional indigenous systems.
So it's like, hold up, bro. Let me talk real quick. So, do you think, I can be right, I can be wrong, you can be right, you can be wrong. Do you think that, like, voodoo, witchcraft, all that stuff, do you think that stuff is real?
No, witchcraft is Europe.
I'm saying, do you think
it's Europe? Voodoo.
Hold up, wait. This is my major point.
Yeah.
Do you think that people can, like, I don't care where it come from. I'm Africa, whatever.
Hell no. Humans are limited. No. I'm saying all of it is important. See, this is what we got to understand. The biblical custom and traditions are very, very important.
No, not just
Hebrew
biblical.
people. No, listen to me. I want you to catch this. I want y'all to catch this, Emmy. The biblical text is very important to a particular culture, yo. Simple as that. There's no doubt. It's their customary traditions and their awareness and their trials and tribulations on earth, bro. They recorded there in a manner unlike any other. Okay? They the people of the book. This is the first time that people start saying this is the beginning, this is we did, blah, 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 blah. That's the first time we So in Africa, they got their religion, their custom, their tradition is just as important. So as African Americans, they made us forcefully pick and choose. When in actuality, we should hold on, hear me. Listen, you're a believer, bro. I don't have a problem with it. But in reality, the gods or ancestors that they venerate in Mesoamerica, did they venerate in Australia? Did they venerate in South Africa? It's just as important as the biblical narrative. The difference is one was used for enslavement purposes, and one had an advantage called intercontinental ships that spread it, and the printing press printed that. That's what the Europeans chose. That's the advantage they got.
Which one is true, though? Wait.
There is no truth, because what's true for you would not be.
Wait, Paul. Now we agree. The Africans had their own concept. The Chinese had their own concept. The Europeans had their own concept. Right. So based off of don't murder, don't lie, don't kill, don't steal, don't take somebody's wife, don't covenant, which we all agree that stuff is factual.
Yeah.
Who is telling the truth about the outcome of why we shouldn't do that? Is it the Africans, the Chinese, the Europeans, the Israelites? Who has the most stake in where we live at right now in 2025 as to say, well, okay, of course, all of us agree, don't kill nobody, true. Don't lie, true. And all that.
All humans agree.
So even in Israel, now watch this. I'm a Bible believer, right? But I'm agreeing that the Bible wasn't the first text to say that don't kill is right. Don't steal is right. So
the code of Hammurabi.
But who is true based off what the outcome is though? What would you say?
What outcome? Ain't no outcome. We still living. The humans is
Hold on.
still doing their thing.
I gotta say this. I gotta
wait. And I'm gonna let everybody go. This what I mean by that.
What you mean?
Okay, the Babylonians say don't kill, don't steal, don't lie because this gonna happen. Buddhists say,
don't say that.
There ain't no God, don't kill, don't steal, because this gonna happen. The Muslims say don't kill, don't steal. The Bible say don't kill, don't steal, because you go to heaven or hell, whatever.
Yeah.
Or atheists say don't kill, don't steal, don't lie, but once you die, this is it. It don't matter what you did, this is it. Which one is more likely to be true? Could it be the Bible, atheism, Muslims, Buddhism? Which one would you say, you specifically, which one would you say would be more likely to be true based on possibility, is what I'm asking you.
None of it. It's all religion, yo. It ain't supposed to be true.
Okay. Thank you.
And watch this. You know where it all go wrong at? It all go wrong when the Muslims, Christians, and Jews believe they got the God. That's instant disrespect.
But what about the people before them though? What about the people before them though? Who said that same stuff though?
They was just as crazy. They was just as wild, and they used it for imperialism.
So look, you applied something that wasn't true. No, it's not. No, listen, y'all keep. I don't know where y'all get this motion. This is a friend's, but no, this is a friend's theory that Christianity. Listen, this is a friend's theory that Christianity was beaten to us from slavery, bro. That's a friend. African.
That's a lie.
Right. That is a lie, bro. Tertullian, origin, August. Listen to what I'm telling you. You gonna
let them say no. Gotta let them go. Let them go.
Tertullian, Origin, Augustine, Athenius, all these were Africans, right? Those are the early. Those are the ones
before Europe,
right? Well before
Augustine
Europe.
when he know African like you. Augustine was a Berber.
Henry, I got where you're going. Hold on, I got where Henry going. So let me ask you a question. Let's say the Bible is totally false, right? Let's say the Bible totally false. Everything in it false.
No. It just fit that community. That's all. And they made it the world community.
No, I'm talking about outside of that community, because we got a pedophile community, homosexual community, all that. So let's just go outside of the community. Let's just say the Bible is totally false. Everything the Israelites taught from their perspective is false, right?
No, it's not false, yo. It's for that community, yo.
Believe me. I'm on your side more than anything.
Yeah,
so I got you, bro. Let me build this foundation and then come to a conclusion. Let's say that everything the Bible teaches is false outside of the stuff that we know that's real. Like, of course, we know that's still wrong. Like, we know lying wrong, all that stuff or whatever. The Bible text isn't the first text to say that stealing wrong, killing wrong, lying wrong. So we all agree on that, right? We all agree on that.
Yeah, they got it from the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians.
Okay. Let's just say the Egyptians was right on killing, stealing, lying. The Mesopotamians was right on killing, stealing, lying. The outcome to why killing, stealing, lying, racism, white man, black man, all that, who had it right from the beginning? Who would y'all say that is?
Nobody had nothing right, yo. There's too many damn humans and too many stories. 8 million stories, yo. Nobody got. Come on, man.
No,
but the Bible. Now, one thing I will say: the Bible lifestyle is still relevant today, though. Not the Hindu lifestyle, not the Buddhism.
That's
now,
not
I'm not
saying No, that's not true. Whoa. Let's do this. You know what? You just the Bible just got you. Because if you ain't never went to India, yo, they Hindus, yo.
I ain't never been to India, but I know they Hindus.
Yeah. The Chinese ain't Christians, yo.
They're not. Confucius,
right, and their culture they got an ancient culture. They culture way older than Hebrews. They got their own custom and their traditions, and the reason they won't switch because the Bible is a cultural container of ideas. Your great grandmother name ain't in the Bible, yo. My great grandmother name ain't in the Bible, yo.
That's true.
Right, and I'm saying because it's an ancestral shrine. Hold on, hear me. The very essence of what the biblical text is, the Torah, is basically an ancestral shrine. They venerating their ancestors, yo. All the way back to Adam, yo. You don't you don't come from Adam. You don't come from Adam,
that's
bro.
why I was trying to tell you, bro. Like y'all keep saying, y'all keep trying
let him go real quick. 5 seconds. Let him go. Go ahead, bro.
Because all roads leads to Rome. That's why. Roman Empire.
No, it don't. Christianity. No, it don't. Christianity was
before
you said
Augustine. Bro, you said Augustine. He's a
Roman. Augustine is
Rome.
That's what? Romanized North.
How much you want to bet? Anybody? I'm gonna put it up.
Roman Empire, Romanized is a Romanized North Africa.
I'm gonna pull it up.
Of the Roman Empire.
Watch this.
The Roman Empire, yo.
Hold on.
That's true. That's true, bro. Augustine is wrong. That's true.
Who? I said Augustine of Hippo. Augustine of Hippo.
Yes, he's Roman. He's part of the Roman Empire.
He's from Algeria.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yes, but that area was part of the Roman Empire at that time.
But that came from Roman Empire.
Okay. His name is Augustine. Augustine of Hippo. He's North African. He's not no African like you. He's not a West African. He's a North African.
Let him go. Go ahead, bro. Let him go.
The kingdom of Ascom, bro.
Hold up, him. Go ahead, bro.
I'm saying the kingdom of Ascom, right? Is that older than Rome? Or
what? Kingdom of Axum? The kingdom of Axum?
Yeah.
Axum?
Yeah.
That shit wrong, bro.
No, the Axum ain't the oldest Christian nation, yo. It's
I said it's older than Rome. I said it's older than Rome.
No, it's not.
That's my point. Yes, it is.
Not Axum.
No, that wasn't.
Yes, it is. That's 330 AD.
They didn't start off. Hold on, hear me. They didn't start off as Christians though. They start. Right. Izana was the first Axum.
Isaiah, I said 330 AD. That's before.
But that starts with Izana. He's not the first. Izana's not the first Axum king.
I'm saying they adopted Christianity in 330 AD. That was betrayed.
That was betrayed. The Romans were Christian before the Axumites.
Gullah.
Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying.
They had the Orthodox Church, yo. You tripping right now?
No. I am. Google it. Google when the kingdom of
Axum. I'm not Googling nothing. It's not older than Rome. I study ancient. I'm not going to Google that. How the hell is Christianity older than Rome? You ain't even got no Christianity until you get the books.
Kemet older than Rome, bro. Like, come on.
We ain't talking about Kemet. We saying Christianity.
Listen, I understand that Rome adopted Christianity.
You don't know your own religion, yo. It's crazy, yo. They Romans, yo. Hippo, they Romans.
I'm a Christian myself. Rome is older than Christianity, bro.
Rome itself, but I'm saying Rome adopted Christianity as its official religion.
Why would you just switch it like this? Hold on, wait.
Listen to what, because y'all not
you argued with me for 2 minutes that Christianity was older. You got caught up. You tried to name it, and now you're trying to say
Christianity is older than them adopting it as their official religion. That's a
fact.
That's
double talk right now. What you ain't say that?
Google it. Google when did Rome
adopt
Christianity as their official
Hemi, you trying to do this on purpose, Hemi? Hemi, the first thing you said, don't cut me off, Hemi. Listen, the first thing you said was you said Christianity was older than the Roman Empire. That's all you said. That's all. You didn't say nothing.
It is. I didn't say Axum had anything to do with Augustine.
No, you said Christianity is old. You said Christianity is older than the Roman Empire, yo. You ain't got no Christian books.
The Romans adopted Christianity. So Christianity had to come first.
Hemi.
Listen to what I'm saying.
The Romans adopted Christianity. Hemi, that's how you think? Stay away from science, yo. Stay in your religion, yo. You can say all that. Stay away from that. Did the Romans
adopt Christianity or did they create it?
I didn't say they created Christianity, bro.
Okay, so Christianity is older than the Roman Empire that adopted it and made it their official.
No, it's not. The Roman, bro.
Hey, Gullah, don't yell. Hey, Gullah, guess what,
Gullah? Rome is older than the Christianity, but Rome did adopt Christianity as an official empire.
That's how it goes.
You gotta that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. Listen. I said that. I'm saying Christianity existed before Rome adopted it. Rome didn't create Christianity.
Nobody said Rome. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna tell you this. All right, check this out. Hey, Hemi.
I just told you, look up the kingdom of
Christianity did not
Absalom.
exist. Hello, wait, bro. Now, me and you are both Bible believers, so I'm with you on the Bible side. Christianity didn't exist until after Jesus came on the earth. Rome conquered Egypt and all that 400 years before Christ even came. So yeah, Rome existed before Christianity, bro. That's just a fact.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell Egypt. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They were already practicing this stuff. Christianity don't just start at the New Testament. Christianity don't start. Christianity, but a lot of people get it mixed up.
You trying to be funny right now?
No, they think Christianity starts with the New Testament. That's false.
Man. Nobody ain't saying.
No, Christianity started with Jesus, and Jesus
bro.
came across in the New Testament.
But he taught the Torah.
Hey, Hemi.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Hemi. Hold on. Jesus Christ was a Hebrew. Hold on. Hey, Hemi. Jesus Christ was a Hebrew. Let me finish. Let me finish. I heard you.
I got you. Christianity didn't start. Listen to me, bro. I am a Christian, bro. I'm an ordained minister. Christianity didn't start until after Jesus died. Rome was already an empire before Jesus. Now, don't get me wrong. They did talk about Jesus. Wait, they did talk about Jesus in the Old Testament before he came, right? Christianity didn't start until after Jesus. Rome is older than Jesus.
I get what you're trying to say. I'm saying that Christianity encompasses the Torah and the New Testament. It's not just about what happened after Jesus. That's not Christianity.
No, wait. I would agree with you in totality, but if we're going by timeline, the word Christianity, or any of that, none of that existed before Jesus died.
So that's what I'm saying. That's how people get the truth. I'm saying the practices of the Bible, right? Because the whole thing is that this Abrahamic faith, which is Christianity, is not just strictly based on the New Testament.
It's continual, right? It's continual.
Right. So what I'm saying
is a white man religion.
I agree.
Christianity is the white man religion, Hemi.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on, Hemi. Let me explain this, Hemi. Watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Let me just say this. Give me one straight minute. Watch this. Hey, Hemi. First of all, Christianity was really a Hebrew sect. It wasn't separate. You got your Messianic Hebrews, yo.
That's a continuation, yes.
All right. Yes. And watch this. By the time they started to write it, yo, it broke away because it was written in Greek. It was written in Kohan Greek by third to second generation Hebrews that had studied in Greek schools. Let's get that straight. So we're starting to see a cultural shift now.
Christianity is not Judaism, right?
No,
Christianity
it's not.
is not
and it's written in Kohan Greek. It's written in, so now you get the introduction of Greek ideas into what would later on become Christianity. Now this is a fact.
Wait, now that's what you're wrong with. That's what you're wrong with.
No. The logo, hold on. The logos is a Greek idea.
No, it's a Greek word, not
it's a Greek. No, listen. See, that's what I'm saying. We talk about the theologians. Listen, think about it. So if I'm writing it, and just like if we writing something in English, by happenstance, it's gonna pick up English ideas, yo. You can't get away from it. So even when we talk about voodoo and stuff, we talk about it in English, right? We write about it in English. It's picking up English ideas, yo. You can't separate.
Let me give you an example.
Real quick. My point, though.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm saying is when they started, it's called the Council of Nicaea. They had some councils prior to that. What did they do at the Council of Nicaea? What was the argument at the Nicene
They came up with the divinity of Christ.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. No, that's bullshit.
Not came up, but established.
Let me tell you. I'm not gonna give you the Phil Valentine and the Hidden Colors rendition. I'm gonna give you what it really was, because I read the damn notes. They got notes at the daggone.
I got them.
Look, they argued over the divinity of Christ.
I just said that the divinity of Christ. Now, watch this. This wasn't where it was first mentioned.
No, I ain't saying that. No, obviously not. Let me finish.
You ain't saying that.
Okay.
At the Council of Nicaea is where it was established, because we can read the Bible without the.
All right, so hold on. But it was established where? Nicaea.
Wrong. Yeah.
Hold on. Watch this. Who called the conference? Constantine, a Roman emperor. A Roman. Now watch this. He was arguing against a North African, Arius.
No, he
Arius.
wasn't arguing. No, he wasn't arguing.
Yeah. It's called Arianism. Let me finish. Yes. Listen, it was Arianism. Arian said that Jesus was created.
Not God. Yes.
He wasn't God. He was created by God in the beginning. They was like, hell no. And he was convincing people of that. I like what Arius was saying made more sense to me. At the council, they said that no, Jesus wasn't created. He was in there. He was in the beginning with God, as God always was, always will be.
John 1:1, right?
So watch this. So hold on. They apostasized him. Hold on, they apostasized him. They threw his ass out. Hold on, bro. They threw him out the thing. So I'm trying to make my point here.
Let me ask you John,
I want to stay on the establishment of Europeans in this Christianity. I know what I'm doing.
Real quick. Wait. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I am cutting you off. Now you saying that when it came to the Council of Nicaea, which I agree. I agree. Council of Nicaea was
Roman white boy called it.
Roman white boy. It was black people there. And wait, before we go to the
nah.
Okay, wait.
Might have one or two. I'm not. Might have one or two from where?
I can argue with you on that.
Where the dignitaries coming from? You got some North Africans there.
Film me real quick.
Nobody, you got to stop letting these non-believers try to trick you about all
me
and him on the same page right here. Though. I'm tricking.
Hold on, everybody pause. Everybody pause. I'm being. Come on, man. Can everybody give me a second real quick?
All right, go ahead, bro. I'm trying to make my point.
I've been hearing you 12 years. I know your point, and I don't want you to not get it off because there may have been people who may have not heard what I've heard from you. So I totally get you. You hear me? I totally get you, bro. Now hear me. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible, all that. I ain't saying that you're doing wrong with myself. Now, back to the council. Back to the Council of Nicaea. Unc is right, in which I agree with. This is where it was established the divinity of Christ. Now,
I not in Palestine.
Okay, wait.
The Holy Land.
No. Before 325, which is the Council of Nicaea, 325, we have the book of John, right? The book of John, I don't care how old you want to date it, it came out before the Council of Nicaea. John 1:1, which the Council of Nicaea and Arianism would have to go off of, right? There was no debate in early centuries that Jesus was God. It's even in the Bible, John 1:1.
Yeah, see, depending on what kind of Christian you is, though.
No, I'm going off timeline. Arianism is a later argument that Jesus wasn't God because we all agree that John 1:1 was around before Arianism. So the Council of Nicaea confirmed what John 1:1 said when the argument of Arianism arose. That's all I'm saying. Everything you said before that, you are 100% true. But if we read the Bible right now, this is before Arianism and the Council of Nicaea. Let's just say neither of those ever happened, and all we have is the text. John 1:1 lets it be known that Jesus is God. The only reason why the Jews wanted to kill Jesus, because why? Blasphemy. Jesus put himself on the same level as
hold
God.
on, I don't want to get that. Right. Let me finish. So don't nobody know. Obviously, they're killing each other over. Watch this.
Let
me finish my point.
Am I right, Henry?
Yeah, but watch this, yo. First of all, there is no standardized John yet. It don't get there. Hold on. You can't keep cutting that. Let him go. Let me go, bro. There is no canonized books prior to the council where they started canonizing works, official works. As a matter of fact, they vote on the different Johns to put in. Some were forgeries. Let me finish. Some was they was reading different kinds. You don't know what one they was reading because they don't know because it wasn't standardized. You gotta let me finish. So what I'm trying to tell you is the Roman Catholic Church canonized the biblical text in different conferences. not in the sin. Nothing was canonized in the Sin Council, but later on, Chalcedon and all that, they started canonizing the book. It was the Roman Catholic white boys that constructed the biblical text. That's why I say it's the white man religion, bro, because it was the Catholic Church with your white boys. They made it official books that you hold in your hand today, bro. I know what I'm talking about, bro.
So why you ignoring Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, and all them that came well before the Council of Nicaea?
I know, but they North Africans. Am I not correct?
Yeah, but that don't change what I'm, but that don't, but you keep trying to attribute everything to the
But I didn't. No. I'm not arguing over them. I'm saying is they started to form the theology.
Based on what? Based on what? The text that was already existing.
But
You said that was
I said there was no canon. I used a word, bro.
It wasn't
Don't
finished.
play with me. I said there's no official books yet. The word is canonized.
There were official books.
No, they wasn't. They not canonized.
It wasn't finished. That's false.
No, there is no. Where's it at? Oh, you should pull it up right now online. Pull up the copy they got. Go ahead. Don't play with me. Pull it up.
Okay, bet.
I'm gonna say even before Oxum made hold on, let me finish. Let me say something. Even before Oxum officially made Christianity their state, their state religion.
Phone did. My grandmother didn't get the shit y'all talking about.
Somebody keep
Did
muting
your
me,
grandmother get that, yo?
No. It's on Gilly. It's on Gilly. Go ahead, Gilly.
Armenia converted before Oxum did, which is an ally to Rome. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Rome was the last to make it a state religion. You know, Constantine in 380. You know what I'm saying? Oxum before them, but Armenia was the first state. You know what I'm saying? Or kingdom, whatever, to make Christianity their official religion in Anatolia, and they was like an ally buffer state to Rome.
But my grandmother, my mother, they got the white man's religion, yo. They didn't get the shit you talking about in Palestine, yo. We're gonna stop playing this wild game.
Yeah.
They never got what Hemi is talking about, yo. They never read that. They got was the Kimmy Finna.
You say what?
Yeah, we get it through the Holy
I
Rome.
said my great grandmother, my mother. I said my mother.
mama, I'm 40 years old. My mom been going to church 30, 40 years. She don't know nothing about no Council of Nicaea.
None of that shit we talking about. Right. So I'm saying that's some new shit this generation done brought forth with all the slick shit. My grandmother, my mother got the King James Bible. Simple as that. The white man
and white Jesus
and they got Matthew. Look, they got Matthews, Mark, and Luke, which ain't fucking Hebrew names. Excuse my language. They did not. In the 50s, they had the white Jesus in the churches, bro. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like Justin Martyr, like my grandmother knew about Justin Martyr. Ain't nobody know no damn Justin Martyr.
It's not about whether they knew.
No. It is exactly about what they knew about, bro, because they died not knowing. Didn't have access to it.
No,
so
but
you
we have
coming with something. No, we're not listening to that. This is the new fight. When
course
y'all
you don't wanna-
construct
of
some
course you-
shit,
no,
then
because
none of
you
the
know-
slaves. Bro, hold on. Let me finish, man. None of the slaves got it, bro.
I'm not finna sit up here,
bro.
nobody.
And
You
you
keep
don't
saying
know,
one
but
at a time. I'm not finna kid up here and just let this dude
Okay,
because he don't believe.
good.
You see what I'm saying?
Good. No, good. Okay, good. Let me give 45 seconds. Hello.
Let me get my 45 seconds, Hemi.
45 seconds and then Gilly.
Hey, Hemi. Come on, bro.
I mean Hemi.
Rome, the Roman Catholic Church canonized the Bible. The Romans are white boys, quote unquote, bro. That's all I'm saying, yo. My mother didn't know about Justin Martyr and them. That's the theologians. You're not even listening to your theologians. Because if you listen to your theologians, if you know you're not, bro. If you go to theology school right now, bro, you can't they can't make a determination whether Abraham and them was real, bro. Okay, that's a belief. They can't believe. They can't tell you whether a person died and came back to life or not. They don't teach you that in non-religious theological schools, bro. They don't teach that because you can't verify that. That's all I'm saying, man.
All right, now go ahead, Hemi.
So look, he just tried to say that we don't listen to our theologians, right?
You
but
don't.
this
I
is
do.
But that's who Justin Martyr. That's who Justin Martyr. That's who Irenaeus, right? That's who Tertullian is. Those are the early church fathers. Those are our theologians, right? You keep trying to shift it and put everything up on the Council of Nicaea when they was confirming this stuff well before the Council of Nicaea even came about. That's what I'm trying to argue to you.
Why they had to fight over then if it was confirmed?
Obviously, because they were heretics. What the hell are you talking about?
You got fake teachers, bro.
Come on,
the Bible,
man.
Really?
I got you, him. I got you. I want you to answer it. I want you to make your statement from this standpoint. No, and that's where I'm going with it. The Bible let it be known, bro. There have always been, and there will be, right? There's going to be a time where people are going to teach against Christ, and it warns believers to look out for these false teachings, right? So how can believers look out for false teachings if we don't even know what the real teachings is, bro? So any statement that you can give about somebody who was teaching the Bible wrong, as in Arianism, prosperity gospel, people who trying to get you to come to church just for the money, all that stuff there, whatever. If the Bible already tells us that stuff is gonna happen, then what would be your explanation against that?
They got lucky.
Come on, man.
Think about that, yo. Think about what I just said, though. That must just be some luck, then, huh?
But
what I'm trying to say, Hemi, what the point? Hold on.
Let him go. Let him go.
Hemi, what I'm trying to say is, Hemi, listen, the only reason you believe in Jesus Christ, yo, because you descended from slaves, yo.
No,
let me finish, yo.
Yes, it is.
If not for colonialism, yo, you wouldn't have known about Jesus Christ, yo. You tripping right now. You be in Africa doing your thing, functioning.
So
you know
what
what
about
I'm saying? Man, why you cut me off, yo?
Let him go. 30 seconds.
Yo, why you feel the need to cut me off? No, that's not true.
Everybody give 30 seconds. Hello, everybody give 30 seconds.
Let nobody moderate. Let nobody moderate.
Just give me 30 seconds.
Don't be long-winded, but take your 30 seconds.
I ain't long-winded. I ain't long-winded like that. Hemi, we have been getting more time to talk to you, bro.
Dialogue.
So, Hemi, do you want to go right now, Hemi? I'll let you
Let's
get
go. Come on,
some time,
it's on
Hemi.
you. No, you go, it's on you, Go ahead.
Hey, Hemi, if not for slavery, yo, you wouldn't have known Christ, yo. So maybe we should thank white people, you know what I'm saying, that they enslaved our ass and brought us to Christ, yo. It's right there. It's called the doctrine of discovery, yo. So then why don't we thank white people? Appreciate you for that. Come on, bro. It was colonialism that introduced your kind to Christianity, yo. You tripping right now. That's the truth. Now, just say by act of God, he needed to enslave us so we could get to him. All right, bro. I might buy that. I'm finished. That's my 30 seconds. Let me explain to me how we're going to get to Christ without white people. Go ahead, Hemi.
Let him go and don't stop.
That's my question for Hemi. Hemi, that's my question. Hemi, do you have my question, Hemi?
Stop.
I want to make sure he got my question. I'm going to shut up. I want to make sure Hemi got my question.
Everybody stop. Everybody, hold up. Wait. Before I let Hemi go, Hemi, do you understand question?
Yeah, he's saying that we wouldn't. Christianity we got it from the slavery, but
you got 1 minute, bro. Go ahead.
All right. So look, if what you were saying was true, right? Christianity wouldn't have existed in sub-Saharan Africa, right? In like Sudan, Nubia, the Horn of Africa, right? Christianity existed
We don't come from them areas. We don't come from them areas.
That's not my point.
Let that man talk.
Come on, let him go. Go ahead.
You know when you make a mistake at Go ahead, Hemi.
It's not about
let him go. Go ahead.
Start over, Hemi.
No, I'm just saying it's not about whether we came from those places or not. Unc keeps trying to say that we wouldn't know Christianity if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade. That's false because there are people in Africa who who practice Christianity, right? So it was going to spread regardless, right? Christianity was what? Yes, I'm sure it was going to spread regardless, right? So what they were trying to use Christianity to abuse us, to say obey your masters and stuff like that, right? We took it and we did our own thing with it, right? We used it for hope. You know what I'm saying? We prayed, and so we can. That's a fact. You laughing and shit.
It was because you was enslaved, yo. That's why you was trying to get some hope, bro.
I'm not saying it wasn't trying to get hope, but you keep trying to say.
Hey,
You're not listening to what I'm.
Christianity,
gonna let me go.
Christianity
I'm gonna let
didn't
you
come.
go. He ain't gonna let you go.
Hold
I
on, let
like
me
to
say
hear you
something.
talk.
I would say
I like to hear you talk.
Christianity didn't even come into West Africa until the Portuguese came into the Congo.
Right, yo. I thought you knew that, bro. You playing, yo.
That's not my point.
King Alfonso, yo. You don't got no books on.
Y'all keep trying to put Christianity on.
I got
And
books.
it was like around the same
Here you go.
time.
Here.
This is all I'm
Why
saying.
every time you talk, you just talk, bro? Damn,
You interrupted me. They told me to go, and you started talking while I was talking.
Yeah, you started talking, Gully. He was done.
I thought he was done. Shit.
He wasn't done.
I
Go
said
ahead.
I just
Go ahead.
stopped because y'all kept interrupting me.
No, you say, hold on. You said northeast. You say northeast Africa.
Start over here.
Yeah,
Start over
over,
here.
Henny.
Start
Fake shake, yo. Christ gonna help
Christian,
you.
I said
Yeah, my bad, go ahead.
I said, yo, y'all silly, man.
That map gonna eat your ass up in a minute. Put that
That's
map
right.
on your ass.
Say,
Put
real
that
talk,
map
bro.
on him.
All y'all, all of y'all though, bro, man. Say, I really love how the conversation been going for the last 2 hours, man. Ain't nobody talking about nobody, mama, daddy,
No, hell
cousin,
no.
all that, and y'all been going. Nah, real talk, bro. I love it, bro.
No, we ain't doing that.
No,
But
all right,
Henny gonna die with
So
this
what we
map.
at now?
This map gonna kill him. The map
No,
gonna
Now,
kill you.
wait now. I got an input now. I got an input now based off the topic that we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny.
Now,
go ahead.
yeah, it is. This is sport, you know what I'm saying? This is sport, man. I ain't seen nobody be going as far as they going, but okay. Now, we brought up the Council of Nicaea, and I agree that in the Council of Nicaea, this is where when we can look back in history, that we can pinpoint, okay, they established that, Jesus is God and his divinity and all.
Yeah.
But we know that the Bible, that the text is older than that council. Today, we can read that text, even if that council never happened, and still see. This is why Captain Cesariak lost the other day. This is why Elder Yara and them lost the other day when they was going against Pastor Bennett. The text clearly says what it says. You see what I'm saying? So I would say that if you was to say that a person like me, and I agree because I'm black, I'm born in America, and my ancestors came over here on slave ships. And yeah, I did grow up going to church. My grandmama and them went to church. So the only reason that I know about Christ, and the only reason why I believe that it's not the only reason, but one of the reasons why I believe it's true is because somehow I was born in a time to where my parents believed in the Bible, right? But that's not also true for a person who was born in China. That's not also true for a person born in Thailand, a person born in other places of the world who I would consider my brothers and sisters, not just because they're black, but because we come to the same understanding of the text that we're reading. I agree with you, Chinese brother. I agree with you, Thailand brother. I agree with you, Ethiopian, Australian brother, sister, whatever, right? The text says what it says. So even though I may have not got the Bible through what you just said, and that could be true. I mean, I ain't saying it could be. What you said is true, I couldn't have got the Bible if my ancestors didn't go through what they went through for me to be born in 1980. Right. So that's true for me, right?
That's all I'm saying, yo.
But the message of the Bible that I get, another person who didn't go through what I went through to still have got that same message from the Bible, what took me to get to that conclusion is the overall conclusion, despite of what I had to go through. Because if one plus one
they canonize the Chinese, yo. You ain't know that? They had to throw them out of China. That's how Christianity got into China. Colonization. I mean, y'all tripping right now, man. Y'all crazy.
I'm with you.
Am I wrong with that? Come on,
do you
yo.
Hemi, do you feel me?
Share my screen. I want to talk to Henny Coon. Share my screen. Hold on. Share my screen. Share my screen. Come on, my turn. My turn now, Henny. Share my screen. Share my screen.
I'm gonna share your screen, but let Hemi say what he said. Go ahead, Hemi.
No, I agree with what you're saying, and that's my point. They keep trying to say that because we the transatlantic slave trade, and that's the only reason why we believe. But that message spread regardless. It's people that didn't. So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that you can use that because you know that event happened. What I'm saying is that if absent of that event, there are Christians all over the world who didn't have, that got it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say it was going to spread.
Without colonialism, it don't spread, yo. Without the printing press, it don't spread.
2.6, almost 3 billion Christians that got it. No matter how
they got a lot. Okay, can I talk about what I'm talking about? So first of all, they was first called Christians in Turkey. We know that.
No.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible.
It's not.
It is. They was first called Christians in Antioch. Acts 11:26.
Right.
Antioch is look at geography, yo. It's in Turkey, bro.
My bad.
All right, now I want to speak to this right here. This is important for us to learn geography. This geography. Where Henny said Christianity was in Ethiopia, right? And Nile Valley, Nubia, Rome. We agree, but we come from over here, yo. Okay, all right. That's important to know. This map is very revealing. First of all, it's way bigger than what you're looking at. All right, so this ain't the half of it. This is a large area right here. Okay, so we can safely say that our ancestors that come from here and primarily here and here, right? Wouldn't have had Christianity, yo, and they was living for 350,000 years without Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. So I just want to make that. I want to make a point that I think is very, very important, and this is how we really understand it. If you want to get something out of religion, you got to at least understand this: religions are cultural containers of ideas produced by human beings to venerate special events, to venerate their ancestry, and to deify whatever they choose to deify. They deify ideas and concepts that help them survive in their environment. The problem is not one shoe fit all, because once you take your religion to somebody else and proselytize, you're actually destroying their ancestry. That's the truth, yo. You're taking them away from the very thing that the Bible wants you to do. They want to trace everything back to Adam. But the Zulus don't trace everybody back to Adam. The Africans at Pinnacle Point, didn't trace everybody. No, I'm saying this is important. It's an idea, yo. Jesus Christ had a mother, and his mother and his father traced a lineage through the Hebrews all the way back to Adam. Read the genealogy. If you read the genealogy, your ass is left out of that. So I'm not. You are. If you don't come from the Adam, hold on. Wait. If you don't come from Adam and Eve, right? They are officially stopping you from learning your history. Because if you believe in the Bible, you got to believe in Adam and Eve. And if you believe in Adam and Eve, then you don't believe in the Omo Valley, right? Then you don't understand Pinnacle Point in South Africa. Then you don't understand Central Africa, Kenya, Nairobi, where they got these artifacts, Zinthopithecus. Then you think that's real first African history. No, I'm just making a point here, bro.
It ain't fair though. It ain't fair though. We're talking about.
I ain't supposed to be fair. I'm just telling you the truth. So how hold on. Did the humans come from the Garden of Eden? Yes or no, Hemi?
Yeah.
See?
But I'm saying that. But you say, but science. So hold on. But science also.
Did you hear him? Nobody. You hear what he said? Listen. I said the humans come from the Garden of Eden. This man said, yeah.
But listen, what I'm saying though. But science.
I don't know about that. What if I grew up knowing? Now I know of us as Americans, Black Americans, we've been deprived of a lot of information that came from Africa, right? What if I stay in Africa? And I'm from Africa, and I grew up knowing everything that you said, but I still converted to Christianity, bro. That's not a good
That's your choice. That's okay.
That's what I'm saying. So
but then you disrespect your ancestors, though.
Right.
But
That happens
how?
though.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay. Now
It's
That
I ain't
fine.
happens
said
though.
this.
Do you understand that?
I
I ain't said this
agree.
online.
I
Hold on.
agree. Everybody
I ain't
didn't
said.
get beat up to
I ain't.
Christianity. Some people joined it.
Wait. I ain't saying this a lot online, bro.
So that makes your point
Yeah, it
moot.
was cheap. Look, it was definitely cheaper than the old Egyptian religion, yo. So that's why they
Real quick.
converted quick. It was
Quick,
free.
bro. Let me tell you
Get
something.
the
You could get
Come
straight to
on,
heaven
man.
without buying no goats and
Bro,
stuff.
can y'all let me
I'm
tell
from
you
that
real quick,
bull.
bro.
All
I'm
right,
from
go
that
ahead, man.
bull.
I'm telling the truth, yo. It was cheaper, yo. Go ahead.
A lot of my ancestors, bro. I grew up in the '80s, so you older than me, and you probably was an adult around that time. A lot of I ain't saying everybody. A lot of my ancestors crackheads, bro. Right? I love them. I respect them all that, right? Just
What about
because they
before that?
hold on,
Damn, he
wait,
stopped
bro.
with the crackhead version.
Wait, bro. Just because 'cause I'm only going off my experience, bro. Right?
All right.
So just because my ancestors were my ancestors, right? Do that mean I gotta agree with everything they did and
No,
everything they believe? I
no,
know, right?
no,
Now watch this,
no.
because I don't even have to use my ancestors for that. I got brothers, I got 4 brothers, sisters,
I
cousins, all
agree.
that.
I
I
agree.
got people on earth right now who I disagree with. So
I
right
agree.
now, can't nobody tell me that I should have to believe or practice something that my ancestors practiced. So listen, I
No,
don't even
I
care my
agree. You're
ancestors.
right. That ain't what I was talking about, though. You know that, right?
Right. No, I didn't know that,
That's
but
not
if
my
you want to
point.
explain
Yeah,
that,
I let you get it off.
But
That wasn't my point. My point was that we were all on this panel. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. We will agree to certain degrees that African Americans, to help them be better at who they are, is to understand who they are and where they come from. Could we not agree to that?
No, I disagree.
So you don't
but
think
what if
that's an advantage? Hold on. Understanding that you went through the slave trade,
I
understanding
do think
that your history don't just start at slavery. Is you don't think
okay. Let
that
me
help you?
finish. Yes. Now,
but
what
I
you
don't
just said.
just focus on slavery.
Nah, it's
Go
not what
ahead.
I'm saying,
Hold
bro.
on. I just ask me a question. Let me answer the question. I disagree with the status quo that says if you don't know history, then you don't know where you're going. So I agree with you on that. I 100% agree with you on that. Knowing the past, not just where you come from, just knowing the past, period. That is an advantage on where you at in your era and where the life is going beyond you. So I agree with that. What I'm saying is though, a
That's
person
why
can
we want
still
to
be.
know about space. So
Hold on,
humans want to know where they came from, yo. That's a human thing.
What I'm saying is, no matter what success look like for a person, whether that's financial success or having a wife and kids or a certain car, certain house, job, you can get all of that without even knowing your past at all.
I
That's
agree.
what I'm saying, right?
It's not a one size fit all. I'm not arguing that. What
Right.
I
So
said
we agree.
was we agree. It's just better to know that you just didn't start off in slavery, yo.
My
And here they
grandmother was
spend
in
billions.
slavery,
And
so I would
let
agree.
me say
I would
this.
agree too.
You know they spend billions of dollars to go to space, yo. Why you think why would they spend that kind of money to go to
Because they
space?
want to be there first. They want to be there first to tell us
No,
what it is.
because they want to know. They want to know. Humans want to know, bro. And
Right. But
I'm
you
saying,
keep saying
but
something
you know that
important.
separates you from a slave, though. You know that, right?
But you
A
keep saying
slave,
something
yeah,
important.
hold on. A slave. Let me tell you what a slave is.
All of us have
No.
financially owned slaves, bro.
Let me make my point.
Slaves,
No.
though,
No. A slave is a person who has lost their language,
No,
lost
it's
their
not,
history.
bro.
Hold on, and are recast in the dominant culture's image and likeness and understanding. That's a
Would
slave.
you agree?
Now I
Would
would
you
agree
agree
that
that?
all. Now I would agree.
Would you
No,
agree?
let me
Would you
just finish
agree?
my point. Let me finish
Based off of
I
history.
gotta be able to get 10
Real
seconds.
quick. Would you agree that
Well,
whoever
Christian
the Jew, hold on, wait, y'all, wait. Whoever the Jews are, right? I don't care if you believe in the Bible or not. We know there's people who call themselves Jews today, whatever earth. Would you agree that they've been through slavery, bro? Them niggas still know who they are, bro. And
No,
they still
because
know
they
they
can read
lineage,
it in
all
their
that. They was
book,
still
yeah,
slaves.
because they
So
But they
read it
don't.
and
crazy
they
about
dot.
that.
They
Listen,
didn't go through shadow. They didn't
But
go through
but
no,
shadow.
they
They
didn't
didn't
go
go
through
through
shadow
It don't
slave.
matter, bro. They were
Let me
slaves.
finish my point.
No, they weren't
Okay.
Because
shadow
they
slaves though.
hold on,
but
they
on the
didn't go
cool
through
though,
shadow
the
slavery.
Jews are
Can
confused
I
about.
just finish my goddamn point? The Jews got their
I'm
history,
finished.
and
Don't say God.
y'all read their history and act like it's yours.
No,
That's
It
but
their
what
don't
I'm
matter
book.
saying
though.
is because
That's
there
their
was a
It still
debate
story.
matters.
on who the real Jews are, though, right?
No,
No,
we're not sitting here
I'm saying,
doing that right
hold on, wait,
now, man.
No,
the
I'm saying
oldest
they.
Nah,
person,
bro.
the
No, that.
oldest
Oh
person,
Nah,
Because
man,
you know
oh
that's true.
the
man.
oldest
You
person
Oh
know
right
man,
that's
here on
come
this
true.
on,
platform
Hemi.
says that
Hemi
a
Come
debate
on,
person
that,
man.
is a
Hemi.
slave.
How
No,
nah,
wait,
hard are
read
we
the
wait,
links,
timing
bro.
wait,
for
can
you,
I say
man?
this
Hey,
real quick?
that's better hit me. That's better hit me versus
debate
Yeah, I
covered
come out
up.
with Thomas for that one, yo.
Yeah,
Yeah, you tripping
No,
right
I'm
now.
not
Hey,
on
Hibby.
either side.
Hey,
I'm
Hibby, I'm
not.
on your side, Hibby. I'm on your
No,
side, Hibby.
I'm not on either side. I'm just saying that there is a discussion about that being had.
That
Some
ain't no
Jews
damn
claim
discussion
that,
about that,
that
bro.
it is.
It's not no discussion. Only African Americans doing that, yo, or
It's
crazy
not
Chinese
just
think they the Hebrews.
black
It
people.
is, yo. I'm
It's
not
not
doing
just
it
black
with
people.
you, bro.
It's not just
Chinese
his fault.
doing it too. Asians doing it too, though, bro.
Yeah, Asians do it too.
Bro,
They
why
say they the
y'all
real
think
Hebrews. That's a
why y'all
human
hold on,
thing.
wait. Why y'all think Asians call themselves I'm Chinese, I'm Japanese, I'm Vietnamese, I'm Korean? Nigga, they had the same fucking identity stuff too. What are y'all talking
No,
about,
they
bro?
didn't.
Why
Nah, what you
man,
talking about now?
why y'all think the white man say
The
I'm
Chinese
German,
ain't the
I'm
same
Russian,
as the
I'm
Koreans, and the
Scottish, I'm
Koreans
hold on,
ain't the
Exactly.
same.
wait,
You
bro.
tripping?
We the only people. We the only people, bro. We the only people
The
that think that
The
just because my
Mongolians,
skin
yo, they
color
right
dark
near
and
We
y'all
Russia,
just,
yo.
dark,
They
yep,
ain't
we the
Chinese.
only
that ain't
people
true.
that say no,
That ain't
regardless
true. We the only people
of
who think
they
that,
say
bro.
no,
Don't
you just gotta
nobody,
say
bro.
African.
I stay in Texas, bro.
You said what?
Listen to me,
What you
bro.
say, Hemi?
Go ahead.
That what nobody said. We the only people that say, oh, you gotta say you just African.
We the only one.
What? What the hell are you
Bro.
talking about?
Wait,
Where you get that from?
I get this.
But he
I
just
get
broke it down to you.
bro. I
Asians,
get the
Asians
same
claim
way
they
he
type.
just said, bro.
Asians
I
claim
get
they
the same way
Chinese,
he just
Vietnamese.
said. You got people from Asia, right?
Y'all
Wait,
did
everybody, come
incoherent
on,
over
y'all.
it.
Come on,
Hey, you
everybody,
know this is
everybody, come on.
incoherent, right? Y'all
It's
take a
not
point and
interfering.
run with it. I made a point about, listen, we
Decorum,
have to be coherent. We
decorum.
have to be
Hold
coherent.
up, wait,
I simply made the point
hold up,
that African Americans that was
I
enslaved,
made
yo.
everybody decorum real quick. I only made my point based on what you said.
Hey, Gully, you funny as hell, Gully. I
Hold
mean,
on,
nobody, you wild. Go ahead, go ahead, go
real
ahead.
talk, bro. I only made my point based on what you said, right? And
I ain't get to
I
finish
said,
it.
wait, real quick. And I'm not saying that every black person does this, bro, because nigga, you ain't stupid, bro. Nobody on this panel dumb, my nigga. None of us want to pull up to. I ain't gonna even
Here
go
we
there.
think he came out
No,
of
we ain't
dust
stupid, right?
storm, yo.
But hold on, wait, though. As a majority, bro. As a majority, I stay in Texas, right? I stay in one of the border states, right? I know Mexicans that's born in America that look down on Mexicans that's born in Mexico.
Right, it's all part of that.
Wait, watch this. I know Mexicans that's from Mexico who cross the border who look down and say that niggas who Mexicans born in America ain't real Mexicans, right?
Right.
I'm talking about right now today. We the only people, bro. We the only. I ain't saying only, but I'm saying for the most part though. We the only people who think that all black folks got to get together. All black folks got to.
Where's that coming from? I didn't say that, yo.
Then we look. Wait.
I
But
ain't
then we
say
look
that,
at
yo.
it. But then we look at these other cultures and say, well, dang, why is this particular type of this culture is the people who on top? Every white person not on top. Every Chinese not on top. Every black not on
Well,
top.
I know. Hold on.
Bro,
Have you switched the conversation,
you got.
though?
No, I'm not.
You gotta
I'm
follow
talking
what
to
he's
the
saying.
point, bro.
I can't
You
follow
got some.
because I ain't finished what I was saying, though. So he don't know where I was going.
Am I making?
He went his own
Yeah, you
place.
make no. He
Am I making sense or
basically
not?
saying because
Man, what?
y'all you was drawing a line with basically with Africanism, right? You
No,
were
I
saying
didn't.
you
No,
wasn't.
I did. What
Well,
I
then
said
maybe.
was,
Okay.
Listen. I don't
I
want to
know,
listen.
yo, you
All
ain't
right.
let me finish.
Okay.
What I
If he got
said
okay,
was,
go
look,
ahead.
what I said was, it's hard to learn black history, yo, right? Everybody get a chance to learn their history. The Chinese everybody get a chance to learn their history, but when it comes to the African American, bro, it's hard because our religion say different. That's all I was saying, bro.
That's not true
So
though.
we do not come from the Garden of Eden, bro. We come from the Omo Valley. We come from South Africa. We come from Morocco. We come from different places. Yo, the oldest bones found on planet Earth. Humanity come from Africa. Yo, the Bible is wrong about that, bro. No matter what you say.
So
You
what if
can
I
say what
do
you
an
want.
ancestry
It's
test?
not even fair, yo. And that's a Hebrew. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm saying that's a Hebrew story of how their world started. It's not a world story. Our world starts in Africa, bro. And your religion say different, and you proof of it. You say you come from some dirt in the ground. Okay, you're wrong, bro. You don't come from no damn dirt in Turkey somewhere. It's not true, bro. So when you teach your kids where they come from, what you gonna say? The Garden of Eden? You gonna
What
tell them
science
that?
say?
Yeah,
What science say?
Man, you gonna look them in their face,
No,
Hemi?
I'm finna shit. Fuck that. Y'all, we ain't finna just keep attacking the Bible. What science say?
No, the
Let's
Adam,
talk about
no, the
what. No,
Adam
no,
and the
no,
Bible.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
Cause y'all trying to
listen,
be,
listen.
y'all being
No,
unfair.
I ain't
Ask
even
these
get. I
same
don't even
questions
get.
to.
I ain't even get to talk,
This
bro.
is
What
crazy.
science say? What science
The Adam have a belly
say?
button.
What science
The Adam have a
say?
belly button.
Yeah, because
Hemi,
y'all
you don't
Hey,
being
the
care
real
Adam
about
have a belly
nitpicky.
science.
button.
Yes, I
Hemi,
do.
you don't come from the dirt.
Where does
Okay,
science
Hemi.
say we
Hey,
come from,
hey,
bro?
I guess the Adam that had no belly button neither did he?
Behold.
Why
What
he
the hell?
why he without belly button?
Man, get out of here with this damn belly button argument. Get out of here with that damn belly button argument, man. But look,
Yeah,
Somebody
because
got a
it's
Darth
real.
Vader.
Everybody got a
Somebody
That's
got a
belly
a
Darth
button for a
Vader
reason.
type of sound going on.
so what? So okay, look. So look, this is what y'all try to do. Does reproduction
You
today
breaking up, bro.
represent?
You're breaking up. You're breaking
Does
up. You're
re
breaking up, bro.
does reproduction today, right? How we
what?
You're
What?
breaking up.
reproduce? Listen, how
No,
Bro,
we
we
can
you
hear him.
breaking
We
up
reproduce.
can hear
real
him.
bad,
Nobody. We hear him
man.
clear. We can
How
hear him.
Let me
how
see. Who is that?
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear
that's
him.
you, Hemi. You breaking up real bad, my brother.
No, he not breaking up. That's your thing. We can
Nah,
hear
he
him.
not
Hey,
breaking up. He not breaking up no bad. He not breaking
somebody
up.
come
He
back in.
faked you out like the
Go,
fake doctor did.
Hemi.
I can't hear you. I can't hear
Say,
you.
Hemi,
Hemi,
go
you
out,
on
come
mute,
back in.
Hemi. You on mute, Hemi. Hemi, I can hear you.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
think he
I
keep
can hear you
muting me.
clear, yo.
I don't think he can hear y'all.
Yeah, he
I don't
can't.
think.
Yeah, I don't think you hear us. I don't think you hear us.
Go ahead,
I'm
Hemi.
good.
Attack the. Go ahead, Hemi. Since
So
you come
All
from
look.
the
right,
dirt.
my bad.
At
Yeah,
4000
he
Nah,
BCE
had
I'm
and
saying,
July the
look.
1st. Ain't they?
I'm
It
saying,
said
look.
July the 1st at
I'm
9 o'clock
saying,
in the morning. Yo, that's what the
according to
theologian
science.
said.
So look. You keep
All right,
trying
go
to
ahead.
attack what the Bible says, right?
It's
But what
wrong,
does
yo.
science? But okay? So what does science say? Does because Gulliver made something to talk about the belly button argument, right? Does reproduction today represent how life came about for us?
yes.
What? Yeah.
What you talking
What?
Yeah.
about?
So it was always man and so
Yeah.
evolution is false.
Yes.
So it was always man and woman
Yeah.
fucking and producing human babies.
No,
Yeah.
Yes,
animals. We
yes,
all animals,
yes,
See,
bro.
yes.
see, you see what I'm
Huh?
Hey,
saying? You
hey,
see how
hey, the early, hey,
Yo,
when
you
hey,
I
you know
attack
what?
the logic,
Hear
when
me,
I
hear me,
attack the
hear me.
how's
logic
that
of
logic?
No,
Cedrick,
I
hear
don't know
me.
what he talking
No,
That
about.
hear me.
is
listen
Listen,
what
logic,
I
bro.
listen, bro. Just listen, bro. You have to
He
sit down and
just
listen to
said,
me, man.
wait.
Listen,
He just said
the
that
earliest,
humans produce
single
humans,
cell organisms.
animals produce.
Yeah,
Hold on.
humans produce
Sex,
humans, yo.
That's what he
But
said,
sex
bro.
was,
but
That's
that's
what he said.
but that's
sex
not
was,
what the
hold on. Let me
taxonomy
just say
still
this.
don't say.
Let me just say
All right,
this,
go
Yeah,
ahead,
bro.
you
Gulliver.
about to mess
Sex,
it up,
sex,
Hemi.
Let him
sex
go. Let
was
him
a,
go.
sex
Nah,
was a mutation. Hold on, listen, bro. Sex was a
go
mutation
ahead, bro.
among single cell organisms to fight off viruses.
Right. You can't. He don't understand that. He don't know what the hell you
What?
talking
So,
about.
but that don't prove what I'm saying. I
That
said
don't
that
prove. That don't prove none of that.
how we reproduce today, it has to
Right.
be
The
a
reproductive
It's
system.
how
man.
we reproduced back
The
then, yo. What are you
reproductive
No, it's
talking
system. No,
about,
not.
man?
period.
The lion.
Period.
Humans
Back
always produce
back
the
then
same
too.
way, yo. What are you saying,
No,
bro?
So
okay,
that
hold on.
means the
This
taxonomy
is what he
still is
said.
false.
No,
This is
Yeah,
what
we
he said, bro.
primates.
vaginas,
We
yo.
primates, bro. You don't want to hear we
No, this
primates.
is
That's
what
how
he said.
we
Hold on, wait.
primates have sex,
Maybe it's a
and we have sex.
misunderstanding.
And primates have sex.
Maybe
We
it's a
primates.
misunderstanding. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Let me say it this way.
No, Hemi
What
be
he's
double
saying is
talk.
based off of science, right? And science does have to deal with observation. And we can go off writing, we can go off in the past. Nobody has ever wrote about, seen, heard of anything. Cows produce cows, humans produce humans because of our reproductive system. If a human have sex with a human, they're gonna produce a human. If a dog have sex with a dog, no matter if it's a pit bull or a chihuahua, it's gonna have a dog. If a lizard have sex with another lizard, that's what he's saying, bro. All we have ever been able to observe and
You know,
reason
dogs
with
come from wolves. You know,
is
dogs
that
come from wolves, though. You know, dogs come
is
from
that
wolves.
true? Is
You
that true
never
or not?
seen a dog come from no motherfucking wolf.
Dogs do
Ain't
Hey,
come
that
from
wolves,
hold
wolves.
up,
wolves,
What
You've
dogs
never
are
wolves,
wolves?
wait.
wolves.
Dog,
What
dog.
is
I
wrong with you,
understand the
man?
Watch this.
classification.
No,
I'm
No,
watch
it's
talking
not
watch
the
this.
about
Thank you.
classification. Dogs are wolves,
No,
I
they
bro.
got
come
you.
from wolves,
Hear me.
just
bro.
I
like real
already got you.
primates.
I already got you.
White
Just
wolf.
like
No,
real
the dog,
primates.
the dog come from the great wolf.
Wait, everybody pause.
All right, we gotta stop talking. Let them go. Let them go. Let nobody go. Go ahead, bro.
I'm going on.
Now, I wasn't trying to take it there, but we can go there, right? That's considered natural selection, right? Dog, wolf, all that, right? The subject they fall under is canine, just like human. You can have a tall human, short human, fat human, autism human, messed up brain human, all that. If that human have sex with a human and is able to reproduce, you can have a midget human, they're gonna have a human. A wolf, a dog, all that. According to humans, right? Now I don't even agree with species. I don't even agree with the classifications that we classify them by. But I understand it. You hear me? I disagree.
Why would you disagree though? What would make you disagree?
Because we don't observe it. That's what we did.
What happens though
This is why, bro,
a
come on, man.
Hey, nobody. Why you disagree? Why you disagree, nobody?
Observation.
The cutting them off from his history.
I only want to cook based on what you think. I only want to cook.
Pharaoh though, mules can't reproduce though, but it's a
Hold
donkey
up,
and
a woman that can't give birth can't reproduce, bro. So let me cook.
That ain't the same. That ain't the same. I'm talking about two different species.
So hold up, bro. Let me cook, bro. Let me cook for a second, bro.
They stuck.
I'm only talking about dogs. I'm only talking about dogs. I'm only talking about dogs and wolves right now since you brought it up and you asked about that specific type. Now we can go into other categories like donkeys and all that. I'm just going off dogs and wolves right now. My main point is to say they are both fall under the classification of a canine. So when they have sex with each other, they can reproduce. No matter if we.
A fox is a canine too. A fox is a canine too. You can't reproduce.
Hey, hold on,
You can't reproduce a fox.
Just give me 10 seconds, bro. Please, can I have 10 seconds, bro?
Let him
You can't give me with no biology. You can't give me.
They don't want to hear it.
No, you dicks. You dicks, Gullah. Yeah, you dicks.
What happened to nobody? They try to kick nobody out because he attacked. He got Once we get on science, they want to start getting
Hold on.
Like the African wild dog, that's a whole different species of canine. They can't reproduce with gray wolves.
But that's kind of to my point though, Gully, what I was saying, bro.
But it's a dog though. But it's a dog.
So, but what I'm saying is that science says that we all came from what? A single cell organism, right? But all we have evidence of, really, as far as observation, is humans always producing humans, right? Canines always producing canines, lions producing lions, so forth and so on. So that was kind of to my point. The same argument.
Different type of lions, though, bro. You got
they still lions, though. They still lions, though, bro.
Yeah, over time, but they didn't come from this.
What you mean?
Bro, it was a time, bro. It was a time where a lion and a tiger had a common ancestor. Why you think you
come on, bro?
They did, bro.
What was it?
Why you think we have ligers, bro? Why you think a liger can exist? Why you think a liger can exist?
Show me a real liger. Show me. Have you ever seen a liger?
Yes. They have them in captivity. What are you talking about?
Wait, show me that guy. Show me
bro,
a liger,
bro.
Nah. Hey, nobody back on here. Nobody back on here.
My bad, bro.
Nobody. We got A1 on here. We got A1 on here.
A1 has risen from the dead.
You ever heard of a mule? You ever heard of a mule? You ever know what a mule is?
Yeah, I have. That's you said that's
yeah. Hey, chill right quick. Chill. Nobody back on here. He the moderator.
Go ahead.
All right. I want all y'all to go off this. I just want 45 seconds, bro. It may be a minute, but we just 45 seconds, bro. All right, look. And I'm going based off the conversation we were talking about.
Bro, to ask these questions. Y'all know enough about biology.
Come on, bro. Just give me 45 seconds to maybe see.
Yeah, come on.
Please.
That's the decorum, Bella.
Based off where I left off at, I was going off what you said about dogs and wolves, right? Now, I totally understand speciation and how humans classify it. According to the Bible don't call them species, the Bible calls them kind. So when it comes to me, any kind that has sex with its own kind can reproduce. Now, I do understand how men have separated, like this a dog, this a wolf, this or that. That's man interpretation of species, right? But me, I'm under the presumption that if it can have sex and it can reproduce, then obviously it's the same kind. Now we have men who can have sex, but they can't have a baby. We have women that can have sex, but they can't have a baby. So when it comes to what you said about the horses and the donkeys and all that stuff, I totally understand what you're saying. But that don't mean that they're not the same kind, because a donkey.
Two different species.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. A donkey is a runt. Like, we all understand what a runt is, right? A runt is in every species, including humans. You can have a brain dead baby. You can have a baby. Come on, man. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro.
Hey, it's a rut. It's a rut. It's a rut. It's a rut, bro. It's a rut. Continue to rut.
I was almost done. Donkeys don't reproduce just as much as a human that don't reproduce.
Bro,
or have
you got
another
wild
human.
donkeys. You got wild donkeys in East Africa. It's called the East African wild ass, bro.
I mean,
they wild. They
just
totally
let me know when I can finish making my point, brother. Go ahead.
I'm just saying,
He mad. See, that's why I moved it to science so they can be up on the fire. They ain't finna be attacking the Bible.
I was talking about and I was talking about science the whole time. Thank you. I was talking about science the whole. I was talking about science the whole time, bro. When it comes to kinds, I get. Well, everybody should, not just me. Everybody should get speciation, but a lot of people say, well, I don't believe in this and I don't believe in that because it's written by man. Well, speciation is written by man, right? When it comes to kind, what kind means is that if you can reproduce, then you're the same kind. I don't care if man want to call it a dog or a wolf or a parrot or a blue jay or whatever. If it can have sex and reproduce, it's the same kind, bro. So just because it can't reproduce inside of its species, don't take it away from the kind that it is, as in a horse and a donkey. A donkey is a species of whatever a horse kind is that just can't reproduce. It don't take it from what a horse is or what a zebra is or what a horse is. So that already kills your argument. But back to your original.
Bro, they come from
What did he say? What?
No, it doesn't. You don't know enough about animals.
Your original argument was, how is a dog and a wolf?
I'm a zoologist, Gully. I know everything about animals.
No, you don't, bro. You don't.
I'm a
You're a
zoologist.
you're a scientist, Joe.
He didn't even know it's a real migrant.
Ain't nobody. You're a scientist. Y'all talk like scientists. Y'all
I'm a
scientists.
zoologist. I'm a zoologist, bro.
What did I say that was wrong?
You're a
scientist.
Hey, hold on. You better hold on.
You went against what you just did there, buddy.
Hold on, everybody. It was a good conversation.
I got a daughter.
It was a good conversation.
Hey Rex, he went against all modern biology just now.
Bro, I got a daughter that went to school for veterinary.
Hey, nobody.
Oh, you ain't go.
Nobody. They cheated. They go to. Hey, nobody. They go.
Y'all can type it into Google. Her name is Amari Bradley. You can go look it in, bro.
She ain't
teaching you about it.
She ain't teaching you about that, yo, because she'll beat you up on that.
Wait. I told y'all that ain't my lane. So what did I say that was wrong when it came to a dog and a wolf? Or they not canines?
Everything.
Or they not canines?
Man, they all wolves,
and
yo.
A fox is a canine too. A fox is a canine too, and they can't reproduce with the gray wolf.
Okay, so teach me then, bro. Come on.
And then you got,
hold on, nobody. Now we gonna switch it up, y'all. Come on.
They can't reproduce with the canine.
Hey, we got new people on the panel. Let's switch it up.
Hey, one.
Hey, go
we was on the Bible.
Brother, A1, what you A1?
15 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him what kind of donkey was talking to Balaam in Numbers 22-28, since they know so much about donkeys.
Man, watch out. No, we're not getting back on the Bible.
But you know, we're not getting back on the Bible. As bad as Unc was doing, y'all.
We finna put y'all on defense. Y'all finna have to defend some of this science. Yeah,
Y'all
defend
agree
some of
with
this
me though.
science.
Y'all said I was right, and what I said about K9, was right. So what? All I'm asking is, what was the disagreement? That's all I'm asking.
Hey, come on. No matter. We got the GT on here too. The
Let's get
GT,
going.
what's up, brother? The G?
Hey,
Let's
what's
get
up,
going.
y'all? What's up?
What's good, bro?
What you think about this conversation we having right now? What you got to say?
I was just listening to the part about species and what nobody was saying is true. You got your different kinds, and now what we know is that within certain kinds, or within all kinds,
It's a
there
Bible
can
word, yo. They don't use that word in
Yeah,
biology.
they don't use no kind. What are you
Yeah, we
talking
ain't
about?
doing that, man.
Yo,
Right.
man,
But
let's
that,
go.
but that don't
Let's
change the
go.
fact.
Let's go.
yeah. So what I
Now
was saying,
let him
what I was
talk.
saying
Let him
is that
talk. Let him talk.
certain kinds
Yeah,
would
he
speciate between
They're on the rope.
Let him
certain
They're
cook.
kinds.
Let
So
him
you
cook.
would
on the
have
Go
a
rope.
ahead, man.
bird.
They're on
You
the
would have
rope.
a
deacons
bird.
and unicorns and shit,
You
bro.
would have a particular type of bird, species of bird that could migrate and start to adapt to different environmental changes. And then what will happen? It will cause that bird that went through those environmental changes uh, not to be able to reproduce with the bird from its particular origin. So,
Finches. Go ahead.
so
Yeah,
even
yeah.
within so even within the same kind, you can have a phenomenon like that happen because of adaptation. When you have a loss of information, it will cause that like the situation which y'all talking about with the mules, they can't reproduce. One, because they've been hybridized, but uh, donkeys in the wild, they reproduce all day. It's only when they're crossbred with a horse is when you have that loss of information, and then
Yeah, because they two
that's
different
the reason.
species.
That's the reason why they're
Yeah, they two
sterile.
different species. They two
They
different
two
species.
different
I don't know
species.
about loss of information.
Same thing happens when you mix a lion with a tiger. The liger can't
Yeah.
reproduce.
Ain't nobody lose no information though. I don't like that type of
Same thing. Hey, same thing happened
Well,
with.
well,
Hey,
look.
hold on.
Okay,
Same thing happened with the human and the Neanderthal. The males were feral.
But that was kind of too. So y'all got it all the way back to my point. That was kind of my point in the first place. Is
what?
if
What's your
we
point?
because it was about this common. The science teaches this common ancestor foolishness, right?
No, we not arguing.
No,
Hey,
bro.
hey,
You
no.
don't.
Yeah.
You don't.
Come on. Now, don't say I don't understand. I do understand it. Don't
You
try to
can't
just default.
understand it, yo. Hey, nobody. Hey, remember I said, yo, it don't allow you to learn your history. Yo, you see that?
But that's what I'm saying. So our history would be traced back to these common as prior to humans. You keep trying to start at Africa with humans, right? But that common ancestor would have came before those humans in Africa.
I know. What's wrong with that though?
Yeah.
So I'm saying
Those
so
They was
so
Homo
what
Homo erectuses.
but there was what?
Before you get to
No,
Homo
this is what he's saying, bro.
sapien.
He's saying that
Homo
me and my
sapien is
cousin,
Homo
hold on,
sapiens come out of some type of Homo erectus. That's what happened.
me and my cousins have a common ancestor. That's our grandmother, right? Even though it's ancestors, if me and my cousins have sex with each other, guess what we're gonna reproduce? A human, bro.
Facts.
It's breeding, bro. It's
No,
called a human.
the cold blooded, cold
A
blooded.
human. No,
Don't
listen to
cold
me.
blooded like that. That's cold blooded.
Come on, man.
But it's
Listen
the
for a
truth.
second, bro.
But
Hey,
it's the
Bro,
truth.
listen to me,
the
bro.
situation.
This is what we're talking about when it comes to kind. Only kind can breed after their own kind, bro. Y'all can try to skip it. You can try to say 1,000,000 years ago, and that ain't science, bro. Nobody have never observed it, and you don't got no formula from the ancient days, Middle East, no
They
form.
do.
Right,
So
Look, bro,
what?
right.
look.
If
When
you
a
No, go
can't
back to
see
the
it,
Middle East. You got the Bible. You got the
if you
Bible.
can't see it happening, can you
take the
call it
Bible, bro.
science?
Yes, I am a Bible believer, but I ain't even talking about the Bible right now. When you
My
plant an
man
apple
said if you
seed,
can't see it
bro,
happening,
He
can you
can't
call it
defend
science?
science. That's why he want to
when
talk.
you
That's
plant an
why he
apple
want to talk
seed,
about the
no,
Bible.
I'm saying
And
this.
can we
When you
all
plant
put
an
up a
apple,
dollar piece?
when you
If I
plant
could
a, when you
show you
plant
where
an
we did it,
apple seed, that's what
I
you
bet
get.
a
You get an
dollar.
apple.
I
You
bet
get an
everybody
apple
a
from an
dollar
apple
that they
seed,
did
bro.
observe it. They did observe it.
When a man put his seed inside a woman, guess what he get?
What?
A human seed. When
A
an
human
apple seed
seed.
go
What you
in the
say? I'm
ground, you
saying
get
why
an
I don't
apple.
understand the reason for you
I'm
saying that
talking
though.
about
What you gonna say?
I'm talking about
He
kind, bro.
he's
Oh,
saying
I'm talking about
what he's
kind.
That's not
saying.
evident. What he
Nobody,
saying?
let me
I'm talking
help
about
you out,
kind.
bro.
He
Let
telling
me
you
help you
what
out, bro.
kind
What
is.
nobody
Hey,
is
he
saying is
telling you
that
what
you
kind
can't
is. A
see this
biology. This is
process. But you can
Science,
He got
actually
science
see
creation
has
a man
never,
biology.
produce
science,
a man.
science
A
has
man
never,
produce a dog. A
science
cat
has
Hold on for a
never
produce
minute.
a
Hold on.
cat.
observed a different
Anything other
species
than that
getting
is
something outside of
Basically,
speculation.
itself.
what we're
Ever,
saying is
Can I
that
say
common
ever,
something?
ancestor
Can I say
bullshit
ever.
something?
is bullshit.
Do y'all
That's what
want to
we're
know?
saying.
Do y'all want to
That's
know? Or y'all want to
bullshit.
talk over me? You know I can tell
Go
you.
ahead, Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
It's
Let me give you the
it's
main
it's
thing.
it's
Go ahead.
if you was to get on a subway train and say the subway train takes you back into time.
Oh boy.
We get on a
It's gonna be
subway train, it's 2025. We
gonna
go
be on
back
the
to
way.
1980. We open up the door. We're gonna see humans that look just like us.
Right.
We go back to 2000 BCE and get off that daggone train. We're gonna look out there and say, hey, look just like us. We're gonna go back to 10,000 BCE. We're gonna say, hey, look just like us. We start getting to 30,000 and get off that train. We're gonna be like, yeah, they kind of, go back to
No,
60, 70,000. We're gonna start
nope.
saying, yeah, they kind of, yeah. We're gonna get back to 350,000. We're gonna say, kind of, we go back to
Watch
400,000
this.
years. We're
Watch
gonna
this.
say,
Do a baby look like
hey,
that?
look, you gotta
No,
let me finish. You gotta let
nobody
Do a
yo,
know.
baby look like
No,
you
that?
will never be able to learn if you don't let me finish. You cannot. I'm
I'm just
instructing right
let
saying,
him
now.
though.
finish. Watch this.
But
You
if you
know
don't
you're
let me
not.
instruct, how
You
can I?
You done had
filibustering.
kids.
If you don't
You done
allow me
had
to
kids,
You
instruct,
bro.
listen,
filibustering right now.
listen. You
You done
gotta
had
listen,
kids.
yo.
Let him get it out.
You
Hey,
gotta
let him get
listen.
it
Filibustering.
out. Let him
We
get
at
it out, brother.
400,000 right now, and we get off that guy there going train. We say they kind of look similar. Then we get back and go to 1,000,000 years. We be like, damn, they don't look like us. I see women, I see breasts, but you go back to 2,000,000, you be like, damn. So if you trace it through the fossil record, as we go down in the strata,
There ain't no fault.
and the older you get, you don't even find people that look like us at 2,000,000 years ago,
They
bro.
wasn't us.
What is that? Let me finish. What is that telling you?
They wasn't
That
us.
right. No.
Only
Listen.
know
So you
That
let
one
me
was a
finish.
person
good
from
one.
that
It's
time.
not what
Hold on,
it's
I want
telling
to know
you.
one person from that
It's
time
not.
said, "Dang, I met somebody who
No,
looked like me."
you don't got
You
to.
never got
Listen, all
nobody
you do,
saying
what
it.
you
Go ahead.
got is the fossil record, bro. Just like,
The
hold
fossil
on,
record
just like
don't
you can,
exist, bro.
no. If you dig back and find some the Model T car, yo, the
Right.
Model T car don't look like the cars of the day. But based off of looking at the Model
Yes,
T
it
car,
do.
you can see. No, it don't, bro. You crank the
No,
shit up.
bro.
But hold
No,
on,
wait,
You put
is it a
no,
gas in.
car?
wait. Yes, it
Let
do.
me
Yes,
Is
it
it
do.
a
finish.
car?
Wait, no, wait.
Yo, do you know
Ford,
you
Ford,
filibustering? You have to let me finish.
That's what
Ford,
you doing.
If you're
Ford
not gonna
got
let
two.
me finish, then I'm gonna
Projection,
just be
Your Honor.
quiet and not waste my time on
The
that.
Model T is the
You
axle. The Model T
no,
is the
bro,
steering
it's not,
wheel,
but
is
it
the
don't look
axle. We're
like
not
no
talking
car
about
today.
how
It
cars
don't look
work.
no car
Every
today.
car is still
I
built
was
off of Model T
trying to
today.
make a point, yo. I was saying,
My
although the
bad,
Model T
my
don't
bad.
look like no car today, you can see how that car today extended from that, bro. That's what I was trying to
It's
say
still a
before you
car
cut me
though,
off.
bro.
It's still a
All I'm
car.
saying was it's still a
Yeah,
car though. Would you
and
agree?
a Homo habiligensis isn't Homo habiligensis is a human. A Homo erectus
Man,
is a
stop,
human.
bro.
It
So
is.
why you
It
calling
is.
it
They
a homo
all human.
erectus then,
Listen, they all humans,
Why you
bro.
calling it that then,
They all humans, and as long as
No,
they
it's
come
not.
within 2,000,000 years of each other, they can breed.
Why?
They
But
all
hold on,
humans, bro.
so why? Hold on, wait.
They don't
If
look
you're
like
still a
us
human,
though.
then why you calling it that, big bro? If you're still a human, then why we have to give it other names?
Because they are never species of humans, bro.
Come
Come
on,
on,
bro. How
man.
many?
They're
Okay,
not Homo sapiens
I'm
sapiens.
learning. I'm learning. I'm learning right
Yeah,
now.
right. You learn.
How many species of
We the
humans
only
are
ones
there?
that left. We went through a extinction in a bottleneck, bro.
Who are they talking right now?
That's
Gully?
Gullah.
Gullah.
Okay, Gully, go ahead.
We went through extinctions and bottlenecks, bro. Over millions of years, droughts, all that type of shit. We the ones that survived and it was left over. We wiped out
Okay,
none of them.
Gully. I know this may be an elementary question to you, bro, but it's a serious question for me, right? We have all the variations or kinds or species, whatever name you want to give it, right? We have all those kinds in the animal kingdom, whether that's monkeys, birds, horses, dogs, cats, whatever. Why is it, bro, that only humans can reproduce with humans, bro? What other species is it when it comes to human that wasn't having sex with a human to reproduce us, bro? Can you explain that to
I
me, please?
tried. You cut me off. I tried to make you get off the subway. You ain't get it.
But I mean, I ain't gonna go on Subway. But now, this the only issue I had with you, right? When me and you done had babies. I don't know how old everybody else is on here, but I know you older than me, and I done had babies, right? if that's true, right? why isn't that our babies come out looking like, acting like, whatever that those babies would have been like back then? Wouldn't our babies would have came out?
Not that 2 million years ago, babies came out, but they weren't looking like them. That's why I tried to give you the understanding, yo. You was fighting.
But
It's
he
kind
made
of
a
It's
he
a
made a
grad.
valid
Hey,
point.
yo, no.
What would
I'll make a
what
point
they
with
have looked like?
I'll make a point with a rabbit. Listen, let's take a rabbit, and you got you got the hare, and you got the rabbit. The hare has the longer ears. Am I correct?
Right.
Okay. So, but we know that hares extend from rabbits. So the question is, over time, little bit at a time, them ears get longer because it allows that particular biological organism to reproduce in their environment. So over thousands of years, those ears get longer. Now you don't just see it. Remember, everything looks like its mother and father. I'm gonna say this again. Everything looks like its mother and father gradually. And by the time you go back to 4.2 billion years, yo, you got single cell organisms. But everything looks like its mother and father. It's not like y'all think, bro. The change is so gradual. Listen, the change is so gradual.
But do looking like me with the
But
reproduce
that's
though?
what I'm.
I
It's
just
like
want to let y'all know that.
That goes back to my original reproduction question, though. Reproduction
Let him
today
finish.
for us.
Let him finish, though,
He
bro.
finished.
Let him get
He
it,
finished.
bro. Let him
He finished
finish,
already.
dog. You got to
Brother,
go
chill
into the
out.
mutations. You got to go into the mutation. Let him finish.
That's not going to answer my question about.
Yeah,
That's not,
don't get me wrong. We're not cutting you off because we don't understand. I told you, I've listened to you since 2012. I don't know how long my bro been listening to you, but I get the answers that I've heard you give other people. Don't get me wrong, bro. A bunch of times, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know I ain't dumb, bro. But for the most part, it still kind of go back to a certain question, bro. It go back, and I get the millions of years. I get the how we would have looked and all that. Like certain birds look alike, they can't reproduce. Certain animals look alike,
Look,
like how
just
my
like
brother
it
brought
can't
up the
reproduce.
donkey
So it
and all
must
that,
not be that, right?
right?
It's
Right. It
because
must not be that. Right.
it's
Go ahead.
because of the
Right.
adaptation that takes place. That like the rabbit and the hare you just mentioned. The reason is the ears is getting longer is for a
Oh, for sure.
survival purpose.
But they can
It's
still
not
reproduce.
right. But the thing is,
Nah.
see what Unc is, I believe is I say he got it backwards because he's going from primitive to complex when in reality it's from complex
Yeah.
to becoming primitive. We're losing
Okay,
information.
you're losing your mind with that
Let
statement.
him cook, let him finish,
Hey,
let
I
him
heard
finish,
somebody said they was into
He
biology
went
on
pseudo
here,
on us,
and
Gala. He just went.
you
He
don't
said we're
believe
losing
you
information.
don't believe
Now
in
let
your
him
DNA.
finish.
You don't
Let him
believe you have
finish.
Let him
mutations in
cook.
your
He
DNA.
Let
cooking. Let
him
him
You're
finish.
that's
not
cook.
as
for me.
smart as you believe you are
One
on the
mic. One
subject.
mic. One mic. Go ahead,
Say
Why'd
this.
Cedrick.
you? Why? Hey, bro, hold on. I'm just communicating. I ain't say I was that smart. I'm saying that I've
You are
never
smart,
heard
bro.
that. I've
You
never
smart,
heard.
bro.
Did we losing information? Yo, you made that up. You
A
keep
lot,
making that
no.
up though.
Okay, well, if I'm
Not
making
losing
it
it.
up,
What kind of
Say,
information
let
we
just
him
losing?
fact
finish.
check.
Let him finish, y'all.
Just fact check.
And share my
Yeah,
screen
let
when
him
y'all
finish.
get a chance to. Share
Every
my
time,
screen.
every
I'll
time
tell you
somebody, every
let
time a
him go.
man
I got
produces, every time a man produces a child within the DNA, that Y chromosome, it produces the same the same DNA, except sometimes every generations there is a mistake. It's called mutations.
you.
That's what
Retard.
it is.
Embryo. I'm sorry.
It happens, though. I'm
No,
just being
no, but
honest.
I'm saying,
So,
some of
so
these
that would be
mutations,
the loss of information, like
I
he's
thought you
saying.
were being
If
Not
it,
a
if,
I
loss
thought
of
you were
no,
being
no, no.
information.
So
it
look, so
is a
look,
loss
so
of
look, so
It's
look.
not a
information.
loss of
If a
information.
It's
mutation,
not a
It's
loss
a
of
hold on,
information. Y'all made
okay,
it
look.
up.
If I took a computer program and copied it and
Mm-mm-mm.
copied it and copied it, uh, it would be a perfect copy. But once
Huh?
there's a mistake, then there's a loss of
You can't use your
information.
computers and talk about biology,
That's
bro.
Hey, let
that's
him
what
crazy.
I'm
cook.
saying.
Brother,
I
brother,
said
let
a
him cook.
Let
Let
computer
him
him
cook.
cook
code. If
himself.
I
He
use a
cooking.
code, if I use a code, a particular code,
That's
and
what
there's a
DNA is.
mistake. If there's a
Right.
mistake in
Hey,
the
he
code,
cooking glory. Hey, he cooking glory. Hey, he cooking glory grains, yo. He ain't picking the
Yeah.
green. He
They
cooking
don't want to
glory.
let him talk. They don't
Y'all
want
let
to
him cook,
nah,
dog.
Let
Y'all
hold
that
on,
stop.
hold
man
on,
cook
hold
Y'all
on, hold
himself.
on,
let
Go
him
hold on,
ahead,
cook.
hold on.
bro. Go ahead,
Dog.
Hold
NE.
on.
Cook yourself, GT.
Nah,
Go
look,
ahead. You
look,
cook
look.
for
First
me.
of all, I don't like
Yeah,
canned
go
greens,
on
okay?
make your
I like
bowl of
I
ramen
like
noodles.
collard greens out the
Yeah.
ground.
Hey, sir, why you say that? Do you have a source for that of those loss of information
No, he's
statements?
talking about he's
Ain't
talking about
nobody
You don't
source
have
Yeah,
a
up
source?
all
How about you,
hold
yo?
on, hold
Ain't
on,
nobody
hold on,
source up all
hold
night,
on,
man.
All right,
I'm
I'm
Let them know.
sourcing.
gonna go on mute. I'll be right back. I'll be
All
right
right,
back.
go get that.
Yeah,
So let me read.
we.
Here you go. Hold on. I want to ask, how do y'all handle this? I'm talking to everybody that's in denial right now. What do you
Okay.
say to this? I want to get right to the point. It's a scientific understanding requires both facts and theories that can explain those facts in a coherent manner.
right.
Evolution, in this context, is both a fact and a theory. It is incontrovertible fact that organisms have changed or evolved during the history of life on Earth.
Right.
Biologists have identified and investigated mechanisms that can explain the major patterns and change. I told y'all about that subway train, how it changed. Every time you get off the motherfucker, shit changed a little bit. But this word right here is important. It is incontrovertible fact that organisms have changed. Now, what does the word incontrovertible mean? Well, if you come right here, it's right here. Here's the word.
Incontrovertible. Incontrovertible.
Look, not able to be denied or disputed. So I'm
But
asking
what
y'all
does it mean by
intelligent
that?
children. I'm asking y'all intelligent gentlemen, what scientific data are you using to debunk evolution besides your common
No,
sense?
go back to what it said is incontrovertible. Let's deal with that. Go back to where you was at.
I'm
Right?
not doing this with you, bro. You know you're
Nah,
not
come
even
on.
understand it.
Nah, yes. So it says it
It
is
is
right.
incontrovertible
Let me read
fact.
it. Let me read it. That organisms have changed or evolved during the history of life on Earth. Right? I see babies grow up to be adult humans. Is that not an organism changing and evolving during
No, that's called development, brother.
what?
But caught him. He's knocked out, ladies and gentlemen. He's knocked out.
That's not wait, that's not
It's
a
called
change.
development. It's called development. No,
It's still a
it's
change.
called development. They're talking about
Development is
in
change.
this context. They're talking about evolution, bro. Just say
So,
you didn't know
okay,
that.
so
It's
show
fine.
some. No, so show
It's
something.
called
So show
development,
one of
bro.
these incontrovertible facts, right?
I don't
Of an
got to. This is
organism. No, no,
evolution is
no. Yes,
incontrovertible,
you
and
do.
it's
So
is.
show
No,
the
I don't. This
listen,
is the
no,
highest
this
level
is
of
what you
science.
like to
It's
do.
right here.
Y'all
Look,
like to bring up shit because y'all think
it's the
people are stupid.
National Center for Science
I
Education,
got
bro.
you. So go
Evolution is a
through
fact. You don't got me.
listen.
You arguing.
No,
Yo, why would you do
listen.
that, yo?
It
Henny,
takes fact and theory. So look,
Henny,
listen.
Hey, hold
Henny.
on, hold on.
You don't know what
A1,
development is?
A1. Hey, nah, we ain't
Then
gonna
we
do
just
that.
talk
Hey,
about. Then
A1.
we just talk about scientific. Then we just talk about scientific theories earlier.
Where you
Yeah, you
at?
Then we just
arguing this
No,
down,
no,
yo.
no. That's not what I'm
when we
saying.
was talking
I'm
about
saying I
I'm
want you
going to
to
when we was talking
bed.
bring
about
up the incontrovertible fact
I
of the
did that.
organism.
Life on Earth changed over time, and that's
So
the
now go to one
because
of the facts.
you can't be denied, yo.
So show me one of the undeniable facts of an organism changing
that that
from one
seedless
species.
plants, hold on, that seedless plants was before plants with seeds. Fungi.
Hey.
That don't got nothing to do with.
It do.
I'm talking about
So humans are
Here,
more
here,
closer to fungi. Scholar, can you help me out here, man? They tripping right
nah.
now.
here. No. For Gullah Giddy. Hey, for Gullah Giddy. Hey, Gullah. Before you get in, I see Heavy versus debate. We need to set that up.
Nah, I ain't
So
doing
throw
that
some
shit. I
talking.
ain't doing free debates, man. I don't do that. I ain't doing that. He don't
Hey.
even know what the damn theory is. I ain't arguing with this man.
I
He
do
crazy.
know
He's
what it's
making
talking
stuff look
about.
crazy. No,
I
you
just
do not,
want you
yo.
to. All I did was ask you to provide the incontrovertible facts
I
of
just did.
an argument.
Did you read it?
No. I'm saying there
What you
are
mean
those.
provided?
No. From that you saying that we came from
I
that
didn't say
single cell
nothing.
organism.
The
No,
scientific
because
source said it. I didn't say nothing.
right. There are some things. It's fact and theory. Let's not act like y'all just.
Bro,
So
you
if
know why?
hold on. So when I said and, so look,
bro, you
remember
community,
earlier. Watch
yourselves
how I'm gonna get him, Craig. Watch how I'm gonna get him, Craig. Earlier, when said something, he said and. He said, "What's the definition of and?" What? Remember that? Remember that said, "What's the definition of and?" Remember when we was talking about astrology?
It mixes astrology.
Smoking weed, yo. We found out
No. So that means fact and
he be
theory.
He be drinking though. He be drinking. He be on. He be drinking.
You gotta stop him.
Nah, don't try to use
that. You be drinking though. I was talking the other day with Wade. You was drunk as a mug.
I ain't been on Wade channel in a minute. I don't know what the hell you talking about.
No, I'm saying a while back, we was in the back chat. We was arguing. You was drunk. You was drunk as a skunk.
Nah, but look, what I'm saying is that go to something that shows so there are incontrovertible facts of what you said, the plants and the seeds, right? Now I want you to show those incontrovertible facts from us coming from something. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I got you. So when it says that life, so everything changed. That's why I tried to get you to understand that as we go back in time, humans change over time, bro. And by the time you get back to 4 million years ago, right now we to the point where it's not recognizable, bro. But everything looks like his mother and his father, yo. That's what I was trying to tell you. I wish I could show you that. If you had a stack of cards, right? If we could take a stack of cards and each card have a picture, yo. We don't got the whole deck of cards. We only got card here, card there, card there. But if we had all the cards, you would see that everything looked like where it came from. All the way back to 4.2 billion years, yo.
And that's why they say fact
and
theory.
around.
But what you're describing is why they say fact and theory. The facts are that you have some of the cards, right? The theory is
not it.
Yes, it is.
Bro.
That's what the fossil records are. That is.
I'm done.
No, don't try to do that.
No, I got.
What you mean? I can't read it.
Hey, brothers, I'm off here.
Hey, brother, appreciate you for coming out, man. Come back on, man.
Yeah, I am, yo. I got you. I told you the last. I'm start. That's why I'm here messing with y'all. It's fun over here.
I'm gonna
big up. You know what I'm saying?
Catch you up. I'm gonna catch you.
Hey, big up to our second home. You know what that's saying? Hear me? I meet you.
It's a book y'all check out. It's a book y'all check out. The greatest show on earth.
What you say, Gunner? I can't hear you.
I said you should read the book called The Greatest Show on Earth by Richard Dawkins. It's a really good book.
Yeah, no, listen to it. Don't read it. Just listen to it.
Yeah, listen to it. You can listen to the audio. The audio is really good.
Get the audio book and just race your mind, and it ain't got nothing to do with you being a Christian either, yo.
No.
He actually and Dawkins actually used Christian theologian sources in there too. He actually used theologian scholars in it. So check it out.
I was just saying, all I was doing is ask. Like I said, he tried to trick us with that using the incontrovertible to try to make it seem because he used something that was that. So I wanted him to show us what that for when he's talking about us. Don't just go directly to plants. We know that about plants, but we don't have that information for us. That's all I was saying.
You know the Pope. You know the last Pope. You know he accepted evolution, right?
Come on, man.
He did as
a
process.
It's supposed to be the Catholic Church accepts evolution.
The Christians of all
man, get out.
That's like the boss level Christian right there.
Man, get out of here.
You don't get no Christian. You don't get no Christian than the Pope.
Look, if anybody can show me that, right, what Unc just described, as far as us deriving from, one of these comments, then you got me. You know what I'm saying? I
got you. It says incontrovertible, yo. You gotta bring some scientific facts to debunk it. Your common sense can't.
No, I'm saying it's saying that. What y'all have to do is say what something says, and then
the medicine uses evolutionary mind.
No. What y'all like to do is provide a statement.
No.
So okay, so now
Just say you don't understand it.
No, I do understand it. I'm just
Don't
asking
understand
for
it.
proof of it.
Couldn't
Hey, you don't,
Man,
Henry.
listen. I'm not saying that
It's
the
a very
statement is.
difficult
Listen,
subject.
you wouldn't
can
be
y'all
talking the way
just?
you talking right now, bro. You
No,
wouldn't be
I'm asking for proof to support the statement. I understand that a statement was made, right? I'm not saying that the statement is true or false. I'm asking for proof to support that statement. That's all. I can't ask for that.
Hey, brother Hump,
Yeah.
we're gonna see you next time. We're gonna see you next time,
All
brother.
right, I'm out.
I
Yeah,
think G
yeah.
back.
Yeah, hey, Gullah. You wanna talk to the brother Henry for a second?
I mean, shit, we can rap for us a little minute.
Nah,
Yeah, a little man.
yeah, that you get what I'm saying though, girl. I'm not saying that the statement that was made is false. I'm just asking because a lot of people can make a statement, right, and it can seem true on the surface until you ask them to provide evidence to support that statement. That's all. I'm just asking for the evidence that supports the statement. I'm not saying it's false. I just want to see it.
Yeah, it's in the fossil records. DNA is a whole lot of evidence, bro. Like overwhelming amount of evidence.
That's incomplete though, girl. And you know that your fossil records are incomplete.
No, but it's enough. It's enough evidence to support it, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you was in a court of law, shoot, it'll win.
It's a scientific theory, just like germ theory or gravity.
But even
Hey, we got brother Najiti back up in here. Hey, we're gonna get back to you though in a second. I promise. I ain't know you was over here. See, Najiti, what you got to say, Najiti?
He had asked me where I got my information from about, mutations within the genes, and I was trying to show him where I got it from.
Oh, he
And
got the
so,
biology book on y'all boys.
so basically, it's just I can read it. I can read it to you real quick. Let's see. Nucleotide pair substitution is the replacement of one nucleotide and its partner with another pair of nucleotides. Some substitutions have no effect on the encoded protein owing to the redundancy of the genetic code. For example, if 3-CCG5 on the template strand mutated to 3-CCA5, the mRNA codon that used to be GGC would become GGU. So what I was saying is that you lose information, not gain. And that's usually what happens in the process of adaptation. So that's all I was saying.
I don't even know why they disagree with that.
What you mean you lose information though? It didn't say anything about losing information.
You do because the code changed.
The code changed. You
It
just
don't mean
lost
it's
the
losing
letter.
It don't mean it's losing information. It don't mean that.
Hold up, bro. One letter was there, the other one is gone now. The letter that was there before is gone. You lost a letter. You gained you gained a letter, but it's changed. It's corrupted. The code is not the same.
So Najiti, what information is losing?
For example, with the hair, now the code in its gene is telling it to grow longer ears. So it would no longer grow short ears, but grow longer ears based off of the environment.
Gullah, what you got to say there?
Hold on real quick. Let me gather some.
If it
All
had
right.
if it had the same DNA code, it
There
would
will be no
continue to
change.
produce the same type of rabbit, right?
Right.
But something had to change. It changed within the code of the DNA of that rabbit, which caused it for some reason. Maybe you got hawks in the air and they hunt rabbits, and maybe the rabbit couldn't hear the hawks coming. So in order to survive, uh some type of mechanism inside of it caused the DNA to change so that it could now hear birds of prey in the sky. I'm just throwing that out there. But the DNA changed.
So do
but that's not
so.
a law. It's not. It's like
Okay, go
biology
ahead.
is not talking like that. Like a mute, like right here, where from my book, it say a mutation can be a loss of information, but it also could be a gain and change or neutral. It's better to think of mutation as a change in the genetic code, not automatically a loss.
Okay. So if that is the case, why is it that the species can no longer copulate? Why they can no longer reproduce if there's no loss
What you
of
mean?
information?
I mean, they can reproduce. They reproduce off the code they have. It breaks off the
Nah,
code.
he talking
Nah,
about not the
You
change
talking
species.
about cross speciation though? That's something different.
He must be talking about like humans with
Yeah, cross
other
speciation is
I'm
primates
not
different.
talking
based
about
off
that.
of a
I'm not
common
talking about
ancestor.
him.
I'm thinking.
What
Right.
you talking about DNA code? But then it sounds like we talk about cross speciation right now.
No, he was
Yeah,
it wouldn't be
if you're
considered
talking
cross
about
species.
if you're talking about speciation within the same kind of animal, cross speciation, yeah, that's because that's actually the only type of speciation that would take place because a
Oh
rabbit,
man. Okay.
But when
a
when a
rabbit would
donkey and a
never be
horse
able to
or a donkey and a
reproduce with a
zebra, when
reptile.
they mate, that's
What you say, Gully?
I said that's two different species. Over time, you know what I'm saying? When those mutations keep occurring over and over again, they separate. And if you bring them two species back, their genetic code changes so much that they can't reproduce no more. Same way a fox can't reproduce with anything like a gray wolf. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that can reproduce with it is things that are very closer to it in the code. Like a coyote can mix with a gray wolf or
Okay, yeah,
domestic dog.
yeah,
Because they're very close. They're
yeah,
genetically closer.
very close, right? Like the example you used earlier with the liger, right? Uh,
Yeah.
you got a tiger and a lion put
Yeah, they can,
together,
they can reproduce,
and they
but the liger itself can't reproduce itself.
right.
Gullah, in explaining what you doing, you hitting the nail in for him. That's what you're doing right now. Because
What you
he's trying to
mean?
say, like, why don't we see it for humans? But
We
you're
did see it for humans.
reiterating that
But
it is another
We
species.
did
no,
see it for
I'm not.
humans.
I'm not. But no, 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 no. I'm not.
We're the
I'm
same
not
species.
saying that at all.
Humans are the
Okay,
same
my
species.
bad.
We went through a bottleneck reduction, but you did see that. You would have seen that when humans intermated with Neanderthals. The male, when humans you know, when we interbred with Neanderthals, the DNA that we do have or the information we do have came through the success of the women lineages of the daughters. Those male Neanderthal human hybrids were feral.
So Gullah,
That's why you don't find a Y chromosome of a Neanderthal.
what came first?
Mitochondria.
What came
What?
first, the male or the female?
Talking about period.
Yeah.
Shit, I mean, what you was single cell organism? It was
Well,
hermaphroditic.
those were asexual. I'm talking about once we start like us, like you know what I'm saying, like us and
You always had a male and
reptiles.
female. Don't all primates have males and females? We're primates.
No, bro. I'm saying so. You saying that male and female evolved together? There was never one before the other,
Bro, ever since you have mammals, we are mammals, right?
bro. But I'm saying we came from somewhere, right? But prior
Yeah.
to that,
You
there
talking
was
about
an
way
evolution,
back. You talking about way
right?
back, bro. You
So
talking about
right. So
before you even had you talking about before you even had mammals, reptiles, birds, all that other shit.
I'm saying what came first, the male or the female?
What you mean? You talking about with fish?
Bro, I'm saying
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
What we talking about? We talking about human species.
The
I'm
answer is a
saying,
different bird that evolved.
You had male and female since we was in the water, bro. Like since we came from fish.
so okay. So you saying that the male and female evolved together is what I'm saying. Or
Yeah,
did the
I mean,
female, or did the
you got male and female plants, bro.
no. So listen, what I'm saying. Females, the egg, right, is where typically where babies come from in all species, right? It's the egg, and then babies come from the egg, right? So did the female come first, or was there an egg, or a male, or whatever? You get what I'm trying to ask you? Or you still not understanding?
Chicken before the egg. Chicken before the egg.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
something like that.
The chicken came first.
The egg before the chicken.
So
It came from the chicken.
the egg came before the chicken. So it was female.
The chicken came first, bro. The chicken came from whatever animal it came from.
So no, but because remember you mentioned the belly button when it came to Adam, right?
Huh?
So that would be
Because it got to come from. Because
so he was saying that it came from a female.
any mammal or placentile, bro. You are placentile
So
organism.
they came from female, right? So that means okay. So prior to that, it was female. It was all female.
Yeah, they come from no. You because you stuck in Adam and Eve shit.
No. I'm going
He's
past.
skipping the evolutionary process.
I'm going past that.
Of us coming from something else.
A single cell.
It's like
organism.
if you say what came first, the
No,
chicken or the egg, the answer is another bird that laid the egg that created the chicken.
Created the chicken.
Like, you asking
Then
him a trick question.
You get the reptiles.
We get that.
You get the reptiles and shit. I mean, whatever species we come from first, it was male and female.
That was nice. That was nice, A1. That was nice, A1.
No, it's not. They trying to get around it. What I'm saying is, male and female didn't evolve together, right? You said there was always male and female.
What starting point are you talking about, though, bro?
They got a scientific Eve and they got a scientific Adam, so maybe that might help him answer your question.
Oh, man. That.
Do he know what that is, though?
I don't know. He supports evolution,
Gullah,
right?
That's it.
Huh?
Come on, L0 and A00. Like, what are you trying to talk about? Human haplogroups?
No, y'all evolutionists say there was a
I'm
science.
trying to figure out the question he's asking. I don't even make
I'm
sense.
saying, all right. So
yeah. Clarify your question. Clarify your question for God.
What we observe now is that males have sex with females. Females carry the eggs that produce. That's how reproduction happens across all species now. There are hardly any asexual. There's some asexual organisms that exist, but hardly any.
No, in mammals, no. In mammals, no. There's no
right.
No
so what I'm saying is that for that, did they both come, or was the female first?
You talking about for us what species? Us?
The beginning of how we got here.
It was always male and female. Primates always have male and female. They fuck.
I think you try to go back to the first organism, brother, and try to say it's asexual.
Yeah,
but then they both was there. They both was there though. The sperm and the egg.
So the asexual organism had produced both a male and a female at the same time. Is what you're saying?
You talking about
they had twins? Yeah,
we talking about the organism. We talking about the first organism, multi-cell organism. We talking about multi-cell organism, and we talking about they became asexual.
Did the single-cell organism have twins where it produced? Because he said that male and female always.
It started off from asexual. It's a single cell organism reproduced by hold on.
They
were all asexual, so that means it wasn't male or female. It was.
But just so we clear, that's not the scientific Adam and Eve. That's the biblical Adam and Eve. You tried to tell him that it was the scientific, and it's not.
Yeah. Facts.
I'm asking him
the distinction between male and female sexes in living organisms, also known as sex reproduction, evolved over 1 billion years ago. Likely around 1.2 to 2 billion years ago. Here's a simplified timeline. Early single-cell organisms reproduced by simply dividing binary fission. They say no sexes existed, just cloning. They were just cloning off each other. They say sexual reproduction emerges 1.2 billion years ago. Some eukaryote cells and eukaryote between two exchange genetic materials, a major evolutionary step. This allowed a greater genetic variation, which helped organisms adapt and survive. We were threatened against viruses. This shit was going on in fucking water.
So it was.
So they was there. They saw it. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
What you mean? You saw it?
So I'm saying because the claim is that it was a single cell organism and they were just cloning, right? And then these single cell organisms that can reproduce,
spawning off each other.
Listen, right? So these asexual organisms that can just clone, right? I don't know how much they can clone, but they can. I guess it's unlimited cloning. Decided to start mating with each other, right? That's the understanding.
You said what now?
These asexual organisms, right? Because they would have to start mating with each other in order for sexual reproduction to become. How the hell would sexual reproduction evolve?
The asexuals, they or the whatever it became or mutated to, it became male and female later.
But that's what I'm saying. They would have to start.
They wouldn't be asexual no more if it's male and female.
But you never told me which came first, the male or the female, or did they both come simultaneously?
At the same time.
So there was one asexual organism that had a male and one asexual organism that had a female, and then they was like, "Oh, look, we can," you know what I'm saying? They crawled over there and then they made it, and that was the start.
They in the same population. He just cells and
swim wherever the hell, you know.
You got cells in your body.
What's up?
Could I ask you a question?
What's up?
Do you think the biblical narrative fit in biology?
Fit in biology as far as what? What you mean?
I'm talking about fit in the biology story of how life came about.
Good question, Craig. Good question.
Yeah, because like I said, sexual reproduction, how we know it today, clearly is not how it always was. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly, and that's why you're wrong.
So that's no. That's no. You can't say no.
You're saying
it's a no, bro. Yeah,
and science says different because the Bible says that God created one first, and science says that they both evolved together.
So
you have to pick a side.
It don't say. It don't say. He hasn't shown me any.
It's not about what he showed you. I'm telling you, that's what it says. I was over here quiet. I just didn't want to interrupt y'all. I know the answer to the question. I just was letting y'all have y'all little go back and forth.
Come on, y'all.
Microbes too.
I'm glad. So because he couldn't answer, A1 said he could. So did the male or female come first?
We both evolved together over time.
I said at the same time. I told you that.
So from what? So how did
because
the
they
male?
split? Because they split, bro.
So that's what I just asked. So there was a single cell organism, right? It split up.
Now see, that's where you insert something. You say single cell organisms. Stop
asexual.
doing that.
Because
you create a whole framework of a fake argument. Like he didn't say that. Just use the words he used.
So would it? Hold on. So would it?
Use the words he's using. So your argument is framed to him.
Asexual.
He didn't even say asexual. Just take it out your whole thing.
It had to be asexual.
Every atheist on the planet right now, can we agree or disagree to this? For people who don't believe that humans were created as humans and animals as animals and plants plants, right? When it comes to evolution, do y'all agree that y'all side of science says that we do start from a single cell organism? Is that true or false?
That's true.
We do come from a single cell organism.
That's
Okay, so
Come
that.
why
on,
y'all
come
keep
on now.
saying I'm making a wrong argument then?
I'm
What
just
is that
saying,
ticket?
keep your argument to what he's making. You
Hold
making
on,
a
hold
you
on,
got to
everybody.
rephrase
Is
his
that
whole
ticket?
thing
Is
and do
that
all
ticket
that
still
extra stuff.
organism, Adam?
Y'all just don't have these answers, and instead of saying I
No,
don't have the
we do
answers,
have the answers. I just think that's just disingenuous to him. Like
Hey. So that,
it's a
is
bad
that ticket
and it's
still
a bad
organism
habit. It's
God,
a bad
brother?
habit that
Is
you
that
have.
ticket still organism God? This is what I'm asking. Is it God? I'm just
Some
saying, is it God? God creation. Is it God creation?
You want to call it this?
no, but I'm just saying this. So y'all, so A1 said he had the answers,
No,
but he
no,
said
no,
the
because
answers.
if we talk about human biology, we gotta talk about Adam and Eve. If we talk about asexual shit, that's biology. Like, come on.
Because
I think it's
First
clear in
Henry.
Christ.
First Henry. We talk about First Henry's.
right. So they said so they make fun of. They say, well, you came from dust, right? You came from the ground. Well, that's what biology says too. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
can't. Literally said the same shit.
But
So
the
that's why I
process,
say
Every
yeah.
single
it's a
element that
process.
makes up our
Process,
body
bro.
comes from the dust of the earth.
Excuse
No,
me.
we actually come from the dust of stars.
Every single element that makes up the human anatomy comes from the dust of the earth. Literally.
Now
Every element.
we don't
Where does
even know we
hold
don't
up,
know
where
the
can you
exact
find
origin. Like
calcium? Where
we
can
know
you find
we
calcium?
know it come from stars and shit.
Where can you find calcium?
Everything right, but the crust of the earth, all that shit, right? It's the same thing though. So
Yeah.
he's not wrong in what he's saying. The crust of the earth, all that come from the stars, which we share the same elements in our bodies. That's what he's saying.
Oh yeah. Minerals and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. So from y'all, so when y'all ask me about the biblical narrative as far as Adam and then Eve being created from Adam. Yes, and then does it align with biology? Yes, it says Adam was created from the dust of the ground, right? And then Eve came from him. Now we know sexual reproduction now
But the
is
Bible don't say that.
more.
The Bible say Adam and Eve was humans. You talking about single cell organisms? You get humans don't even come
Nah,
into
because I'm talking about what you believe as far as your evolutionary theory.
but you got a long way before you even get to human.
I'm trying to get you to walk me there, but you can't.
I'm trying to. I mean, how
All
long?
right.
How many million want do you want to get there? You just
Okay,
talking about
about
millions.
1.2 to 2 billion years ago, Hemi,
Look, they googling right now.
asexual. I mean, uh, we evolved from asexual organisms into more complex asexual organisms that could reproduce on our own. Do you get that?
That's not sure. So okay, so then where did the male and female come from?
I just explained that to you, and you asking the same question.
No, you did. You said they were still
I said we
asexual.
evolved. The DNA
You not
changed in the stuff, and it got more
you
complex
just
to the point where we can
saying
reproduce
evolve
ourselves.
isn't explaining it, bro. Stop. Y'all love to try to use that as buzzwords to get out of what I'm asking you. Just simply saying we evolved isn't the answer to my question. How
They
did we
split.
evolve?
They were splitting, bro. When we say they clone,
They
they
were
split.
always
They
splitting.
spawning off
They
each
were
other.
all right. They were always splitting. I'm saying that what made it go from splitting and being asexual to now it's
Now that's a
For
different question,
survival,
though.
bro.
That's
For
a different
survival.
question.
For
it's the
survival.
But
same
that's what you really
question.
want to know, though. But we don't
I've been
know.
asking.
We don't know
I know you
what
don't.
the impetus of the change was.
I know you
We
don't.
just know. We just recognize. We can't. You know.
So you
We
I know
don't
you.
have
so
ancient
you
scrolls
holding
from that
on
far back.
I
so
But
know
you
you
what we
holding
do
on
know is we know where the time markers show the change. But
so
go
you
ahead.
holding on to that out of faith then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we don't do a guide of the gaps and try to fill in the
That
gaps.
is
We
you
just
are
deal with
though.
what
You
is.
just said you
No,
don't
no, no.
know. You're lying.
If I tried
You
to
said
answer
you
your
don't
question, that's what I would be doing.
you
We
said you
don't. Can't,
don't know. You said you don't know, Mo.
I said we don't know what the impetus of the change was, but we know the time markers show the change.
But you don't know the mechanisms that caused it. So on faith, you hold on to whatever conclusions they tell you, right?
Yeah.
That's not.
It's a yes or no, brother.
It's not even about it being a yes or a no. That's a
It is, because
weird
it's a
loaded
yes or no
question.
question, my friend.
That's a weird loaded question. It's not
told
even
you.
about having faith. We haven't come to any
Did you try to learn that question though? Hey, what?
That's the
What's
thing. We
that
haven't come
loaded
to any
question?
conclusions about the
I told
impetus of the problem.
once you put
We don't
science
need
on
to
trial,
know the
the
impetus of the
way
problem
that
to
they try to
recognize the
do
change.
survival,
Hold on, Henry. Can I answer it?
That's like saying
yeah.
that's like saying over time people became more violent, but you may not know why. But does
But
that change the fact that they became more
but hold
violent?
on.
And
But that's the pursuit. That is
evidently
the
we know
pursuit of
That's a
science
bad
as
analogy.
well.
Skip that
hold
analogy.
on.
I'm
That
sorry,
is the
man. That was a
pursuit
bad
of
analogy.
science
But
as well, bro.
we don't
Let's
need to,
let
you know,
It
or you
evolved
don't
because
believe in DNA now. Is that what you're saying?
it evolved because of survival. Evidently, the two sex splitting was more successful than them just cloning or spawning off each other. It was a more successful outcome.
Oh,
It
so
sounds like
the,
it
so
sounds
there
like
was
to me
magic.
y'all just. It sounds like to me y'all just making this stuff up.
And
So it
the
was
multi
magic. The
and the
cell was just like,
more complex
wait,
cells was the ones that survived.
mind you, this is supposed to evolution is supposed to be random, right? This stuff's just supposed to be happening by chance. But you're saying that these asexual organisms, right? Like, you know what? I feel like it's gonna be way beneficial to me if I can make myself be male and female and see whether or not I can produce more. That's
It ain't
magic.
just random. It's for survival, bro.
That's
It's
magic,
adaptation.
though.
No, it's not. It's adaptation of its
That's not
environment.
magic. If
No, because
wait,
of the environment. The environment plays
so
a
if
role.
my
It has to do
phone,
with
hold
survival.
on.
Yeah.
So if my phone starts being able to clone itself,
That's
that
a
wouldn't
bad
be
example.
magic.
And
That's
see,
not.
that's
That's not a
and
bad.
that's the thing, and that's why they changed him.
That's not a
They
biological
changed
organism.
because asexual reproduction was creating exact clones, and it coming together from two different species gave it more genetic variations for survival. So
But
this
there
is
were
what
no
the
other
adaptation was
And
species.
for.
Listen to what
they
I'm
saw
saying.
all of this happen, right?
There were no other species, right? It's just asexual organisms. So if it's just asexual organisms cloning themselves, what made them say
It was eukaryotes and
if I
prokaryotes
take
cells.
so now y'all saying these things was transgender?
Flag on the play. Flag on the play. Flag on the play here, B. Flag on the play.
Hey, I was
No
earlier
flag
I
on
was
the
gonna
play.
say it's bisexual, but I was like, nah, I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, I just say one
It
day they
became
just up and say, you
bisexual.
know what?
Yeah, flag on the play.
If I decide to be a male and a hermaphrodite, then I can
It
produce.
is not bisexual. It's not bisexual. It's asexual.
Hey, yo, is it weird that people that don't believe in the creation narrative think like that today? Like they really think.
It's not okay. Just understand this, right?
Go, Craig. Let me get Craig. Come on, Craig.
Yeah. One of the things when it comes down to genetics, a lot of people don't understand those genes need information, right? They can only do what's in their genetic code. Meaning, when it decided to split, right, it wasn't male or female. It was in a lot of ways asexual, meaning it had both of them, but it wasn't using those parts. So what it did, it divided to make two separate genders. You feel me?
And then they did. So that's what I'm saying. So
Go
they
back
was
to the last question. Go ahead, bro.
so they was cloning. They was perfectly fine cloning themselves. Right? Boom, boom. They pushing them out, cloning themselves. And they was like, you know what? In order for us to survive, if we come together and make a baby, then we'll be able to produce more. How?
And what you trying to say, man? I think you're speaking in codes. I think you're speaking in codes.
But see, look. When the Gigi explained the rabbit in the ear, he didn't do that goofy story that you just told like that. He didn't say, "Did we tell ourselves we need longer ears?" He didn't do all of that to make it seem like it's irrelevant. He wanted his point to seem relevant, so he kept it relevant. You're trying to dismiss what he's saying, but it makes perfect sense. The same way that Gigi explained the change back then.
Look real quick. The main threats to early single cell life were environmental stress, mutations,
We got all that tomorrow.
viruses, in competition.
Ain't nobody mute your mic, nobody. Nobody mute your mic.
These pressures help drive the drive the evolution of sexual reproduction.
Competition with who?
You said what? You said what?
Competition. So wait. So
for other
so
cells,
germs. So
other
germs
single cell
was fighting.
organisms. Bro, it ain't, bro. You got
Germs
both,
was
bro. You
going
have
to war.
germs
Germs was going to war.
other microbes.
Germs was going to war.
So
Yes,
hold up.
they go,
Hold
bro.
up,
They go, bro. Hold on, they go to war. They go to war inside your fucking body. What you think? White cells,
Yeah.
white cells, blood cells, and all that shit.
What do you think SIBO is, or
But
irritable
that's
bowel
because of shit what
syndrome?
we put in our bodies, though.
Yeah.
That's bad bacteria in your stomach taking
Right,
over,
but
bro.
that's because of shit we put in our bodies.
It's not about that. That's not the point. The point is you got a war going on with bacteria in your body, and you just trying to dismiss it like it's a crazy. Oh, they going to war. They decided to fight. Oh, they got bacteria fighting. You laughing, but it's
I'm saying
going on right now.
The microbes that exist that you put in your body existed in the fucking
I know.
Get serious, Hemi.
But I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about the bit. There has to be a benefit, right? What is if I can? It's easier for me if I can pause, beat my meat and nut on the ground and produce 7 kids. Why the fuck would I? No, listen to what I'm saying, bro. Just listen. It sounds dumb on the surface because y'all are making it dumb by the shit y'all saying. But if I can pull sperm out of my own nutsack to create babies, why the fuck would I spend my time going to lay it with a woman to produce for survival?
You can't do
It
that.
makes no sense.
You can't do that though.
They could. That's what I'm saying. They could. It's easier to.
Hold on. What did you really try to say, Hemi? What caused it?
That's what I'm saying, bro. The asexual.
What caused it?
I'm saying that they make up a bunch of shit and then try to make it sound good and try to say
no, because the
We
females
still got
eggs,
asexual organisms today. What are you talking about?
No,
right.
Exactly.
That's my point.
Hold on, the males had sperm
that
and
the
the
single
females had
cell
eggs.
needs
They were single cell
information.
organisms, bro.
That's not your point. Your point is that it's stupid for them to be able to reproduce and just nut and make something else. That was your point. Now you're trying to say that your point was that they exist today.
I said it's not benefit. No, I'm saying that the reason why asexual organisms still exist is because they can exist, right? Even through all this shit, right? It wasn't beneficial for them to have a mating partner to reproduce for survival. That's my point. Y'all keep trying to say that's why.
Now that's the theory. Now that's the theory.
Fact.
That's the real theory. Go ahead.
But that's a fact.
Go ahead. Spit your theory. That's not a fact.
Everything in evolution has to have a reason, right? And that's what's weird. It's supposed to have a reason, and it's random at the same time.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways. What I'm trying to figure out is what this single cell anomaly we keep talking about that needs information. Where the information come from?
Itself.
Hold on, micro. Hold on, when we deal with micro, some microbes ate other microbes. So it's for benefit of survival and all this shit, bro. Like you being stupid. Like,
No.
He understand it when it's the Bible.
That's
weird.
No. Let the GT answer.
Well, he called me stupid, so I wanted to.
So, information. You talk about microbes. Every microbe has information in it, but the question is, where is that information coming from? Now, y'all talking about this single cell organism that needs information in order to produce information.
DNA, RNA.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the physical substance. I'm talking about the immaterial stuff, the information itself, the code. Where did that come from?
It's a living organism, GT. It has to survive. Survival pushed it if you want to be technical.
Yeah, the DNA and RNA, we still trying to figure that out. That's a scientific mystery, bro.
Yeah, that's no cap though. We don't have the answer to that.
But one thing, but one, but
that
one
is
of the,
openly debated, Najichi.
but
That is openly debated.
hold on
I
real quick.
appreciate
And I
that.
now I see maybe I was missing y'all point
But
then the whole
hold on.
time.
The
But
thing, the thing.
Najichi said it wrong right there and pushed me in the corner.
The GT. Hey, the GT. Is you trying to add God to the gaps? In this
Yes, he
No,
is.
I don't even know what that. I don't even know what that means. I'm just trying to make
Okay.
sense.
I'm
Y'all
just
talking
saying. I
I
just
think he
want to
wanted to see if we were gonna
add.
add science to the gap, some fake
But
science
one
to
of
the
the,
gaps,
but
or
one of
some
the things is,
No,
pseudoscience.
but one
because
of the,
y'all talking about some stuff that happened, in the past that nobody saw, and everything that y'all telling me about, about what happened is really based off of faith. And so, often I see you, my brother, online getting on to Christians about our faith, and I just be like,
Now you know.
no, hold on, no, hold on,
No,
hold
that
on. Let
ain't
me
Go
finish.
fake.
ahead.
No, it
Let
ain't
me
fake.
just
That's not
respond
Let
to
me
you when you
finish,
finish though,
bro.
before anybody
Yeah,
else cut
yeah.
in.
Yeah, and look, I promise you, you my bro, man. I don't take nothing personal. So, but I'm just saying, to me, what y'all say about the origins of life sound even more stupid than us as Christians saying that God created it. I think the God narrative sounds way better than what y'all producing out here.
Okay, and in response, I
Oh
feel you. I
God.
feel you on that
right in front of you. That's
because
crazy.
I
Oh
don't get on
God.
here debating science. I was really sitting back. I kind of got pulled into this. I'm just debating what's said. It's not like I necessarily may believe what's said, or like we haven't even gotten into that conversation. I was just going over what's like the base information that's out here. Like this is what's being said. Like let's not pretend like this isn't the theory or scientific theory. I should use the word because theory and scientific theory are two different things. I mean, it is though. Like gravity is a scientific theory. Somebody else could argue electromagnetism. Somebody else could. It's just
Well, I mean, they
somebody else
got.
could say that it doesn't exist completely. But those are three different arguments, and sometimes people try to
Hey,
convolute
hey, what?
But
Hey,
two
what?
the
Hey,
to try to
what?
difference,
dismiss
hold on,
somebody.
hold on. But the difference with that, bro, is like we got proof of gravity because they just like Craig kept pushing to me about the strong force, which I already knew about. They recently just discovered the gravity force, so there's proof. Now there's no question about it.
There's proof
So,
that when something goes up, it comes down. I get what y'all are saying. I think it's just the, I don't know.
well, I'm
It's
just
a
saying
touchy
where they
subject, and
where
it's not necessarily like I believe
I
it. It's
mean,
just something
it's
that I'll be
not,
Hey,
it's
watching.
hey,
look,
hey.
I
where
just
it's
be
you
not.
trying to
Hey,
correct
hold on, hold on, hold
misinformation
on,
when
hold on,
where
people
hold
you
try
got
to
on.
verified evidence,
mischaracterize
yes, it's
others'
true. But
arguments.
for stuff like that
Hey,
happened in the past that nobody saw, is all
I'm,
going to be based off of faith. That's all
I'm,
I'm saying.
I
hey,
need
hey,
y'all.
hey, hey, hey.
Hold on, real
Hey,
quick, guys.
listen to
I need
Craig.
y'all
Listen to
to.
Craig.
The
Go ahead,
Jeezy,
Craig.
the
Go
Jeezy,
ahead,
the
Craig.
Jeezy, the Jeezy.
Yes, sir.
I just want to know. I'm gonna ask A1 this question. Would you debate the GT A1? I think because you got a match
Yeah,
coming up.
yeah, but not on
I think you
science.
did
I
that
don't
for you.
debate science. I was just really coming in here talking about what I had read. It's not necessarily that I know this to be true for a fact. It was just like this is what they saying in the science book. So like let's not try to act like it's
Okay.
not being said or that some of this doesn't have
Can
some
science be
founding in
wrong?
actual things that can be tested, observed, and repeated. Like that's all I was saying.
It's science. No, A1. I want to ask you something based off that. And I agree. I ain't against science at all, bro. And everybody who I know who propagates science, especially atheists, y'all agree that science is wrong all the time, right?
Now, see, I'm a nonconformist. It's not even necessarily that I'm an atheist because I
No,
still like I
okay,
have a
okay.
Christian background.
I
I
didn't want
just
to focus.
haven't. Ain't nobody
No, hold on.
convinced me of nothing
I
yet. Like,
didn't want to focus more on the atheist
okay,
part. I just want to
go
focus
ahead, go
more
ahead.
on don't we all agree that science is wrong all the time?
Science is
Not
wrong.
It's
that it
not
don't
the
disagree.
atheist
Science is
no more,
wrong.
brother.
Science gets it.
But it corrects itself with science,
No,
though.
It's
A1.
the
No,
way
we
you
talking about
framing
A1.
it.
No,
The way
y'all
you
let A1
framing it,
go.
I understand what you're doing, but
Go ahead, one.
to
Science.
it's like to it's like failure's a part of success. You have
That's true.
to mess up to learn to get it right. So it's not like science. That's the process. Fail, you
But to
know.
agree, I'm just saying
They be guessing like
overall
it's
we
still
all
right.
agree that it's certain stuff that science was saying that was like A1 sauce. And then we kind of found out, like, okay, well, that ain't true. Let's switch to this. Is that true or not? That's all I'm asking.
as science updates itself. And then there is a lot of
Right.
sometimes there's
True.
bogus. Sometimes there's bogus science. People be leading with their egos. So I think that's
No,
more what it
no,
is.
no. And certain stuff just haven't been discovered yet. I mean, just like genuinely,
But we don't usually
okay,
do the
yeah, we
gaps
thought
with that.
so. That's true. Right.
We
So
don't
it's
do the
true.
science
That's all
of
I'm
the
saying.
gaps.
Right. That's all I'm saying. It's true. It's a true thing.
Hey, class, where you at, class? Where you at, class?
Figure it out. It's
Yeah,
better science to figure out. Science corrects itself.
Yeah. Now,
Science
see, y'all had a
corrects
God of the gaps, but it ain't no science of the gaps. Either we know or we don't know, and what we got to figure out, we got to figure out.
And now we can go to that level right now. Now, God of the gaps doesn't take away from like, for example, it was a point in time where people didn't know H2O. You know, okay, we know we can breathe, but there's not a thing that tell us that, okay, we got H2, you know, oxygen twice, and then hydrogen twice and oxygen out there, right? But then we discovered that, right? Even though we discovered that, that doesn't take away from any religion, not just the Bible. Like, that don't take away from no religion that now men has discovered. EI understood that now H2 plus O equals oxygen. No
I'm just
different. Does it
laughing.
take away that? It don't take away that now that we got positive and negative, now we understand electricity. That don't take away from religion, bro. I don't care what religion the person
What came
believes in.
first, the positive or the negative? I'm gonna pull a
That
Hemi
that
on you.
that,
I'm gonna
that
pull a
don't
Hemi.
take. Now watch this.
What
I
came
don't know.
first?
Wait. I don't
We just
know
had a
what.
war.
Wait.
Asking
It
goofy
may
questions,
be an
man.
answer. It may be an answer. What came first, the positive or the negative? Me per se,
No, I'm joking.
I
I'm
don't
joking.
know what came first,
No,
right?
go
But
ahead. Keep going.
neither of that take away from God being real. That's what I'm saying.
No, I feel you. I was messing with you when I said that. I was
Not
saying
no
I was gonna
A1.
pull a
You're my
Hemi on
dude,
you.
bro. Come on.
Yeah, I was saying I was gonna pull a Hemi
Nigga,
and just
I
ask
was your
three
first
questions.
debate on this channel, nigga,
And
we
then
ended up winning.
I was laughing at I was laughing to
Yeah.
myself when you were saying that too about oxygen and stuff. I'm like, cause I could pull in the GT on you. Like,
Hey,
how
one,
you do
stop trying to
that?
be
How
Nah,
can
that's
him.
my
you
brother
prove
now.
that?
If
Like,
y'all didn't know, I've been on the
I can
GD for
just
probably
play like
what 6-7
we
years.
don't have these things as
Yeah.
foundational information to make your argument seem irrelevant. But I'm not gonna do that because I'd be feeling like that's
Nah,
disingenuous.
don't do me like
No,
that,
I wouldn't
A1.
do
Come
you.
on
I
now,
wouldn't pull
bro.
a Hemi or the
Hey, I
GTA.
know.
Don't do me like
I
that.
wasn't saying that the argument is
Yeah,
irrelevant. I was
you
saying
gonna
that
put a Hemi on the G.
I said
Oh man.
the argument is very relevant. It just doesn't make sense. I didn't say it was irrelevant. The argument just doesn't make sense. That's what
Man,
me and
y'all got to get
GT
ranked,
saying.
bro. Everybody who not ranked, I know A1 ranked. I think Hemi ranked too. Man, look, man, these type of conversations, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, and I know y'all have seen it before, man. We've been on here 4 hours and 38 minutes, bro. Ain't nobody cussed out nobody, mamas, daddies, brothers, sisters, all that, bro. We didn't all disagree, man. Like, I just want to say I appreciate every last one of y'all dudes
Preach,
that's on the
brother.
top.
Preach, brother.
It was a
Preach.
good night. It was a
Hey,
good night.
I'm not getting nobody to preach, brother. That was you right, though, man.
You're very true.
Hey, but y'all know
Hey,
but y'all
let's see if the
know
Knicks and the people don't cuss each other out or nothing, man.
I'm
hey, I
glad.
know.
So we're
I'm
gonna
glad
keep this
these
going.
Christian
We're keeping
brothers.
this going, though, man. We're gonna see if the Knicks people don't cuss each other out or not.
I'm glad there was some other
I got a
Christian brothers
question.
on the call because usually it'd be like me versus like 12 atheists in the ring trying to fight for my life. So I'm glad I had some Christian support, man, for sure.
Hey, y'all know. Hey, y'all know when y'all say like the word God, God, that don't come from Christianity. Like that's like they come out of mythology. Like the word God wasn't even in the Bible because the Latin people didn't use the word God. They used Dios. You know what I'm saying?
What is the
Yeah,
hieroglyphic? What is the flag? Or how do you enunciate the hieroglyphic symbol of the flag? How do
for the
you?
flag.
Yeah, it's like
No,
it's a symbol of a flag.
I don't know what you're talking about. Not, but I want to say the actual word God, God, come from like Germanic tribes when they were Christianized. We speak
Well,
English. You know what I'm
the
saying?
reason why I asked
God,
that,
God comes from like the father Thor and Odin, Ud, like the same thing we say Visigoth. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The sons of God. There was a Norse pantheon deity. You know what I'm saying? The same deity that Odin come from. Like Odin has the same
Brother,
cognitive. what God.
Gullah. The point he's trying to make, he's really setting you up, and it's just going over your head.
I don't know what flag he's talking about though.
He's talking about the flag. The GT.
Yes,
You
sir.
funny. You
What
ain't even
flag
gonna
he
say
talking
that. You just gonna let him keep going, huh?
Hey, hold on.
Hey, the GT, I'm fucking with the GT. He just let you keep going.
Hey, hold on.
No, that's decorum, though. That's decorum, though.
Hey, I want to say this though.
What flag you talking about?
The flag is pronounced as Natur, and it stands for God. I mean, like that's what he was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on real quick. I want to say this though, man. Yeah, we didn't curse nobody out. You know what I'm saying? It was beautiful, a nice build. Very beautiful, man. This is what Paradigm Shift TV 314 is all about.
Hold on for what culture?
Hold up, Gullah, man. Hold on real quick. I know you ready to rock and roll, bro. But hold on real quick. We've been on here for like 4 hours. But I gotta say this though. I gotta tell everybody this. Those who still sticking around, regardless of what happened with Dr. Too Sweet, we still gotta give it to the judges for the debate. It's in the judges' hands. So we gotta be fair with it. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. It has to go to the judges. It's their decision. That's what it's gonna do. I know everybody was yelling, "Yo, it's a TKO in boxing." Well, damn, this ain't boxing. It's Paradigm Shift.
Yeah, somebody put their knee down and we're gonna put it in the judge's hands still. And
she did, y'all. Like
it might be some controversy behind this.
Yeah.
We know that. Either way,
can I get a recap?
It'll be some controversy.
I missed it. Can I get a recap?
Because regardless,
everybody on from St. Louis. All y'all from St. Louis.
No, nigga, I'm from Texas, bro. Dallas, bro.
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
I live in Texas, but I'm from St. Louis. I'm from Texas.
DLG, the one who created this channel. He's from St. Louis.
My trap.
Wait. Hold on. Who from Texas?
Me.
Who is me?
I live in I got you, Rex. Where you from in Texas, bro? I live in Houston too, bro. You live in Houston? I live in Houston.
I'm from Houston, but I'm gonna move back to Houston.
I'm in Dallas, bro. Me and Classic Craig, we in Dallas, bro.
Yeah, I know. I can see when I move back to Texas. I'm trying to see everybody in Texas, bro.
Shit, hook up with me, man. I ain't on nothing, bro. Classic can tell you, bro.
I got that.
I like that. Our brother nobody and him and hook it up, man. That'd be something nice. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to hook up with King Self, right? I'm trying to hook up with King Self, man.
I know you trying to hook up with the crazy guy. You trying to hook up with the crazy guy.
Classic Craig told me he gonna take me over there, bro. Your law firm partner, that nigga, he tripping, bro.
Yeah, he tripping. Yeah. Call him out.
Bro, you a blood, bro. You a blood. I don't deal with bloods.
Craig, what kind?
No, let's try to play that. Let's try to play that, nigga. Let's try to play that, nigga.
Hey, I grew up with 9 Deuce blood though, but I
ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I can show y'all videos, pictures. You can go look up my history from music videos on YouTube right now. Man, I did all that shit. I wasted time on all that stupid ass. That shit stupid, my nigga. I wasted time on all that gang banging shit. That shit stupid as fuck, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit dumb, my nigga.
Both of y'all niggas bloods, though. Both of y'all, so y'all gave up on the blood guy.
But I regret doing it.
But our politics are different in St. Louis, though. You got certain Crips says that fuck with blood, like 6 Deuces fuck with 9.
Oh, what? Bro, I got a brother. I got a brother serving. That nigga went to jail for 25 L. That nigga been in jail 32 years. Only reason why I joined the blood gang was because the Crip niggas that snitched on my motherfucking older brother, my nigga. But it don't matter how I got into it. That shit was dumb, my nigga. That shit stupid. I don't promote that shit, nigga. I got again. My name Wire. My real name Jacobus Wire. You can look me up online, nigga. I got YouTube videos, music videos, all that. I can prove I was about that life. I regret all that shit. That shit was stupid, my nigga. I wasted a lot of years doing that stupid ass shit, bro. That shit.
Hey, bro. We just We're a product of our environment, though. We're a product of our environment. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
you're right.
And,
You're right.
and the decision our parents made, right?
Nah, cause my
So
parents told
that's
me to go
all
to
I'm
church.
saying.
My parents told me don't lie, don't speak, don't chill. Nigga, I was stealing
Yeah,
cars, breaking their houses,
yeah.
nigga, at 13,
Mhm.
14. I was going to church, nigga, every
Yeah,
Sunday, nigga,
yeah,
to my
yeah. It was
parents.
something. It
So
was
fuck
something
what my
missing.
parents say, nigga. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Shit, I mean, really, but I
Yeah,
was wrong for
that baby was a mistake. They let you do what you want to do.
They let me. Yeah,
It
they
ain't.
did let me. They let
Oh,
me.
preacher kids.
Yeah, I went. I
Mm.
went. I preach your kid, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, I give. And they say. Listen to me. They say y'all niggas got it worse, bro. And I
He
believe
a
that, but I
pastor
don't
son.
believe that.
He a pastor
I
son.
believe it, but I don't believe it, bro. Like I do get it, bro. Because ain't nobody perfect, right? Imagine being raised in a household with a preacher who can go to Sunday, at church and preach a whole sermon about how another person should live. But then I'm the kid of you, and when I see you at home, nigga, you ain't living up to that same standard that you preaching to these niggas. Bro, I can see how that. I ain't no preacher kid. Don't get me wrong, but I know preacher kids, bro. That shit rough, bro.
Oh
Bro,
no,
that's rough, my
my
nigga.
people,
That shit rough, bro.
I come from my dad a Virgo like me, so he's an overachiever. So that was never the case with him. And then my grandfather was a pillar of the community. So
No, I'm not talking about them
we
being a
like
man, bro.
like
Bro, everybody,
as preachers' kids, our family, as just the preacher's family, we famous in the hood. Everywhere we
watch this,
go, people know
I got so
me
quick
and my
question.
whole
A1.
family line and be like,
A1,
oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think
I've
you
seen
missing
that
his
too.
part. I think you missing before though,
Yeah,
A1.
I think you missed my
Oh, go
point,
ahead.
A1. Yeah,
My
you
bad.
is. You missed my point, bro. A1, we've been on here for 4 hours, 47 minutes. My son been listening to this whole conversation, bro. And I'm a minister, not right now, active, but minister, bro. I can imagine the struggle that's on the preacher. Outside of what I do know, I didn't help open churches and all this stuff, right? But I'm talking about from a son standpoint, which is what you are. You're a PK, a preacher's kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
My son see me talk positive all day, bro. But my son here with me 20. I can't drop my son off at my mama house, grandmama house. My son been with me day for day, nigga, since he came to this world, right? So even though I can preach a good message to a nigga, or not just preach, but say a good stuff to a nigga, my son have seen me smoking, drinking, acting the fool, all that, right? Even though my message is good, right? He can see what I'm preaching to other niggas that I ain't doing that stuff, right? So I can imagine how much struggle and stress that is on a preacher, like a nigga that run a church. And then for you to be a pre-K kid, I'm not saying that your father is the whole blame. I'm not saying it as the
The
whole blame.
whole you said the
But
whole blame. What blame?
right.
Half
I'm
the
saying
blame, part
I'm
of the
not
blame.
saying that.
Of what? What are you talking about?
Hypocrisy.
Basically, no. So look,
I'm talking about
No,
hypocrisy, bro.
he's talking about
I
in
was
I'm
gonna,
talking about
general.
hypocrisy, bro.
He's talking
yeah,
about in general preacher kids. Not
but I was
your
gonna
your
ask you,
I've
case.
been a
A1.
hypocrite to
Your
my
case
son.
would be like I guess you would say unique in a like it's
Right.
not often where you find preacher kids who have a household that's whole. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. That's weird.
But no,
It,
I
but
didn't know
even
that.
It ain't
no,
weird. No, it ain't weird though. A1.
I mean, I
Hold
just
on.
didn't know that. I didn't
Okay.
know. I didn't
Let me give
They
you a
said,
little bit
hey,
of
they
my
said
experience,
the
right?
preacher king. The preacher king always be the one who always rebel
So
most of the time.
Yeah, you hear they say
I
Most
preacher
of
got
the
a
time.
question.
Correct.
Can I
they say
ask
the
A1
The
a
whole hood
Inside
is
the
preacher
Christian,
rebelling
will be the
right
most
now.
no,
promiscuous.
inside the Christian
The
community, right?
whole crip,
As Christians,
all of the
bro.
gangbangers are rebelling
As
right now. It's not
no,
about
A,
a preacher son.
A1.
They say
but
they
That's
say
the
the
A1,
thing
they
inside the
say the
Christian
preacher
community,
daughter
right?
be the
Inside
most
the Christian community,
promiscuous.
You a real
they
atheist. You a real atheist, bro.
Deuces,
You rebel. You was a preacher kid. You a real
but
atheist, bro. You don't even believe in
hold
it
on,
no
bro.
more.
Let me tell you. Right. No, that's a different kind of
that was
atheist,
gonna
right?
be my question to him.
Right.
Is like, how
A1.
did you come? How did you come up on like with your? Because you said like your father is a stand up guy. He like he walk with, he talk all that. Like, so why don't you believe.
I can
Well,
answer
two
that for you.
things.
There you go.
My
I can answer.
father.
I've been knowing
Well,
you
two
so long.
things.
I can answer that
Let me
for you, bro.
go
I can answer
ahead.
that for you, bro.
No, let me tell
Hey,
my story. What you
go
talking?
ahead.
What
Go
you
ahead.
talking about?
Go ahead. Hey,
You was cutting Unc off all night too. You supposed to be the moderator, but you need to be moderated.
Nah, I wasn't the moderator. I
You
interviewed.
need to be moderated, brother.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
All
big bro.
right, let me go ahead.
Hey, what got you back in
Uh,
your place?
now, my
Moderate.
father's a
Nobody.
psychologist. You know what I'm saying? My father's a psychologist.
Dr. Umar.
He got a private practice, and he works for this company who, anytime there's like a tragic event, like a mass shooting, they send him out to wherever it's at. You know what I'm saying? And he gets paid to, like he did the Buffalo shooting, because we here in Ohio, in Cleveland. But they sent him out there. But what's funny is, an ex-preacher, once I put this information on him, he had to come to my side because information doesn't lie. Two, I came to my conclusions because as a preacher kid, I always used to be like, man, in the Bible, it says if you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you go into hell. So I had to reckon, I used to always think to myself, so a Muslim kid is going to hell because he was born in the wrong family. And then I'm like, wait, this can't be right. Immediately, my logic, at 5 years old, my logic was too strong for that to make sense to me. It was just, I'm like, nah, this can't be right. And I went along with it along the years. And then I even turned into a super Christian. I used to be converting people and doing all of that. I got Christian tattoos I want to cover up. You feel me?
That's what I want to cover up.
but
that's not true too, though.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I haven't talked all night for real. I'm almost done. I'm landing this plane. I'm landing this plane. So I'm like, there's no way that a Muslim kid who was born in the wrong family is going to hell. And just like Unc was saying, you only a Christian because of the slave trade.
He'll get his
Just the same way they only Muslims because they was born in Turkey. The same way you can sit there and tell them you were only a Muslim because you was born in Turkey. You can say that to them, and it's be
No,
true.
but A1, can I correct you?
Demographic determines your
everything A1 said was good, right? But that's not true, bro. You're not only a Muslim or a Christian or a Buddhist or an atheist.
Hold on. How is that true? How is that true, though, Daddy? How is that true?
Because everybody in America will be Christian.
We have access to a melting pot of information.
A1,
Go
please
ahead.
pause real quick. A1, you are a preacher kid and you're not a Christian. That's a lie, bro. Get that out your mind, nigga. You a preacher kid, so stop using that, bro.
I'll say I still have Chris. Now, but look, every book has wisdom. It doesn't matter what, and even the Pope, before the Pope died, he said this. Before the Pope died, he said that all religions, before the Pope died, he said all religions are a path to God. That they're like different dialects of different languages.
Can you please pause real quick, and we can get into all that, right? That's
you
beyond
good at pausing somebody so you could go. You good at
I'm doing this for
instead of just letting them finish and then go.
Wait, bro. A1, come on now, bro. You done heard me moderate a lot of stuff, so I'm not doing this to just. I have cut you off. I'm not doing this just to cut you off, bro. Come on, I'm doing this for my own personal understanding, right? You just agreed. Now, your first base, not your second, third, fourth, fifth. Your first base was that people only believe this because they was born into this and that. You was born into it.
That's what I'm saying.
Watch this. I want. Now watch this. I can say I didn't went left. Now I didn't came back to a Christian. I didn't been a atheist. I didn't been a Black Hebrew Israelite. All that stuff. Like so. That's why I feel you on that, right? I didn't walk away. But my whole point is this, though. We can't say that because you was in this hemisphere, because your parents was this, and because this was that. And only reason I'm saying that because me and you have experienced that. I'm not a preacher kid. You a preacher's kid.
But you didn't let me finish my story though.
But hold on.
So really come to tell you. There's more to it.
No, listen to me. I know it is. But
let it blind, though, man. Let it blind so you can continue your story.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. I agree with all of that. This is all I'm trying to say. We can't use because you grew up over here and all that. Now, I can. I don't. You can't say that because you grew up as a preacher kid and you went left. So you can't say that because a person grew up like this or heard that, that's why they're a Christian. You are a prime example. You more than a prime example of a
I'm not
person
a prime
who grew
example
up
of
like
the
you,
masses,
and
though.
you still didn't understand.
I'm a prime example of the glitch in the matrix.
I think
I'm
A1
not a
still
prime
believes.
example.
Tell me that
I'm
didn't
not a
make sense,
prime
bro.
example of the majority of the
I
people
think
who have
A1
low
still believes.
IQs and
I
that
said
this
this
stuff
though.
affects.
But he said his
But
pop. He
A1,
said
I
his
said
pops
I'm
kind
not a
of.
prime example, but I done it. But I said I'm not a preacher kid, right? But I did grow up in a household full of men and women that listen to preachers. Though that preacher could have been your father, right? Or whatever. But so even though I'm not a PK kid, I did grow up as a Christian kid, and I went left. You grew up as a preacher kid, and you went left. So for me to try to convince something, now let's just say that I was an
When can
atheist
I
today.
finish my story, though? Just let
Hold
me
on,
know when
wait,
I can do that.
I'm talking right now, bro. Let me make mine real quick.
How are you
I
making your
can't.
story
Hold on,
over
wait,
top
hold
of
on.
Hey, you
mine?
supposed to be letting your
I
plane.
can't say. I
You supposed to be
can't.
letting your
Hold on,
plane.
wait, bro.
Hear me
Come on,
ask
man.
me a
Real talk.
question, bro.
Nobody
Real
done
talk,
hijack the
though. I didn't. I
Hear
didn't,
me
bro.
ask me a
Real talk.
question.
Yeah,
No,
bro.
I didn't, bro. Let me finish. No, you can talk after me, and I didn't know this shit.
What? Go ahead, man.
A1.
It's
Hey,
wild.
hey, let me play. Hey, everybody let.
All I'm saying is this.
Everybody let
All I'm
nobody
saying
land
is
this
this.
plane. Everybody let nobody land
Thank
this
you. Thank you.
plane. Let you play. You
Let me
got
get
1
10
minute.
seconds. You can count. Let me land my plane.
1
Give me 10
minute
seconds.
at the most.
Okay, start count right now. All I'm saying
All
is,
right.
bro, we can't say that a person left the faith based off how they grew up, because me and you are prime examples of people who grew up under the Bible and left it, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. Go
Let
ahead.
me re-clarify before you go again, A1. So I'm saying
Okay.
that you from what I heard you say talk about your father, like he's stand up individual. You don't consider him a liar. You consider him walk what he talks and lives his thoughts throughout, right? That's what you see from your father. So why do you go against his teachings, basically, is what I'm asking.
Good question.
Because I understand that he was only teaching what he was taught. It's not like he didn't know. He doesn't know any better. But I've actually taught him what I knew. Because for a while he used to see my Facebook posts, and he's a psychologist. He was like, I didn't know what was going on. I thought you was tripping, boy. You crazy. So he came to check out and kick it with me and see what was going on. And then I'm like, sit down and watch some of this stuff with me and see what I'm going over, the information I'm digging into. Help me answer some of these questions then. And we were both stuck at the same point. And now he's where I'm at. So it's not like I'm going against his teachings. The next generation is supposed to make the generation prior better. You're supposed to take all the skills that was put into the DNA that they done honed and crafted, and you're supposed to be the better generation. That's what's supposed to go on. Whereas the Geechee was saying we lose something. I think over time when we evolve, we gain actually, and we're supposed to build on the foundations of knowledge and things from the
No, I
generations
said we
before.
lose. I said we.
No, him.
That was DNA.
He did answer your question, bro.
Yeah,
He
you
did.
want right about that, bro.
He said that he brought information to his father that his father wasn't privy to, that changed his father's mind because he didn't know the information. Right, A1? Right,
Oh, so
right, A1?
so your father's no
Okay,
longer a Christian?
now watch this. Now watch this.
No, he's a psychologist. No.
Wow.
Am I wrong?
We talk a lot about religious delusion.
Hold on, wait. Tell me now if I'm wrong. Please correct me. Am I wrong in what you just explained? You grew up under a Christian household, and you brought information to your father that he didn't know. Ain't that what you just said, bro?
But he just asked me, why would I go against my father's teachings?
I'm
And it's
saying,
not me going against my father's teachings. It's me questioning the
I'm not talking
reality
about
that
him.
I'm living
Yeah. He told you the reason. He
Yeah,
told you
I'm
the
talking about
reason.
the answer. Yeah, I'm talking about the answer to your. I'm talking about the answer to your question to him. You said that it wasn't what he asked you, but your answer to that was that you brought information to your father that your father didn't know, right? And that's why he changed his mind, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
He got you.
He's more agnostic now. He's more
Right.
agnostic. I won't say an atheist.
He more agnostic than him being.
Nobody trapped, bro.
Right. A1, I'm not taking none. I'm just rocking with what you're saying. Right. So that's what he said. That's what he said, bro. I'm talking about my Christian brother. That's
He
what
got
it
the
said.
freak into agnostic, bro.
Okay, now watch this. Now watch this. Based off of what your father may have knew, based off the era he grew up in, the information that was available, you know, all this and that, right? The information that I know, right? It does trace back to a person that would have been alive in the era that your father was alive in. So just because your father didn't know that information, and while you were able to persuade him to your side of the argument, I'm not putting fault on this, bro. I'm saying, like, in reality, this is
That's
why
a
stuff
real
happens. The same
debater.
reason why I'm right.
A1 is a real debater, bro. He's a real debater.
Right.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the fact that the information wasn't available. It was just based off of the information that your father had came across at that time, as into you. His son brought information to him that he didn't even know about, even though he was on earth longer than his son. His son could bring information to him that would change his mind about whatever it is that he believed, right?
Yeah.
But that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when it comes to people like Hemi, because like my father doing what your father did in reverse, right? My father like 67 years old. He's always believed in the Bible, all that stuff. Now, since the internet came out, he's starting to hear stuff to where he like, hey, son, you know what I'm saying? And he more like, hey, Jesus ain't this, Jesus ain't that. But this is his first time hearing that, right? My daddy was born in like 57. My daddy couldn't read, couldn't write. My daddy literally just learned how to read. I'm talking about literally just learned how to read, just learned how to write less than 5 years ago, bro. And now the internet can hit
He became
the world.
educated. He became educated.
Right, bro. My daddy was a buffoon. But watch this though. My daddy is an army vet. My daddy.
That's a success story.
Watch this though.
That's a good
Watch
success
this though.
story.
Chris, watch this though. But hold on, wait. Watch this though. My daddy
Nobody
is a
show.
my daddy is an army vet though. My daddy didn't fight for this country. My daddy didn't fight for, you know, our freedoms, our rights, and all that. Bro, my daddy couldn't read, bro. Couldn't write, bro. My daddy had been to prison so many effing times. Anyway, my main
can
point
read
is
now.
No. I'm saying
Can
all that to say.
he can read now.
Let him get to the.
I'm saying all that to say. No matter where A1 daddy was.
I'm trying to get.
I'm saying all that to say, no matter where A1 daddy was as a Christian pastor to where now he's an agnostic, it was information on earth even in his time, whether he read it or didn't read it or understood it, that's saying the same stuff that people like me, Hemi, Najidi, Damian Richardson, Brother Marine, all that, people at that day were still saying the same stuff that we saying today, bro. Is what I'm saying. And what we saying today is still true. Is what I'm saying. And like I'm a husband, bro. I 3 kids, wife, all that, nigga. Like so.
Hey, it's funny. My dad be
I ain't
sending
trying to
me.
go into
Hey,
my
I don't know if
background,
y'all hip to
but
this dude on
y'all
YouTube.
background make up y'all story. Y'all
My
background make
dad
up
be
y'all
sending me
story,
Nero the
bro.
Great videos. I don't know if y'all hip to him.
No, but y'all background make up y'all stories too, though, bro. Like whatever conclusion you came to, whether as a believer or a non-believer, right? If y'all met me in real life, Classic Craig that met me in real life and all that, bro. I'm a genuine dude. But if I met y'all in real life, no matter what y'all believe, bro, I ain't gonna be against y'all dudes if y'all for me. But based off what we do online, you know, being atheists or Hebrews and all that, Christians and all that stuff or whatever. Some of the conclusions that y'all have came to, bro, a lot of that stuff is based off misinformation, man. Like real talk, man.
Is you a moderator or you a
I was gonna say,
hey,
like,
you a
are we
moderator
able
or
to
a
talk?
debater,
You're the moderator. Go ahead,
How
Craig.
come you the only one that get to talk?
Yeah, they ain't. I don't think it's misinformation either, bro. I don't know, bro.
I'm being 100.
Yeah, it is. It's misinformation, bro.
Nah,
Wait. But
bro.
everything except for book 2 of the Abrahamic trilogy is misinformation.
Tell nobody the misinformation.
Wait. I'm just trying to make sure I understand their claim. I'm just asking for clarification.
No, so look.
Every other religion.
I'm saying the criticisms.
But you don't even. Wait. A1 don't know none of us, right? And this to make my point. How couldn't you? And listen
You
to me,
got
bro.
the
No
mic
shot.
again?
No, wait,
How?
bro.
How?
Real
Yeah,
talk.
he
A1.
violent,
No,
bro.
You
He
literally
violent.
got the mic
A1.
again.
A1. Hold up. Real talk.
He
Real talk. Real talk. Real talk.
Nobody.
I don't know. I
Nobody.
don't know your.
They're gonna go
This is
there.
this is no shot.
So we can
A1. This
change
is
up
no
the pace.
shot.
So we can change up the
A1.
pace a little bit.
This is no shot at anyone in your family,
Oh,
none of that, right? I'm only going. A1. Real talk. Going off the story that you told me, right? Whatever information that I have about biblical history and Bible history, your father is probably the same age as my father, maybe older or younger, whatever. He older than me, right? I don't even know you, nigga. I only know you from online, bro. So how can your father, being a pastor of a church, a pastor, bro, not BA or preacher, whatever he is, how can he not be able to give you the same information? I'm talking about the right information, not that you believe what I'm saying. The stuff that's true about biblical history. How can your father claim to be a pastor of a church and teach other people, but when his
We're gonna switch
son,
up the story. Nobody. Let's switch up the
listen to me,
story.
bro. When that, I
I
don't think A1
don't
taking
think
a
he's
point,
trying to.
bro.
I don't think he's trying to attack
can
him.
we let A1 respond?
I'm not attacking him, and me and A1 know each other beyond this
Yeah, he
conversation.
ain't
So
talking.
A1,
Go ahead. And then let me
if
respond
I'm being
after.
offensive, A1 check me right now, bro.
No,
I'm
you're
not
not.
being
I want
offensive.
to be. I
Okay,
actually think
thank
it's a
you.
good question. I want to answer it though.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay. So
This is the last
now,
one. This is the last one between this. This is the last one. Once you
If he
out.
let me
It's
talk
over.
okay,
when I start talking, though, that's the thing. He
okay,
gonna
and
take
I
that and
shut
go
up
into
after
another
I
soliloquy.
will shut up after you talk, bro. I just want to ask this, based off of what the Bible say a perception of a Christian is, knowing this, knowing that, all that, right? You can ask me questions, and I'm younger than your father, and I can have let's just say I'm right, you know what I'm saying? I can have the answer to some of the questions that you have. How can your father be a preacher of the Bible, and then you ask your own father questions, and he don't have the answers to them, bro?
All right. A1 gonna answer that,
My
and
bad.
we're
Say
gonna move
that. Hey, you know
on.
what's funny? Say it one more time. I was Googling soliloquy for some reason.
Okay. I was saying,
Hey,
right?
hey.
Go
What
ahead.
I'm saying, answer the question. Answer the question, brother. And we're gonna
He
move
said,
on.
right. He said he didn't hear my question.
Yeah,
So,
say it one more
A1, I was just saying this, right? A
God
Christian
damn,
can,
A1.
no, he said that he was looking up sequilably, right? A1?
Soliloquy.
It's a
Sequilably.
quibbly.
All right. I'm listening. I'm
Soliloquy.
listening,
It's
right?
like a
Okay.
long paragraph. It's
No,
like
I
something
know what it is.
in
I
a
may pronounce it
play where
wrong,
you
but
go.
you can't say I ain't listening, nigga. So I'm
Y'all
listening.
funny.
Okay. So let me re-ask the question, bro. The
Nobody. I'm
question was,
gonna
right?
kick me, bro, when I see
No
you.
matter what a Christian is, for me, from the first century to 2025, I can say based off this doctrine, based off this understanding, and all that, yeah, that person was a Christian. Even if I don't never meet them under it, right? You telling me that your father was he a pastor or just a preacher?
He was a wait. What's the difference?
A pastor
What's
is
the
a person
difference?
a pastor is a
A
person that's
preacher
over
don't
the
have
church.
to be a
A
pastor.
preacher is a person that just preached the word. They ain't got to have a church.
Oh no, we had a church. We had our own church with the mansion house across the street.
So was he the pastor? Was he the head person that made all the
My
decisions?
grandfather was the head pastor. He was up under
Okay,
my
right.
grandfather.
Okay. So he was a preacher like me. I was a minister. So your daddy was a minister like me. Okay. So he wasn't a pastor.
You the
Okay.
head pastor? You the head pastor? No, man.
No. He just said that his grandfather was the head
Yeah, my
pastor, bro.
grandfather
So
was the
yeah,
head
his
pastor.
grandfather, yeah, great grandfather. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I was a minister too. I was a minister too. And at the time I walked away, I was a minister anyway. That was a side note. So all
what
I'm
your
asking
father
is,
was?
Hold on.
A1.
He said his father was just a preacher, bro. His
My father preached at the
grandfather was
church.
the head
My
pastor.
I'm not
grandfather was the
minimizing
head
it though.
He,
I
he had
ain't saying this. No, A1, I'm not minimizing it though, bro. I ain't saying just a preacher. I'm not minimizing it though. I ain't
No,
saying
I know
that.
what you're saying.
Yeah, I ain't minimizing it. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. There is a difference between a pastor and a preacher. Don't get me wrong. There is a difference.
Well,
But I'm not
it's still
minimizing it.
3 generations of people studying this biblical text all under one
Thank
roof.
you.
Go
Thank you.
ahead.
Okay, so come on, y'all. If all y'all stop cutting in, I think man, A1 understand each other, man. Y'all cutting in. Okay, A1.
That
So
was
all
A1
I'm
that cut
saying is,
in. That was A1 that cut in.
Ratchet, you good. I ain't talking about you, nigga. You good. I ain't talking about you, nigga. You good.
No, I'm just telling you that what A1 who cut in on you. Everybody else, me.
A1 can cut in. A1
No,
can cut in
I'll
on me
be
because
understanding
maybe
them,
I'm
so I don't have to say
right.
nothing usually.
Thank you. And even if he don't understand me, A1 can cut in on me for him to ask me, hey, ask it a little better. So that's good. Me and A1 good. Okay, so A1, my whole thing is, right, you said that your father is a agnostic now, right?
Yeah.
And he's a former preacher, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I used to be a former minister, aka preacher, and I turned to an agnostic. You know, I don't know what the age your father was and what age I was, whatever. But I did that too. And I can 100% say that the reason why that happened to me is because I didn't know as much about the Bible or biblical history as I thought I knew. And when I did hear, now it wasn't my son, because I would have definitely took it more extreme from my son. You know what I'm saying? But I heard the same information. Somebody came to me saying Jesus wasn't God and he ain't the only this and that and that. I didn't know nothing about that stuff, bro. And I didn't even have nobody to go to. At least you had your father to go to. But the difference between your father and whoever, man, bro, your father didn't even know that too, right? Luckily, I wasn't the father at that time. You know what I'm saying? So
Wait, let me cut you off for 1 second. I'm gonna let you
go ahead,
finish. I
go
just
ahead,
want to
go
put
ahead.
2 sentences in here.
No,
Another
go ahead,
thing
go ahead.
is my father is still a believer in Democrats. And you know where we
But that
stand
ain't
on that. And I keep educating him today and updating his information because he just got a
But
lack
that's
of
a different
information.
subject, though. Now,
I mean,
hold
but
up.
it's the same
A1.
thing. No, but go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
No, okay.
It's an
Now,
example of me updating his information.
right. Now, A1. Hold up. Real talk. A1. Real talk. Now, we talking about the Bible. Now, if
Yeah.
we got to get political, nigga, who been on your side, nigga? I'm liking your
That's
posters,
why I
nigga.
was
I'm
trying.
putting
That's
on
why I
you.
feel like you
Yeah,
would
come
feel
on.
that and be
Come
like,
on.
"Oh, I
I
see
feel
what
you.
you're saying. I see how
Yeah.
you updating them."
And now that you know that I can rebuttal what you're saying in agreement with you, you know, I'm on your side, and then let's go back to that Bible stuff, right?
Yeah, go back to the Bible.
Yeah, I guess so. You my nigga, bro. Hey, bro, come on, Republican. Nigga. I ain't saying we Republican, nigga. We conservative, but the Republican
Hey,
side
stop
right
the
now is very Democrat.
bromancy.
Okay,
Stop
my
the
bad. That's my nigga.
bromancy.
That's my
independent,
nigga.
but
Stop
Sorry,
the
that's
yeah.
my nigga.
bromancy.
Now,
I got
I'm
the
sorry.
blow the
I'm sorry.
whistle. Stop the
Hold up.
bromancy.
Me and A1 ain't trying to have no bromance, but I done had females
Do what
inbox
he
me
can But
because
anyway,
me and
no
this
problem.
nigga agree. Man, I'm talking about make videos about us. So anyway, that nigga was right. He can use that for me to understand where he coming from when it comes to the Bible. So my whole point is though, this Bible stuff is bigger than this Democrat and Republican stuff, right? And you, come on,
I like that. It's bigger than Nino Brown, baby. Come on.
you know what I'm saying? So when it comes to your father, no shots taken, bro. No shots taken. Maybe he just didn't know at that time. But I'm pretty sure that you too, bro. If y'all evaluate this biblical stuff on the scale that it should be evaluated on to a certain extent, bro, ain't nothing better than this. And if it is, it's definitely not atheism, bro.
It's not about being.
Man,
Look, it's not in the search for truth. It's not about what's better. It's not
It
about
is.
what's worth. Look, the truth doesn't necessarily mean better all the time.
Okay.
It's not
Okay.
about what's better. It's about not
But
Okay.
wanting to be lied to, manipulated. It's not. It's about that.
but
It's
a lot
about
of the
Nobody.
information that y'all have is
uh,
lies.
Yeah,
Right.
and
you don't
no, the
even know what
information is
information we
not, bro. You
have.
in a cult.
I
See,
No,
but
debated
you see
you.
how you've
I
already
debated
come
you,
to a
A1.
preconceived notion.
But
No,
We
I
have. I
debated
haven't even
you.
said anything about any
No,
information. I
bro,
have.
A1.
So what are you
you was in
talking
a
about?
cult, bro.
A1, I've
Bro,
debated you.
Christianity is a cult, bro.
Yeah,
one mic,
Christianity
one
is a
mic, one
what
mic,
denomination?
one
Oh, he
mic, one mic.
non-denominational. That's a cult too. He think that he better than the other Christians,
I
and
don't
they
think I'm
all
better than
bashing him
nobody.
because he don't want to participate in a
What the hell? When I
denominational
said
sectism.
I don't think I'm not
Okay,
better than nobody.
respond.
What I'm saying is that I've debated you. So I know that some of the information that you have is misinformation. That's what we keep saying.
Right,
Yeah,
bro. You think
Bro,
prophecy
Hold up, wait,
proves
hey, wait,
that
wait, let
the
him go.
Bible
Hey,
is the word of God?
wait.
That's
bro,
Don't hit
enough
me.
they
to say it
Hold
right
up,
there.
and
A1,
lose
wait.
and think you
Don't
you're
hit me.
still right, bro. That be you just
Yeah, I don't even care if I
You
lost.
said what?
That don't mean I'm
Yeah, me
wrong.
too, me
But you
too.
can point
I
out
do
some
Hold
mean you wrong.
misinformation. Matter of fact, give me an example of some misinformation.
I
and
just
let him go. Let him go, A1.
you
Go
said
ahead, him.
So give me one of your criticisms on the Bible.
That's not what I just asked you.
Come on,
No, you said the misinformation. So I said, give me one of your criticisms on why you don't believe that the Bible is factual.
He asked you where he was wrong at, bro.
I just asked you for give me some of the misinformation that I've said, even from the debate we had. Give me some misinformation that I put
you
out.
said that the Bible isn't the authentic word of God.
Oh my God, that's the misinformation. I thought he said that I came with a source or something that was bogus or something like that. Never.
You did come with sources. That's how you lost the debate.
Hey, go to detail.
They just wanted to give you some stripes, bro. It didn't have nothing to do with me. Maybe because I was a little tipsy too. But you can never prove that. You know, and I'm being honest about that. But I'm not a sore loser though. I wanted to be said. Hold on, let me finish. Let me speak, man. Let me speak. I wanted to be said I'm not a sore loser, and it doesn't matter. I'm here for the dramatics of the play, and let's let it play out.
Claim that the Bible isn't the authentic word of God. Is
Islam the authentic word of Allah? Or is the Quran the authentic word of Allah?
Okay, come on, Craig.
Hey, now, hey, hold on. Everybody read. Yeah. Hey, we might have an A1 and Hemi Pod 2 coming soon, but I like this conversation, so we can move on to another conversation, man. So we get all down.
No.
We ain't doing the shit no more, bro.
Let me tell you one thing. Hemi feet is against the water, bro.
How's my feet against the water?
A1 asked Hemi to give him an example.
I just said he said the Bible isn't the authentic word of God.
A1, you got to be quiet. A1, you got to be quiet. Hold up. Now everybody got to let Hemi. Hold up. Give at least a minute before anybody say anything. If he don't say it right off, hold up. Wait. If he don't give a yes or no right off, if you want to give a setup, and then at least give him 1 minute. A1 asked Hemi, and Hemi, I will say, based off your 2 chances that he gave you, you didn't answer the question.
Yes, I did.
A1 asked for you to give him an example of what you meant by
he
what
claimed that the Bible isn't the authentic word of God. He said, because, and then he said, because first you got to prove that there is a God before. So what I did was in my debate, I said that the believers of the Bible, right? They got divine inspiration, right? Meaning they say that I got this from God, right? They predicted something based on them getting it from the God that they believed in.
You know that.
That event came out because what you mean how I know that? What you mean how I know it? Because it's in the Bible. And then that event happens. It's not a game.
Let him go, Gullah.
So this is how. So nobody. If you're somebody's telling you that my word don't mean nothing, right? So I tell you something. I say, hey, nobody. In 5 years, you will win the lottery, and the lottery is going to be $2.75 million, right? And in 5 years, you win the lottery. Right, and it's $2.75 million, and you say, Hemi told me this 5 years ago. He prophesied this. Will somebody be able to tell you that that's not?
Now, see, okay. Now, can I respond to that? In the debate, I said, "How do you don't know who that is on the? Even if they did hear something, you don't know who that is on the other end of that line." You can't prove that. That could be the devil they talking to. That could be anybody. That's one, and every religion claims prophecies. So what makes your prophecies any more relevant than the?
You making it
up. Give him 10 seconds to finish, bro. And yes, you can respond right after him. Let him finish, bro. That's how we saying, bro. Come on, man.
But he just keep making it. He keeps saying that every religion makes prophecies that come true like the Bible. That's false.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Yeah, I'm
answer
done.
the question.
Yeah, I'm done.
Now answer the question, Heavy. Answer the question.
Can I give a possible example? I know I want part of that.
No. I want Heavy to ask A1 a question right quick.
Wait. This how it's going. I got you, Craig. I got you. This how it's going. A1 just got his setup. Hemi's supposed to answer the question. A1 get to respond, and then the GD you get to go right after A1.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
answered
yeah.
the question
I like
already.
that. I like
I
that.
said,
I like
okay.
that. I like that.
So
Oh,
I used the analogy of me telling you something. I said, if it's my word, you know it came from me. Somebody can say, well, you don't know where like this is A1's argument is that you don't know who was on the other side of it. What you mean? They're saying that it came from God.
Bro, just because they're saying that, they still can't confirm that. One,
What do
just
you
because
mean
there's
they can't confirm it?
You gotta be asking the
No,
question,
let
Henry.
him answer. Let him
You gotta be asking the question, Henry.
Go ahead, A1.
He's gonna go with that. That's like crazy. It's like
if somebody told you they was talking to God today, you would say they was crazy. But I guess if it was 2,000 years ago, we supposed to believe them.
No, that's not.
No? What do you mean no?
Because
Man, get out of here, man.
You're not listening to what I said.
Yeah, that's
I
like
said
dumb. That's dumb, bro.
Bro, you
that's
not listening to
dumb.
what I'm saying.
It's backed up. No, listen. I didn't just listen.
Two.
I didn't just
What about the prophecies of Muhammad?
Don't even make sense.
What about the prophecies of Muhammad, bro?
What prophecy was of Muhammad?
Ain't no prophecies of Muhammad.
They are. Muhammad did give prophecies that supposedly came true.
There was no prophecies of Muhammad.
No, he didn't.
Bro, I said Muhammad gave prophecies that supposedly came true. You said prophecies of Muhammad. That's two different things.
I'm saying no, he did it. He did it. That's how no, he did it.
Can I get that example real quick?
Yeah, and that's why Najiti, who's a Christian, is trying to get in and tell y'all, no, yeah.
No,
see, go ahead.
Najiti said, show him one example.
Yeah, the example.
He's about to give you the example.
No, he asked you. Show him. He don't know one.
Let Najiti talk. Let Najiti talk.
Go ahead, Najiti.
Right. Yeah. So the example I was going to give A1 as far as prophecy in the Bible that is verifiable is one.
Nah, Najiti, the Quran. The Quran.
No. Because y'all went on to the Quran before I can jump back. Before I get started. I'm gonna bring it back to the that first conversation he was having about the prophecy. I was trying to help my boy Hemi with the example, and that's the messianic prophecies found in like the books of Isaiah, the books of Daniel. We know Daniel lived around the time of the Persian Empire, right at the end of the Babylonian Empire, and so we have messianic prophecies of the birth of Christ, dating to the 7th and 6th centuries BCE, that can be confirmed in the 1st century AD. We know that Jesus Christ.
That's in the Quran. That's in the Quran.
No, but that's not what he's saying. He's just doing what I did. So I took biblical prophecies.
There aren't no prophecies in the Quran that came true that ain't in the Bible first.
Share my screen.
Right. That's a fact.
I done got them pulled up. Share my screen. I got them pulled up. Share my screen. I got them pulled up. I got a list of them pulled up. What is you talking about?
Yeah, that shit come from Roman. That shit can't even come from.
So the same way that y'all claiming these goofy prophecies, like it's some connection to somebody in some other realm that you can't prove that anybody ever talked to.
Can you read?
You can't prove that. You have to believe what somebody told you.
Read that one.
Okay.
I can't.
Let me get into it. Let me make it bigger for y'all.
Hold on, wait. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. A1. What we want you to read.
Is it getting bigger for y'all?
No, it's not. A1. What we need you to read is a prophecy in the Quran that came true. That was not
a little more bigger. A little more bigger. A1. A little more bigger.
It's a list of them right here, bro, that's believed to come true. And it's going to sound just like Hemi's debate when I get to read in this.
No, it's not.
It's going to sound just like Hemi's debate when I get to read in this, bro.
Everybody keep talking, bro. This is the question.
I'm not saying the Quran true. I'm just saying they claim prophecies to come true the same way y'all is. So we gotta dismiss that as evidence then and go to something else. Because that cancels each other out.
You can't miss archaeological information.
Bruh, you should have never won that debate. It was obviously something going on, but
hold up, bro.
You know, I'm a team player, so we're gonna let the politics play out.
A1, hold up, man.
He the one using.
Anyway,
The man, come on, man. The question that's on the table right now: what prophecy in the Quran that came true that wasn't in the Bible first? Everybody knows the Quran came 600 years after the Bible. So, A1, you put yourself on the hook to show a prophecy in the Quran that came true that was not already in the Bible. That's what we're talking about right
That's
now.
not his point, though. He ain't saying the Quran is true
He
either.
did
He just
just say that.
no, but he's
Nigga, he
saying
just
this.
said that, bro.
Hey,
Najiti, can
just
you clarify for me since you understand me?
Okay, my bad. If that's Nick Gidi, I'll be quiet. My bad, Nick Gidi. If you didn't say that, my
no,
bad.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no. He's not saying that it's true. What he's saying is that just like the Bible has prophecies, the Quran has
Quran,
prophecies.
right.
But
Hold
the,
up.
but the Bible
Nick
prophecies
Gidi.
have archaeological information, though.
I want to
No, but
hear the
okay, Nick
prophecy in the
Gidi.
Quran.
I thought we was past that. I thought he said that. Which you are right. He said that there are prophecies in the Quran that came true. So I took it a step farther and said that show me prophecies in the
he's
Quran
not
that
saying
wasn't
that,
already in
bro.
the Bible.
That's what I
He is saying
want.
they came
That's
true,
what
but
I
Didi,
want.
look at
That's
what he
what I
asked.
Okay,
want.
my bad.
I do
what
want
I
to go
want.
over these though, because I think that
Please read. Just read. Please just read. Just
okay.
go ahead and read before you
In
go to
Islam, there are several prophecies made by Prophet Muhammad that are believed to have come true and not found in the Bible. And there's 10 of them I'm about to go over, and these are just a few of them. These prophecies often pertain to specific events or future occurrences that were foretold during the time of the prophet, and many Muslims believe they were fulfilled in later periods. Here are some notable examples. Okay. Let me go to scroll down. The conquest of Constantinople. Prophecy. The Prophet Muhammad foretold the conquest of Constantinople, modern day Istanbul. In a hadith recorded in Sahih Muslim, the Prophet said, "You will certainly conquer Constantinople. What a wonderful leader will the leader be, and what a wonderful army will that army be." Fulfillment. This prophecy was fulfilled in 1453 when the Ottoman Empire under Sultan Mehmed II captured Constantinople, marking the fall of the Byzantine Empire.
Pause right there for me.
Go ahead.
Okay. In that prophecy, did the Quran give a place, a person, or specific event?
A lot of the prophecies of the Bible are like this, but they
hold
do.
on,
Let's go over all of them. Let's go over all of them before you ask that
We
question,
just
because
working
some of
on the
them may.
first, bro. We
I'm
working on
just
the
went to
first
number one.
example.
Let's keep going.
Did it? Yes or no?
Some of these do. This one didn't.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And I don't even know if it didn't. I gotta hold on. Nope. I ain't even gonna say that. You're gonna have to make me pull out my Quran. You're gonna try to make me pull out my Quran. Don't get me to actually saying that, because it may actually have that in there, but I would have to pull out my Quran. I'm more into the Bible than the Quran. I just know that these are in there.
That prophecy that you have up is not even in the Quran. That's the hadith.
Bro, Muslims believe this prophecy.
Let me finish the list.
And the people who wrote the hadith were inspired by Allah, the same way that your people claim to be inspired. So let's keep it moving. They're making the same claims that y'all are making, bro. Let's go. Can we go to number two? The spread of Islam to the east to the west. No, bro. We're about to keep going. Y'all not about to cut me off. No. Bro, you gotta stop. Nobody. You need to be moderated, nobody.
You brought up the source. You brought up the source.
I'm bringing up the source and y'all won't let me finish going through it.
You gotta stop talking over people.
The floor is still A1 floor. Now hold up, A1. Even though the floor is yours, some people wanted to stop you because of some stuff that you said. They disagree with what was said. Will you? Now, you don't have to. You can keep going. Will you allow for some of those people to bring up arguments?
Yes, let's get to the bottom of that, because some of those questions that they have will probably be answered in one or two of these. But like I say, there are many of these. So they won't be able to have these certain arguments if I keep going. They want to micromanage, pick the point at one, and never let me get through the rest of these because they feel like it's blasphemy.
A1, I got you. A1 is saying,
I'm sorry.
So they're trying to crash the car at number one.
Wait. A1, I got you. A1 is saying, let him get through reading what he reading. Come on, y'all, please pause. A1 is saying, let him Now, A1, I will suggest that you not be too long-winded. But what he's saying
Whoa,
is,
really?
hold on, wait, A1, please.
Come on,
What
everybody
he's
else
saying,
only been long-winded, bro. Let
come
them get
on,
it
man,
in.
hold up, okay, and that's true,
Y'all
bro.
are
I'm talking about
asking
right
me for information and gonna tell
A1,
me
come
not to
on,
be
bro.
long with it. Well,
Let me
y'all are
finish, bro. A1,
requesting me pull
A1,
sources and tell me hurry up
A1,
though.
A1. I got you,
No,
bro.
that's a way to
Please.
set me up to try to get
I
me to
didn't say
fast
that.
talk and make
I didn't.
mistakes.
Dog, you
I
pulled that
didn't
one
say
up on yourself,
A1.
man.
I didn't say
No,
that. Let
I
me
don't
finish,
have to
please.
pull
Come
up what
on, man.
prophecies of
Everybody,
Islam. This is the same
decorum.
thing that y'all is
Those are
claiming,
not.
bro.
Those are not
Decorum.
prophecies, bro.
Decorum.
These are not
Decorum.
prophecies. Number
Decorum.
one,
Decorum.
but
Bro,
Daniel and the
let's
lion's
get
den,
to
what's a
decorum.
prophecy to you? You believe in
Bro,
Daniel and the
let's
lion's
get
den,
to
bro. You
with
brought that up in
let's
your
decorum.
get to
debate.
list. Let's
All
get
right.
back
He
to the
brought the
list,
walls
y'all.
of
Let's get back to
Jericho
the list.
falling down in the debate up.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the difference.
Let's
All
get
right.
back to the source.
Do
Let's
I
get
got to
back to the
start muting
source,
y'all,
y'all.
bro?
Let's get back to the source.
Do I got to start muting y'all, bro? Come on,
Thank
man.
you.
Decorum,
Make it
bro.
full screen on the screen for me.
All
It's not
right. It is,
important.
bro.
Chat
Come on, man. I
GPT.
don't want
Okay,
to
let
mute
me keep
y'all, bro.
reading,
Let's
man. The
have.
spread of
Okay, well,
Islam to
stop
the east and
talking, bro.
west. I'm reading the source.
Bro, the flow is yours. Let me set the stage, bro. The flow is yours, A1. A1, you don't gotta argue with these.
We good,
A1,
man.
you know,
Not,
man, the
let's
rest of
let them
y'all
go,
niggas,
bro.
come on, bro. Bro, the rest of y'all, please pause. Nijiti, I ain't gotta tell you that. The rest of y'all, come on, please pause. A1, you're an atheist. I'm a Christian. Ain't I'm your nigga, bro?
This is real
Bro, you the one
narcissistic
that
of
keep
you, bro.
Okay,
interrupting
so
us.
I'm saying,
We
so
gotta get to
pause,
the
bro.
Real
source, bro.
narcissistic of
When
you.
I
We
tell
gotta
y'all
get to the
pause,
source,
I'm
bro.
not
We
doing it
gotta
based
get to
off
the
being
source, bro.
biased, bro.
You the one
I'm,
that's doing it. Let them
I'm
talk.
saying that to say, I'm saying that to say
But
I'm not being
you
biased.
just let him
The
talk.
floor,
Just let him talk,
Just let them
bro.
talk. We
is
don't need
A1.
we don't need all that, bro. Just let them go.
Yes, we do, because y'all
We
niggas
really
talking
don't.
over each other, nigga. I wouldn't even have to jump in if y'all were
It's
talking over
you
each
that's
other.
talking over
You the
everybody.
main one talking over everybody, nobody
This
All
else.
nigga
right,
nobody
all
crazy.
right, all right, all right, all
All
right.
right,
Go ahead,
so
A1.
what that second one say right there? Cause I can't see it on my phone, Mo.
It's
Yeah,
talking about the
can you make it
spread.
big for the GT,
That
please?
that was in the Bible that false prophets would rise and spread. So that don't even that's you can dismiss that one. Go to the third one, bro.
Right.
Oh man, okay. That's his thing. No thing, nigga.
That's
Here you
how they
go.
keep the
Did it
brainwashing
got
going,
did it
brother. They put
got
that in there. And if anybody doubts you, they're from the devil. Like,
Nah,
come on,
bro.
bro. Of course they're gonna
Nobody
put that
called
in
you the
there.
devil, man.
That's how they keep the brainwashing.
Okay.
But let's keep it going. That's how you know you being deceived. and
What?
knowledge is bad,
What's
right?
the fourth one? What's the third one?
That's how you know you being pimp. Knowledge is
Go
bad.
down.
Don't
Read
that's
the
What's the
third
straight
second
one,
cult
one?
bro.
behavior.
What's the
Go
Number
second one
down.
right
two,
there?
let's go. The spread of
Hey,
Islam to the east and west.
hold
Prophecy. The
on.
Prophet Muhammad foretold of rapid and widespread expansion of Islam across the world, including regions far beyond
That's in the
the Arabian
Bible.
Peninsula. In various hadiths, he predicted that Islam would spread to the east, Persia and Rome and beyond. Let's keep going, though. The death of the Prophet's enemies. The Prophet Muhammad predicted the downfall of several of his enemies. One example is the prophecy concerning the death of Abu Lahab, a staunch opponent of Islam. The Quran itself includes a surah chapter called Surah al-Masad, which condemns Abu Lahab, predicting his downfall. Fulfillment. Abu Lahab died as predicted. He did not convert to Islam, and he perished in a humiliating manner. His death is seen by Muslims as fulfillment of this prophecy. The defeat of the Persians and Rome, the Romans. Prophecy in Surah Al-Rum 30 through 32 through 4, the Quran foretells the defeat of the subsequent victory of the Romans over the Persians. The Quran says the Romans have been defeated in the nearest land, but they, after their defeat, will be
Man,
victorious
that's
within
all
a
in the
few
Bible,
years.
bro.
Oh,
This is the
but
same
Hey,
thing that y'all have. A bunch of BS
Nah,
that's in
man,
there.
nah,
The
real talk,
Romans were
bro.
initially defeated by the Persians, but within a
I
few
you
tried to
years,
just
they
give niggas
regained
a
their
Hey,
power.
one,
caveat.
let me cut
Bro,
you
I
off.
tried
Hey,
to give
one.
niggas a
Yeah.
Can I
caveat to
cut
the long
A1
way
off
out,
real
bro.
quick?
You named
Hello.
everything that was already in the Bible, bro. I tried to give you a
The,
caveat way
the,
before that.
that one
Oh,
nigga
nobody. You cried
Bible.
over talking. Nigga, you just said everything that the Bible already said, bro. I tried to give you a
This is
leeway,
the
bro.
Holy Quran.
Fuck, bro.
Prophet Muhammad predicting these is in the holy is in
Yeah,
the
he
Bible.
predicted
The
it.
no,
Bible
Yeah.
he not
already
So
said.
predicting
The
is
that's
Bible
that
why Prophet
already
what he's
said.
Muhammad
saying
in
is
the
How is
that
he
Bible.
Not
predicting?
Prophet
Prophet
Muhammad
Muhammad in the
predicting it,
The
Bible.
bro.
what he's
Bible
saying is that
already said that
Muhammad kind
Rome
of
was gonna fall.
from the
The
Bible.
Bible
Okay.
already
I'm
said
just
that
going
Rome
over
was
the
going to
list, bro.
fall.
Like I
The
say,
Bible
you trying to
already
crash the
said
car
that
at number
Rome was going
4
to fall.
because you didn't like number
The
4?
Bible already said that Rome was going to fall.
Okay,
So now
I'll
that
keep it
you
moving. I'll keep it moving. I'll
now
keep it
that
moving.
Muhammad Now that Muhammad come
Give
on
me
the
the
earth
number
and he
five. Give
say,
me
well,
number
this nigga
five.
made it,
Okay,
bro.
number
That don't
5.
take away.
The emergence of the black flags.
Bro, I didn't
Okay,
already
number
say
4.
5
You
minutes.
could say
I
number
have
4 was in the Bible.
already
But
said
see,
5 minutes.
you know what I like though,
I'm not
is
stopping him though,
that's more
bro.
evidence of it being a trilogy. So
No, it's
how are
not.
you
No,
stuck
it's
on
not.
book 2
No,
of a
it's not.
trilogy?
No, it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
no, it's not.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
said. I
it is
just
the
said.
Abrahamic trilogy,
Bro,
brother.
can it,
Man,
please,
that's
everybody,
man.
stay
If I
quiet.
would,
I just said 7 minutes ago.
Flag, the one said like the black
7 minutes
flag.
ago. 7 minutes ago, I said, bro,
on, man.
every prophecy that you can read from is going to be a prophecy that stems from the Bible. I said that 7 minutes ago. You
Bro,
pulled out one,
how is
and
the
we just
Bible going to Rome if Rome is the custodians of Christianity? That don't
the
even
Bible
make
said
sense.
the Bible said that Rome was going to fall. He read that the prophet Muhammad said, well, because this specific person made it happen. The Bible already
Man,
said it was going to
if it
happen. It
wasn't
don't
for
matter.
if it wasn't
It's
for if it
already in
wasn't
the
for
Bible,
Rome, y'all
bro.
wouldn't even
Well,
have
then
this
they
shit.
both had a prophecy, so that don't matter. The
no,
fact
No,
that
we
it was
just
in the
No,
Bible
saying
it
still
that.
does
don't matter.
matter.
No, we just saying
You
that the
It
cannot,
wasn't
Quran
Prophet Muhammad in the Bible saying
you
it, so it
cannot
the
does
change
matter.
Quran, the
one
It
Quran
does
scripture
said
just
that
matter.
because
y'all
we
if
do
I
put
would,
believe
words
hold
in
on,
the
hold on,
behind
hold
Quran.
on.
titles
Y'all
that
Why
believe
ain't
in
are
the
in the
you
Bible.
Bible.
talking? You need to be moderated, bro. You can't keep cutting people
You
off.
Hey,
If we can't
can't
do it, you can't do it
pull
either.
A1, I
one
got a question for you.
verse
You got to
from the
chill. Let
Quran.
me finish the list.
Nobody. You can cover the debaters, nobody. You can cover
Yeah,
the
let me
debaters.
finish the list.
A1, I got
Yeah,
a quick
yeah.
question for
Man,
you.
I was
Oh,
just talking
question me
about
when I finish the
everybody
list.
else,
We
bro.
almost to the bottom,
Now
man.
that hit it. Now
The defeat number
I didn't try to
number
I didn't
5,
try to flex. I didn't try to flex no
bruh.
power with no
Number
nigga.
5,
He
the
was
emergence of the
disagreeing.
black
He was
flags.
disagreeing with
Nobody,
me
hold up,
when I was
nobody. You
on
got
the
to slow
nigga
down.
side.
Let me finish,
Now all
nobody.
of a sudden I'm switching on him,
Nobody.
bro. No, stop playing, bro. Cause I
Let
can
me
do it
finish
when
the
you try to.
prophecies,
Man,
nobody.
forget all that, bro.
Forget the prophecies.
You just acted like I'm doing something different than when I was on your side. To now I'm not, bro. I'm being the same moderator I was on both sides, nigga. Don't do that to me, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, come on.
So in
Now
the
you
Bible it says that the go ahead.
No, go. Oh man.
I'm asking him, in the Bible it says the Romans were defeated by the Persians. How does it say Romans gonna fall in there? What verse and chapter?
No, it didn't say the Romans would be defeated by the Persians.
Okay, so he shouldn't even cut me off on number 4. He should have been quiet because it's not the same prophecy.
Oh man.
Yo, this
Go
nigga.
But he
ahead.
did all that for what? Okay, I'll keep going. Number 5, the emergence of the black flags. The Prophet Muhammad prophesied the rise of the black flags from the east, which is understood to be a reference to the forces of I can't even pronounce that, in the
Bro,
region of modern
Can
day
can
Afghanistan.
that was
can you
And
go
written
back?
after
Can
the
you go
event
back to
happened,
number
bro.
4, please?
Do you
go
know
back to
that?
number 4. That's number 4 right there. Can you see it?
Just read it out to me because it's like a delay on my on my TV
Okay,
and in this phone.
Read that. Read that.
I
Read
got you.
it
Number
again.
4, the defeat of the Persians and Romans in
Okay.
Surah. My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish it. I'm sorry.
Okay, tell me when you want me to stop. In Surah Ar-Rum, the Quran foretells the defeat and subsequent victory of the Romans, Byzantines, over the
Okay.
Persians. My bad. I said it backwards before. Is that why you wanted to rehash it?
Oh yeah, because
You got me. Yeah, I did say that
what
backwards.
nobody was saying that is in the Bible, the
thank
defeat
you, Nigeria.
of the Romans and the Persians. The Persians were destroyed first, and then the Romans. Actually, Rome fell within itself, but it is a prediction given by Daniel, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you for correcting me and giving me the verse where I could look it up. Daniel, what?
Chapter
Tell
2.
you what, yeah. I want to see the
'Cause I
tell you
asked
what.
him and he was just like,
I think we need to bring. I think we need to bring this. Bring it up too.
No, that's
Somebody
funny.
said it.
That's funny.
I'm
That's funny
looking
because
it up
when I
right now.
said it,
It was
no,
in
because
that
when I
debate.
said it, you made it like I was saying something wrong, bro.
Hey,
I'm not
Daniel,
against you. I'm not
Daniel
against
2
you,
and
bro.
Daniel
Really,
7, bro.
it still doesn't matter in the
It was.
list of
You
prophecies.
wrong,
Yes,
bro.
it
It
do.
does
Yes,
matter
it
because
do.
you brought it up.
If
No,
you
no,
Like,
we
don't
go
like,
down
if
the
you
rabbit.
look,
Hey, we go
but
down the
hold on,
rabbit
hold on, hold
hole.
on, hold on,
Hey,
hold on, hold on.
hey,
Hey,
let's
Bro,
go
y'all
down
in
the
y'all
rabbit
feelings,
hole.
bro. Let's
Let's go
respect.
down
Y'all
the
can get
rabbit
y'all in
hole.
y'all feelings, bro. Just let the man bit. Just let him cook, bro.
He not cooking.
so
Yes,
with this
Daniel,
one, with
But I
number
ain't gonna do
4
no
Daniel,
make you
disrespect.
get
he not cooking. He
no,
not
I'm
cooking, bro.
asking you this. Does number
You
4
can't
dismiss the rest of the list, or does number 4 dismiss number 4?
No, it dismissed number 4. It
Okay,
dismissed the
because he
other
acted
one.
like
Okay,
none of the prophecies
I
matter
would
because
say,
he didn't like number 4.
The
hold
other
on,
was
wait. I would say A1, read number 4. Read it.
Again,
Yeah, yes,
the
sir.
defeat
Read
of
it.
the defeat of the Persians and Romans.
I waiting on him to get number 5. I'm
Okay,
gonna cook him.
In Surah Al-Rum, the Quran foretells. I can cook you on your
no,
prophecies
go ahead,
too,
read it.
because
Go
your
ahead,
prophecies, a lot of
Stop,
them didn't come
stop
true
getting
too.
defensive. I showed
Actually,
the ones that came
that
true.
it's not getting
None of them.
defensive. Actually, in my second round, in my first round opening, the prophecies that you spoke of, I
No,
brought up.
that's not my argument. Stay
I'm
on this
not.
topic.
It's not your
A1,
argument because I'm
that's
not
not my
talking to
argument.
you. I'm talking
Yes,
to
you are.
Hemi. I'm
So we
speaking to
on
Hemi,
Hemi,
bro.
bro.
I'm talking to Hemi.
He got
But you all in the mix. You trying to be all over top of me so
Come on,
heavy
man.
that I can't talk.
He
We
got
talking
whiplash.
about what's
He got
on the
whiplash.
screen
Bro,
right
I'm
now.
talking to
We
Hemi. How
talking
you trying
about
to tell me what I'm
we
saying to
talking
Hemi?
He
about
got
what's on the
whiplash.
screen
Nobody.
right now. We
Number
talking
4.
about
Bro,
what's
like,
on the
is
screen
Bro,
it
right
can
a
you
now.
stop
privilege?
cutting me
Don't
off,
switch,
bro?
man.
Bro,
Don't
Like this,
switch.
bro.
Okay,
Is
hey,
it,
now
can
bro?
you
my
stop
He
doing
got
that?
question.
whiplash. He got
Because it's
whiplash.
not fair that you the
No, we
moderator and
talking
you
about, man, we
get to
talking
push
about
your
what's
point.
on
If
the,
you gonna moderate,
as the
moderate.
nigga,
But you
bro,
can't
Hey,
be
as
the
the
cutting off
nigga,
moderator
who the
A1.
pushing a
moderator,
Christian
bro?
Whiplash.
The
agenda.
moderator say be
Number
quiet
4
and
You
you
got
can't be
can't
the
even
whiplash,
talk.
moderator and the
bro.
main person trying to pick apart arguments.
Okay, now it's okay.
Either moderate or pick apart the
If I'm the
arguments, but
moderator,
you
A1 got
can't
if
do
I'm the
whiplash.
both.
moderator,
Hey,
then how you
y'all,
talking over the moderator then, nigga?
Bro, either moderate or
You
pick
the
apart
moderator
arguments,
then,
but
nigga.
pick who you gonna
You
be.
got
Fight back.
sisters.
Fight
You
back.
got
A1.
some on the
You
screen.
can't
Yes, y'all do.
fight back,
moderate your
A1.
way in to argue with
Can y'all
somebody.
get
Okay.
through with the
If I'm the
conversation,
moderator,
please?
it's
You
funny
A1
gotta
how
fight
wait
I
your
back.
ain't muted.
turn to argue
I
like
ain't muted
everybody else,
nobody.
bro.
I ain't
Fight
stopped
back.
now
A1.
niggas from talking. I, I
No,
haven't
he
been,
gotta wait
I
his
haven't,
turn to
I
argue his
haven't
point like
overtalked
everybody
Fight
you,
else.
nigga.
back.
I ain't muted
He keep trying
nobody.
to
I
pull the
ain't did none
moderator
of that, bro.
debater slash
I ain't
role.
did none of that,
Fight
So
bro.
that
back.
way
I
he
ain't
can
A1.
muted
have
nobody.
control.
I ain't
No, you
muted
A1.
gotta wait
nobody.
like
I
everybody
ain't
else,
stopped
bro.
We
A1.
nobody
good.
from
We
talking.
good.
I
A1.
ain't
Can
did
we
Fight
go
none
back.
of
back
that,
to
bro.
number
Now let
2?
me
Yes, I
respond
am
to
the
Hemi, man.
moderator,
I'm
but I've
responding to Hemi, bro. And then
I've
I'll get
let
back on
niggas.
this.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
all
Let's
right.
nigga,
go
if
to
you
number
don't
Go
want
5.
me
ahead.
to
Go ahead.
moderate, I
Respond to
can
him.
moderate,
Let's
nigga.
go to
I
number
We
can
5.
don't
mute you.
want you to
I can
moderate. We
stop
want you
you.
to be here, though. We
I
want
ain't
you
did
here.
none of
Let's
that,
go to
bro.
number
Bro,
5.
I ain't stopped you from talking, bro. I
I
ain't
want
stopped you
you.
from
I
talking.
want you to be able to talk. So I don't want you to moderate. I want you to be able to go back and forth.
Right.
But you got to
All
pick
right.
what
Just
you gonna
say
Nah,
do,
bro.
just
You can't go back and forth, bro. You
bro.
keep saying stuff that's not true, my nigga. Nigga,
Bro,
I ain't muted you. I ain't stopped you. I ain't kicked
you
you
are
off. None of
stopping
that, bro.
me by cutting me
I'm
off.
only
You say, hold
asking
on, hold
you
on, hold on, hold
questions.
on, brother. Hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold on.
only
You keep
asking.
doing
No,
that.
nigga, you hold up, bro. You keep saying
No,
hold
that's
up.
what you
You
keep doing
hold
to
up, bro.
people. You keep saying, hold on, hold on, hold on. And trying to get in. You got to wait.
If you want to say that,
Bro, me
I'll
and
take
Hemi
that.
was having a discussion,
I
bro.
ain't been
Hemi, can I
I ain't been
respond to what
doing that.
Hemi was
I ain't
saying,
been
man? And
doing
then
that.
he tried
I
to
ain't been
jump in and
okay.
say, no, focus
Okay,
on the
here we
scripture.
go. Now, if we
Hemi
want now, I
gone.
ain't been doing that,
He
but if you
gone,
want to say
man.
that, I'll take that. Now I'm doing it. Nigga, don't lie on me, bro. I've been moderating. I ain't kicking nobody off the stage. I ain't muting nobody. I ain't did none of that, bro. You don't run nothing over here, bro. Let's just get that straight, bro. Off top, you don't run shit over here.
You keep the back.
Okay, yeah, okay. Now, and I'll bring them back. Okay, Ratchet Craig.
You keep the
I'm not
background
overriding
cook.
you. Ratchet,
Oh,
I'm not
bro, you
overriding you,
violated.
Ratchet.
You
I'm
violated, bro.
not Ratchet.
You
I'm not
violated,
overriding
bro.
you.
Come on, bro.
I'm not Ratchet. I'm not overriding you, bro. I ain't overriding you, bro. I ain't
Man,
got
you
no beefing
violated
you.
right now,
I'm not
bro. You
overriding.
just
Okay.
violated, bro.
If you think I'm violating, my bad. When it come to me and
Yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah.
my
I'm just saying you could let the GP handle it. We got the GP out here.
Ratchet. If it come
We're gonna have
to
a good good
me and you,
conversation, bro.
Randy, can you pause, bro? If it come to me and you, I apologize. If it come to me and A1, that nigga ain't got no rank. Me and you, I apologize, bro. Him,
No, bro. That ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm saying.
No.
A1 is A1 participate to this
Nigga,
channel.
I know A1, man. A1 cool. He done
Yeah,
said that 6
but you can't
times,
keep
bro.
him
Everything
out,
about
bro.
me is cool,
He
bro.
didn't come sideways to you.
That nigga did. He just came
He
Hey,
tried to
sideways to me,
decide
nigga.
whether you want to be
hey,
a
no.
moderator or a
The whole
debater.
show, bro.
Come on,
You
I'm
bro.
just gonna
witnessing it right
Why are
say
now.
me?
That ain't right. You
Why?
being biased,
Why?
bro.
Why are me and
Every
you
time somebody
I'm
arguing?
say something
Why are
you
me and you
disagree
frustrated.
on,
arguing?
you open
Why
I'm
are
your
me
mouth
and you
and man,
arguing?
frustrated because
cool.
this
Why
is
are me and you
probably the
arguing?
only night I'm gonna
Why
get
me
to
and you
hang
arguing?
out with y'all, and I
That
wanted
Yeah,
ain't
to
I
do
ain't
cool,
it.
do
dog.
nothing to
You
you, right?
over
Why
talk
me and you
every
arguing?
time you
Hey,
say
did
something
Gigi ever
disagree.
holler at you, brother? Did Gigi ever holler at you, brother? Peace
That
out.
nigga
I
cut.
love your
That
discussion
nigga cut the
tonight.
GD off
Did
800
you,
times.
you,
That
Oh, I
nigga
ain't
cut.
going
you had a
nowhere. I'm
That
just
nigga cut
job,
the
hanging
bro.
GD
out. I
off
want
You
800
had a
I just
ain't none of my Christian brothers tripping, bro. So why y'all tripping, bro? He did the same thing he said I did to him. He didn't cut the GD off, hit me off 100 times, bro. We've been on here about 5 hours, bro. I ain't tripping. He the one tripping, bro. Like, come on, Ratchet, bro. I got your. I told you, if I'm wrong for you, I apologize.
Bro. You was tripping up, was over talking. You trying to
Bro,
control.
all of us
if
over
you can
talk,
hear
bro.
my voice,
All of
bro,
us over
come
talk,
back
bro. So
on.
don't use that. Don't use that BS on me.
Hey, hold on. The
All
GD
of
got
us
something to
over
say.
talk, bro.
Hey, the GD, what you
I
got to
was just
say to
saying,
GD?
if A1, if he is he on or
He
did he
on.
hop back?
I brought him back. I brought him back.
Okay,
I ain't got no
yeah.
problem with that.
Oh, okay, you
I
brought
just
it
want,
back.
I'm
I
cool
just
with
wanted
A.
to,
I'm
We
cool with
apologize.
A1.
Hey,
I'm
just
we
cool
wanted to
with
get that
apologize
one.
to you, A1. We
I
apologize to you,
apologize,
bro.
man. If I gotta apologize, I mean, nigga, man, A1 cool, nigga. We Facebook friends, nigga. Man, A1 ain't got no problems, bro. Why y'all trying to make it
No,
that shit,
I'm
bro?
just saying we apologize. Let's move out to the GTA A1.
Great
Okay,
fire.
man. A1 cool. All I'm saying, bro.
I'm seeing that.
You breaking up, nigga.
No, I was just trying to look at what he was highlighting, but I know we was on number 4.
I still got his
Man, we
screen up.
don't know.
My phone sounded like that.
You can't hear you, nigga. Okay, go ahead, hear me.
No, that's A1. A1 supposed to be talking.
Okay, go ahead, A1.
A1, you go.
He ain't even there. He ain't even there.
I think his signal was bad, bro. Hold up. Here you go. All right, there you go.
Dang, man, why y'all kick me out?
I don't know who kicked you out, but I just added
Yeah,
you
he
back.
capping like my signal bad. One, I'm at my place of business,
I
so
would
I
never
got.
kick you out here. I would never kick
Yeah,
you
it's
out
all
here.
love, y'all. It's all love, y'all. It's all love. Every last one of y'all, it's all love, bro. Real talk.
I wanted to see A1 get pummeled. Okay.
Hey, that's how them Christians
Hey,
came in. They smiling.
only me and nobody is the only one that got powers to kick a person out
Yeah,
right now.
kick somebody out. I ain't kicked none of y'all off. Yeah,
Yeah,
I ain't kicked nobody off, bro.
So I ain't gonna kick you off here, man. You know I ain't
Right.
gonna kick
Ratchet
you
Craig
off.
ain't gonna kick y'all off here.
Man,
So
I ain't
y'all
kicking
got bad
any of
signals,
y'all.
nigga.
Y'all got me fucked up.
No.
Y'all
Ratchet
got me
Craig,
fucked
y'all got
up.
bad signals, nigga. Y'all connection bad, nigga, because we ain't kicking
Nah,
y'all off, nigga.
my connection been good all night. What the
That's what I'm saying. We ain't kicking y'all off.
Nah, you can't do a conspiracy theory. I don't think. Hey, nobody would do it, and I
I
would
wouldn't
do
do it,
it,
and
man.
Ratchet Craig
Nah,
wouldn't
it's
do it.
all right.
Yeah, we wouldn't do it,
I
brother.
There's no conspiracy on us, brother.
ain't tripping.
Right.
I'm back now. Let's get this
Okay, come
conversation.
on. Okay,
Okay.
what's the
Go on, I
topic?
want to hear.
What's the
Go on, I
topic?
want to hear.
Hey, I want him to go to number 5 because as soon as he get to number 5, he's a dead
Go
man.
to 5. Hey, one, go to 5.
Oh, yeah. Go to number 5. Let's see. Hey,
Love
one.
you, Ratchet.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
This
one.
nigga just
Yeah, go to number 5, bro.
shit
Come
just
Go
on.
to 5,
annoying,
nigga.
man.
Go to 5, nigga.
This
Go
shit
to number
just
5, man. You been cooking now. You finally got the stage to get to number 5. Now you
He don't want to
sounded
I'm
go.
on.
He don't
literally
even want to go.
scared to talk because the same thing that we just went through is about to happen to me again,
Man, don't
bro.
bring that back up,
Okay,
bro. Go to
then
5, bro. Go to
Nah, man,
5.
y'all
it
got it, bro.
happened again.
Nah, go to number 5.
And that's why we
Like
need debates with moderators, bro.
Man,
And
we
that's
ain't
why I don't
debating.
do
We
this
just
on here.
talking. We
I
ain't
just
debating right
nah.
now.
You pull it up
Come
on your
on, man.
own.
Number
We
Pull it
ain't
up on
5.
your
debating,
own to
bro.
You
educate
gotta go
yourself.
past number
You've been
5.
We
disrespectful
ain't
enough
You
to
gotta
me
go
for
debating.
the
past
rest of the
number
night.
5.
Go
What we
ahead and
doing
cut
now
somebody else off
debating,
for the
bro.
rest of the night now.
Man,
what
we ain't
GT want?
debating, bro. We
You don't
just
get a
talking.
chance
We
to
ain't
cut me
debating, bro.
off
of the
anymore for the rest
Black
of the night.
Nigga,
Go
we
Flag
ahead,
ain't
cut somebody
debating,
else off.
nigga. Nigga, we ain't debating, bro.
prophecy.
We talking, nigga.
The
Cut somebody
prophet
else
Stop
off for the
crying,
rest of the
Muhammad
nigga.
night.
Go. Pull your
Go ahead.
screen up. Let's go,
Hey,
bro.
you
We ain't
reading it,
debating. We
prophesies
GT?
the
talking, bro.
rise of the black flags from
Watch
the
this.
east, which is understood to be a reference to the forces of Khorasan in the
She
region
high,
of
nigga.
modern day Afghanistan, and I can't see
Uh,
past the other part.
Watch
Now
this.
what, A1? Now what?
Look.
Now what?
that Black Flag prophecy wasn't no prophecy. The Hadith was wrote 100 years after that event took place.
Bro, most of that shit in the
Hey,
Bible.
did the Bible do the same thing? Did the Bible do the same thing?
No.
Black
But
flag
look,
ain't in the
hold up,
Bible.
but
They ain't
hold up,
running at
hold
the
up, but look,
same
Taraji.
time.
Bro, I can do the same thing to every one of your Christian prophecies.
Do it.
The
Okay,
black
do
flag
Full
ain't
of,
in the
I
Bible.
did it on 2 of them.
Do it.
Share my
us an
screen.
example.
Let them do
Give
it,
us an
bro.
example.
We went over Tyree's,
Let them do it.
Tyree,
Don't need no,
Do
and
it.
all of that.
All right, do it. Do it right now.
The incompleteness of Tyree's final destruction. You don't
He said
remember
he got
this?
2 of them, y'all. Don't forget, he said he got 2 prophecies in the Bible.
You spoke on this, and I pulled it up and threw a slide in real time in the debate.
Okay. Go ahead.
So
Oh,
all of that.
What you mean, Tyree? When is somebody who live in Tyree?
Who lived in Tyree?
Since it was destroyed. Who's been living in Tyree? That's
Can
what
you
the
read?
Bible.
You want me to read it to you?
I don't care what that says. Show me
No,
evidence.
read it. No, let him read it. Let him
Read
read
with that slide. Read with that slide.
Even after Alexander's conquest, Tyre never fully ceased to exist. It continued to be inhabited and eventually became part of the Roman Empire. Some critics argue that Ezekiel's prophecy of Tyre being destroyed and becoming a bare rock has not been fully realized. The city's long history of rebuilding and continued habitation after Alexander's conquest raises questions about whether the prophecy was completely fulfilled or not.
Okay, now
what empire you wanted to point
Okay,
out?
like I said, I could do this to every one of y'all, bro. No. But somehow this is different. Somehow this is different. Somehow the prophecy of Cyrus. How is the prophecy of Cyrus different? The prophecy of Cyrus that you brought up. The prophecy of Cyrus that you brought up.
They won't bring it up sources.
That's not a source.
They won't bring it
The
up
prophecy of
sources.
Cyrus.
If he want a source, he can go to the Britannica and look up what it says about Tyree.
He bring it up.
He lying. That's not true. What he put in his slide is not true.
He bring it up y'all debate.
I got sources. This is the source. I got sources for what I'm saying.
Okay, well, go back to your first source. Go back.
The historical events described in Isaiah 44 through 45 align with what is known about Cyrus the Great's reign.
Go back.
I broke this down.
Don't do it, bro.
All your prophecies can be broken down just the same as Islam.
During
my point isn't that the prophecies of Islam.
Go back, bro. Don't keep talking. Go back to the first one you pulled up. Go back. Go back.
Did you do that, bro?
Man, go back, bro.
Did you do that?
Stop muting my mic.
Yeah, I did. I muted you. I did.
You the one who. Yeah. You see how? You see what's going on? Have I been over talking people and cutting people off? How we gonna tell?
How am I wrong by saying go back to the first source?
So if I don't go back, my mic is gonna stay muted. That's what's happening.
No.
He going on. He moving on. Let the brother move out and cook.
Man, you don't tell me how to move around here. I don't move to the beat of your drum. I'm not gonna do that.
I know.
On purpose.
I know. You don't want to move to the beat of the drum because you don't want to be exposed.
Why do you keep muting me though? Can you stop doing that?
I'm about to end this, y'all.
That's 4 or 5 times he done muted me. For what?
I can end it out.
Why have I been muted 4 or 5 times though? That's not cool, bro. Because I said what I said was what? Hey, Najiti, have a good night. Color, I don't got you on my Facebook, man. You have a good night. Classic Craig. You already know, man. Have a good night, man. I'm out of here, man. Ratchet, man. It was a good show tonight, bro.
What about me, bro?
You keep muting me and doing weird shit, man.
Hey, what about me, though? Hey, on your way out, what about me, bro?
No, not you, Ratchet. Not you, Ratchet.
I wanted him to come back on.
That wasn't on you, Ratchet. That wasn't on you.
wanted to hear the
That wasn't on you, Ratchet. Ratchet, don't take credit for that. That's on A1, not on you, bro. Do not take credit for that, bro.
But I want y'all to all know.
You end it off, Chris. End it off.
I want y'all to all know we are gonna have open panel shows. We're gonna have a lot of these type of discussions, you know. It is gonna get wild, so stay tuned for that, man. Like I said before, we are going to have to allow the judges to judge this debate with Dr. Too Sweet.
it's gonna be, I don't know if it's gonna be a day or two, but they will have their judgment. So stay tuned for that,
Come on,
man.
Chris. Go ahead.
So subscribe to Paradigm Shit TV 314, man.
Wow.
Where the hottest place is it? You know what I mean? You got Nobody over here, you know what I'm saying, one of the pillars. You got Ratchet Clegg, you
You
got the
got
one and
classic
only, the
Chris, man.
GT. Yeah, and hey man, Hemi was holding his own, man. He was being a drunken master. You know what I'm saying? He was
Bro,
holding
stop.
his own.
You love trying to spread that, bro. Say I'm drunk.
No,
I'm fine drinking
backstage.
that
I say
Coca-Cola.
I
Backstage.
say
No,
he
he
was in
was not drunk.
Let's
He's
close
just
out.
a
Let's close
bastard,
out,
Chris.
y'all.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah.
close out,
I think
y'all.
he would give you mythology. I think he would give you mythology. You was
Yeah,
a drunken master because that's the greatest
Come
fighting
on, y'all. Let's
style
close
that's
it
the
is.
out.
greatest fighting style ever, bro. Being a drunken man, I can't play. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Right, I'm dead
Man,
serious.
sorry. Hey. This was the aftermath of the Dr. Too Sweet and Cedrick show. We got the Craig and Craig Law Firm. Y'all see the brother Hemi that came through. We got Nikita that came through. We got A1 that came through. Man, a lot of brothers came through and hit the panel, man. Hey, if y'all like this show, hit that like button, subscribe, and we're going to catch y'all in the next episode. And that's peace.
In this.
The opinions and